Future trying to hold on to break even at this point. I was going to say positive territory, but no longer. We were when I first sat down this morning. Back to the downside we go for both the S&P 500 and the Dow. The NASDAQ holding up a little bit better than the rest right now. We are about 4 minutes away from non-farm payrolls, the big event of the day. However, secondary storyline shaping up could be a little bit more important today, and that is surrounding this SIVB and the banks in general under significant pressure here. Down again significantly is SIVB after what happened yesterday. Continued liquidity concerns, just an absolute mess for this entire sector. So we'll talk about that coming up. We'll talk about a few other things with earnings coming through this morning as well. But a ton to get to. Let's get right into it. It's going to... Good job, Brad. Even Prad's excited to get started early this morning. Little trigger happy. Anyways, that's the way the board is shaping up so far. 0.25% for the Dow, the S&P in the red, as we said. The NASDAQ positive on the day, the only one right now. But all eyes on what is to come here in 90 seconds to go until we get non-farm payrolls for the month of February. 225 expected. Remember last month, 517,000. Sharif here, as always, going to be an important day for the overall market. I mean, we'll get into this banking mess here in a moment, but all eyes on non-farm payrolls first.
I'm going to start the day off with an oh baby. It's going to be a good one. We had a topsy-turvy day yesterday, guys, and I expect more today. I'm excited for this number to come out. Mix that in, like you said, with the dynamic with the banking sector. 80 billion being wiped off their books, Brendo, and market capitalization yesterday. So let's see what today brings.
Quickly, we'll bring in the guys here. Initial thoughts. Under a minute to go here, guys, before NFP.
You don't want it to be hot. That's all you're cared about. Like if it's under, the 250 mark is going to be the big one. You gotta watch out for that. If it's way too big, then obviously that's not necessarily going to be good for the market. We know bad news is going to be good in this case. Good news is bad. With 30 seconds to go, the other thing to keep in mind is revisions. Revisions are going to matter here. So January revisions are going to make a difference. We're well beneath 3,000. We're beneath like yesterday's lows. I'm looking back at like the ES 39.3 is big. If we get a screaming move to the upside, watch out for 4,000. And yeah, I mean, it's going to be crazy, but this bank contagion is big as well. Let's go back to Brennan. We'll get that number.
All right, 10 seconds to go here. Again, we're looking for 225 on the forecast right here. So this is the box we want to focus on initially. 225 expected. It's a little bit of a delay. 311. So 311 versus 225 expected there for non-farm payrolls. The unemployment rate to the upside as well, 3.6%. So that's actually positive or potentially positive for the overall market. 3.6 versus 3.4 expected. Private payrolls 265 versus 215, guys.
Interesting. We just ripped.
I mean, kind of as expected. It's because that number was so hot the last time.
We're ripping.
Right? I'm short SIVB here, but we can go over to TQQ here.
Can we get position board up?
Yeah, if we get the position board, that'd be good as well. But yeah, no, the market didn't really do too much, man. Here's the TQQ. The NASDAQ is starting to go back up, but look where we're at. We're at that 12,000 mark that we talked about before. So we're at that 12,000 mark. We're waiting to see it. I'm in SIVB, waiting against that 38. We already took 135, Phil. If it breaks 38, we're going to get out. We just wanted to see what was going on there. It did break down to 34. But for right now, it is the TQQ. Sorry, it's the TQQs that I'm looking at. The NASDAQ, not a big move here, man. So that was 311 versus 225. Unemployment rate 3.6 versus 3.4. So one kind of helps, one kind of hurts.
Yeah, that's
it kind of seems not as expected. I mean, it is a beat there. I mean, it's 50% higher, right? 225 versus 311. But here we go, man. I guess I would have thought the market might have gone down on a higher number, but seems like we want to go upside here. Not as bad as feared potentially there. And a look at the unemployment number.
Yeah, and it looks like it might have even carried this SIVB thingy up to the upside too.
I just got stopped.
I just got stopped at. Oh, I don't want long. Don't want long. Don't want long. Don't want long. Don't want a long.
What's
Sorry, guys,
doing?
watching the market.
Meta's
I didn't want a long
pumping.
there. Like everything is sort of pumping to the upside. The NASDAQ getting up to about 0.5%. Afternoon levels are going to be all askew because of what happened in SIVB and the overall market. So you got to think about where we were leveling off. If we get about another couple of dollars, I am thinking fade, ideally here. Like I don't know. I'm not really. My first thought is not to buy into this rally. Meta's at 183 already. I want to check Nvidia. Nvidia's the one I know.
AMD's bumping like crazy.
Nvidia 238. I know I like 238 on Nvidia. If that gets a couple more dollars, do I just pull the trigger at 36? Is a real question.
I am in that.
I'm not believing this.
I just got back in. Yeah. So I just got back into SIVB as it blew. Okay, well, that was a bad wick there, so we have to get back in again as it just blew to the high side there. I was trying to short off 38, but yeah, we just got to move up to $100 there on a bad print. But yeah, here comes the market back in a little bit now. So I feel like we got a little bit of a nothing burger number there, guys. I mean, it's not. It's 311 versus 225. The number's hotter than expected. The market did go a little bit up there. Now came fading back in. I really liked AMD down here at 82, 83 in case we got that dump. But for right now, it's not dumping at all. It is heading to the upside, this market a little bit, but it's kind of muted, and it's funny because I'm not even in a position like normally I would be, but the market's not doing anything. I mean, you can come back. I mean, we're coming back into 12,000. We can see if we can hold that. I feel like that was a nice bump up, and now we can probably start to head southbound. I would say southbound here is what happens. Let's just check out the dollar quickly. I know, Brennan, if there's any news hitting, I don't know if there would be at this point, but here's the U.S. dollar. Yeah, there's the move down, which sparks equities to the upside there, especially tech, and now it's kind of just figuring itself out here at 105, roughly 105. It's at 104.86, so that's actually a good move to the downside here. As there it goes, you can see the NASDAQ starting to go back up here as the dollar continues to push a little bit lower right now. So, hey, maybe the move is long, maybe the move is short. I just feel like we haven't figured it out yet.
Yeah, and so revisions were 504. The January number was 511, and revisions went to 504. So very, very small revisement down. And we're gonna fly on this. We're gonna fly on this.
Is this flying?
Okay, we're gonna go up on this when you have all this. I mean, people are talking about contagion with the banks, and maybe they're all secure. But all I know is when bankers start telling you how capital secure they are, I get really nervous. Because it's like they're telling you that for a reason. You don't always have to hear it. But anyways,
I'm going long.
I'm just watching Meta here, 183.50. That could be an interesting breakout. But this 40 level on SIVB,
is it there again?
It's bouncing off 40 right now. So I want to go back over this. This is gonna be all over the place, man. I was short, and that just ran us over. That little move to the upside, because that actually got brought to the upside as well. I have these crazy wicks, but trust me, 40 is the top right now. I want to play off that 40 level, see if we can't get something. Yeah, we have all these crazy wicks, man. What the heck?
I know, it's bad. Okay, so we are long right now. We went long the TQQs.
So I can't use stops.
Brandon, can we check the Fed futures rate? Because I think it just went under 50% for 50 basis points. So that's good. We were at 76%, I thought, at the high for Fed funds futures. But for right now, we're just going to hold this. We just got a little piece out at 24. We're long only at 19 right now. We can see where we're going to go from here, but let's go back over to Brendan for any highlights.
Big move down here, guys, for the CME Fed Funds Tool, 57.2 versus 42.8 on the quarter point. SIVB halting right now. Let's go back to the guys.
Yeah, what was up with that? SIVB. So I think it's a fake halt because of
something wrong. There's something wrong on SIVP.
Yeah, there's so many D prints.
What's basically happening is see all these D prints going off?
Yeah, go to Neil's screen.
Go to my screen here. I canceled. I was going to get in 40, but there's all these dark pool prints that are going off and have actually triggered in our system that it looks like it's going to be in a halt. So it's all this nonsense that's happening. This is kind of crazy, obviously, of the stock. And we're going to be monitoring this one to be sure. So I don't know. It's grayed out. It says it's in a halt for me. I'm going to double check.
Brendan has something.
Brendan, you have news?
A few people mentioning pending news, guys. So just be aware. A few people mentioning pending news on SIVB. Here it is. Go to my screen here, guys. Right there. So halted for pending news pre-market.
Okay. Yeah, so it is halted. So there.
I just canceled. Holy.
Yeah, I mean, this is how I was trading it today. Well, we have that bad wick up there, but okay, let's just, I mean, there's not much to show, honestly, man. I was just short 36s, 37s. We got one piece out 35. Then we shorted again 38 or so, got them out at 38 when it broke. So for me, it's been a washed trade here on SIVB, but there it is, man. Silicon Valley has been in a lot of trouble lately with the tech space, and now it goes over to banks. And again, when you don't have the right right deposit structure, it's going to be a problem. They're all into bonds, and we've seen where bonds have gone lately. So that's been an absolute nightmare for SIVB. We're still in TQQ. I want to hold this until we get back down here into the 20 period, into the 50 period down here below $21, $22, $21.80 or so. Looking for that, looking to buy a little bit more in here. I don't know. Yeah, there it is. It is pending news on SIVB.
Yep.
So I don't know if the market wants to do anything right now. I think, I mean, like I put on the sticky note, it was a very, very brief one. That it was, there we go. We're going to get longer at 22. We just did. We're just going to play off levels today, because if this number is just going to do this little dance, then I'm not sure. Like, the NASDAQ is dancing around, and we did have Dan Emmons 19.6 or 19.3 level there. There's my 12,000 level. We've bounced off that already today. So that's a good level there on the NASDAQ, as we're just thinking about some of these levels right now. So 12,186 back down, and then to the upside 12,300. I could see us in this range. And today, Free Fall Friday, I don't know. Let's see. The market's up right now. We're starting to rally a little bit here on the NASDAQ.
Yeah, we're definitely seeing some signs of strength. I'm just going to go back to like the pre-number maybe, and start thinking about, okay, well, what were the levels before? So I want to be trying to catch longs on stocks I think are strong. We're going to have some news. We'll talk about this in the rundown, but Meta potentially making a Twitter run at a Twitter-like product, and that could be interesting for them, obviously. But I'm going to we double bottomed at 180 at this particular point. I think you can catch a bid there. Another name worth watching. I want to go over some of these pretty quickly. Roblox didn't really do much of a move, but they got a bit of an upgrade, and they're up 3% today. It's got a huge. I got to show you on the 15-minute chart here for Roblox. There we go. It's got a huge level if it gets back down and holds that 40. But when you pop this consolidation in Roblox, if it gets underneath there is a ton of room to the moving averages. So had we gotten a red day, this was looking like a big breakdown at the 40 level. Instead, I think we can maybe hold that 40 and start getting out of this range. 42.5. If that breaks, if Roblox breaks 42.5, it's got a ton of room to the upside. It was a double up. Oh. Sorry, it was upgraded twice, upgraded by two separate firms, not a double upgrade.
Okay, just quickly here, before we go back over to Brendan, I just want to talk about something. The NASDAQ levels are going to be off because like E-signal right here is already flipped over to the new contract. So it's 12,200, right? But like what I was looking at here, look, this is the M contract. We're only having it at 41,000 contracts so far. The H contract is 117,000. So, you know, they're identical on every aspect, it looks like, except for the volume. So I'm going to stay on H for now, but if you have a different quote, it should line up with the percentage, but the numbers will be off. So look, HMUZ is how the futures contract rolls over. So because we're in the March contract expiry on the third Friday, which is next week, not today, I'm surprised that E-signal has sort of flipped it over, but it's just a continuous contract. So here's the M contract at 12.2, and here's the H contract at 12.076. But if you look at the percentages, and just look at my screen up here on this level, this screen right here, as I flip it, 0.58, it's the same. Like, so we're just flipping back and forth. We're getting like 0.2 difference here. So I'm going to use H as well. So let's just watch that. We can talk to Arun about that when he comes on. Yeah, so I'm still using H as well, but I just want to talk about that because that's what we're looking at. And we are loaded up now on the TQQs as we just got our 22 fill. So all is good on this one. All right, let's go back over to Brendan. We can start this show.
Just keep my eye out here, guys, for anything coming across. Nothing yet that I can see as far as what this will be. But, I mean, this could go either way as far as what the potential news is here for SIVB. I'll keep my eye out for anything as it happens. But what a day. Again, if you're just joining a little bit late, you've missed a lot already. But here's a recap quickly. U.S. non-farm payrolls coming out hotter than expected, 311,000 versus 225. This number, however, seems to be the positive here, 3.6 versus 3.4 on the unemployment rate. Remember, this was a 50-year low the last time, so we're ticking to the upside, which is what the Fed wants to see. They want to see softening in the employment market as a whole and softening in the economy as a whole. As an indication that what they've been doing as far as rate hikes are concerned are finally helping.
Are we grasping at straws here, Brendo?
I feel like it a little bit.
Maybe. I think the market is a little bit. We get a positive number and we get a negative number. Negative in the sense that it's good is bad. The 311 coming above, I think the 225 was the estimate. So in that sense, we don't really get what we want. But hey, unemployment starts to curl back up. I'm not sure if they're offsetting or how this market takes it going into the day, Brendo. But right now it's up.
Big move down as a result in yields on this move as well, helping equities. Obviously, this is the 10-year. This is a daily on the 10-year. You know what? Let me grab just quickly here a hourly chart. You can see, gives you a better idea of what's happening. 10 years all the way down to 3.79. 2-year will be the same story. That's a daily chart. 4.7. We're above 5 on the 2-year 2 days ago. It's crazy volatility for some of these. Look what's happened now, guys. I mean, 5 minutes ago, this was the other way. It was 57 to 42 or something like that. Now 45% for the 50 basis point hike versus 54.6. So a revolving door, it would appear, guys, as far as what is going to come not only next week. Remember, CPI and PPI coming up next week, and then we get the Fed 2 weeks from now on the 22nd.
Yes, sir. And UVXY just, obviously made a big move to the downside, so that kind of reversed a little bit of its move. I'll show you guys a little bit of its move from yesterday when it went absolutely haywire, but it's holding at 5. At 5, I'm looking at like underneath there, I think you're trending. It could be a little bit of a lagging indicator at times too, though. But either way, you're getting a strong move here. Come on, Meta, get above. Meta level 183.50. I hate breakouts at 8:40 in the morning, but that was the level that I liked on Meta, and we're gonna get here right now. I don't want to take a breakout. I guess I'll wait for the dip buy. I don't want to take a breakout at 8:45, especially under these circumstances. By the way, that SIVB, it could be halted for any length of time as far as when it's news-based. Maybe it's halted for an hour, maybe it's halted for the full day. It's just hard to be able to tell at this point. We'll keep our ear to the ground there. But Tesla now up 2%. This is leading almost everything in the market right now. I still think this is a sell at 180. 180 was a pivot point yesterday, so I'm going to be fading that 180 level on Tesla when it gets there. We'll see what happens, but the market showing some signs of strength here today. I'm not going to change any bulls to bears or anything like that. I think it's a little premature.
I'll do it. I think we can go bullish today, man. I mean, the way this market's moving, we can put a poll up. Why don't we let the people do it? Brad, we can put a poll up here. I'm going to put it to a bull for now, and just because. I mean, I know this market is very, very volatile. But yesterday, if we turned it around to a bull,
it was the same thing.
It did go to a bear yesterday.
It was up early on the initial number, and then we flushed.
And we made more money, a lot more money short than we did. Well, yeah, no, actually, yesterday was about 50-50. We're going to hold it. I mean, I'm going to be biased turning this into a bull because here we go. Let's go back up to the upside. You know we're long the market. I was just waiting at 24, that top, and it just faded out again. Here we go. Get it. Ooh, we're not. Oh. Did we get fill? No, we're not. We're on the ARCA gateway. So we're waiting to get a good fill here on ARCA at 24. If we were on something else, we probably would have got it. But that doesn't matter. We're here for the TQQ going back up to the upside. I think you could take breakouts now on levels if you did want to because the volume's probably going to be here. But I don't, for me, it's the market or nothing for now. I still do like Apple down here at that 150 level. We actually touched it on that number and then boomed it to the upside 151. So this just sort of validates that long there for Apple. There we go, man. Yes, sir. Spin the money early for the longs. If anybody's long right now, we're long at 09 here on the TQQ. So there it goes, another out as it just keeps on going back up to the upside. So here we go, baby. Here we go. It's a nice little long in the market to start the day as it's busting out right now, the TQQ. We've got this. We're long. Let's see if it can hold some of these levels. But you know who knows something about levels? Michael Noss from Trade Ideas. So let's go over to the smartest CMT you will ever meet. It's Mr. Michael Noss.
I can't even top that intro. Let's just bring him in. It's going to be an interesting Friday here. I'm keeping my eye out, guys, for anything coming across on SIVB. There's nothing yet, but one of those types of days and one of those types of events where so many people are looking at this that you got to really be careful as far as what you trust for news. But Michael Noss, as mentioned, CMT over at Trade Ideas, back with us on a Friday as normal. Great to see you. We're going to talk about an indicator that you've seen on the show I don't want to say too much, but an indicator you've seen on the show a ton of times. And it's worth a mention, we're actually going to do a piece next week on simple moving averages and how you can apply them to day trading. So this is a good lead in. The floor is yours, Mr. Nas.
Thank you very much. And wow, yeah, I can't ask for more for an intro from this. But yeah, so a lot of stuff going on in the market, but we're going to calm it down a little bit, and we're going to talk about some slower moving stuff for a lot of you guys who are, swing traders and long-term investors. And we're going to talk about the 200-day moving average, because everywhere I go, I bump into someone talking about how yesterday the SPY lost the 200-day moving average and what a big deal that is. And we're going to try to simplify this down. So when I was searching for graphics for this show, I found this lovely one from a firm you may have heard of, Day Trade the World, talking about the 200-day moving average. The main reason that you see this so much, and the main reason this is important, is because it's used a lot by large hedge fund managers, institutions, mutual funds, whoever it is, name it. If you're trading from a long-term point of view, the 200-day moving average is very, very important. The main reason it started that way is because it's about a year worth of action. There's about 252 days on average in the market in a year. But before the age of computers, they would always round. So 200-day moving average is about a year's worth of price action. So if we take a look here on the SPY on the next chart, you can see over the last year, it has been very important. We had that top over in August that it fell off of. When we failed it in November, December last year, we had a big sell-off. When we broke it in January this year, we had a big rally, and we came right down today or yesterday, and we've tested it. And looking at this pre-market action, we've been below it a little bit, we've been above it a little bit. So it's important to watch not only from a day trading or swing trading point of view, but also a day trading point of view. And this next chart is for Sean, who I talk to all the time on Twitter. He's requested a scan that Trade Ideas doesn't currently have the ability to do, but I can tell you, Sean, I'm testing it internally, and if it doesn't break the system or anything, we'll push it out, and I'll have that to you hopefully within a week, maybe two. But this is the same thing on a lower time frame chart. You hear the guys on the show talk all the time. They use a 3-minute chart or so for day trading, and we're building a scan specifically for you guys about stocks that you guys like to trade that come up to or down to the 200-day or the 200 period moving average on the 3-minute chart. And you can see XPEV yesterday, right on the morning, rallied to it, failed. That would have been a great trade. Rallied to it again, failed. So the more I play with it internally, the more I'm interested in building it, not only for you guys, but for as a trader myself. So stay tuned to that. But we're going to talk about 3 swing trading ideas, things that are hanging around this 200-day moving average, which we know is very important, and then one actually day trading idea that I think you guys will like as well. So the first one is Stitch Fix, SFIX. You can see, and this is what you want to see when you're looking at a simple moving average, is there are some stocks in some periods of time that seem to respect it. It seems to be important. And then there's other times where it just blows right through and kind of nobody cares. And this is one of those moments where if you look at Stitch Fix and you look at the times that we've bounced off this over the last month or so, there's obviously some interest there. Now, that interest may be a large institution filling an order around this price. It may just be a whole bunch of retail people watching it. But for whatever it is, Stitch Fix right now really seems to respect this 200-day moving average. So if we can get a break and a close above it, that's where I'm interested in this one. Your stop could easily go under $4. This has a 18% short float. So it's one of those things that could really get moving, super beaten down if we can clear and hold above that 200-day moving average for a period of time. Another one here is THC, which is not a marijuana stock. And I always, think they should sell their ticker to someone who is, but nice pullback. We had a big gap off of earnings. Again, the yellow line on the chart is always the earnings date. We've pulled back down. We tagged that 200-day moving average from below. And again, you can see how it's respected it. When we break and hold above it, we get big up moves. When it tags it, it kind of comes back down. So we're holding right at that 200-day moving average, a little bit oversold on the intraday chart. So this one might be a good one to take a little bit of bounce off it. Now, for you short players, this AZUL is kind of what you want to see from the other side if you do like shorting. in which this stock has ran from $4 to $8 and smacked right into this 200-day. That is down sloping yesterday. So if you're looking for a little cheap one to maybe take a short on, you might want to look at this one. Just when it gets overextended into that 200-day moving average, sometimes you can get a little day trade or maybe a short-term swing trading mean reversion. And then last year's DocuSign, and this is something that's interesting for you day trader people. If you have a stock that's selling and it's gapping or running into the open and it hits that 200-day moving average, sometimes you just get a natural bounce of people who have buy orders around that area. So as always, we have built this scan for you guys. And if you're interested, you can hit me up on Twitter or email in at info@trade-ideas.com. We'll get you this scan of stocks that are just around the 200-day moving average so you can scan for yourself.
Always, yeah. We'll as soon as that is out and available, we'll definitely highlight that on the show a little bit and talk a little bit about how not only the guys use it, but it's a great look, as you said, because it gives you that higher level, that higher look level where hedge funds, institutional type money might be paying more of an attention to a certain level on an intraday basis, which is the key for us, obviously. Great stuff. Trader TV 20, guys, all weekend, as always, get you 20% off over at Trade Ideas. Michael Noss, great stuff. We'll speak again next week.
Thank you. Talk then.
Thank you very much, Michael. I was just pulling up that Azul, I'm going to call it, because what else are you going to call it? A-Z-U-L. No, you got to call it Azul. I think it's actually
Ghostbusters.
Zool is from, yeah, you're right. Thank you. See, this is what I appreciate sometimes, because like it's a Ghostbusters reference. Not everybody gets it, but Azul definitely worth watching. I think it's dual listed on the Brazilian exchange, the BOVESPA, or at least somewhere in South America. So always watch out when you're trading ADR. But I just paid for locates on Silvergate because it's a monster spike in Silvergate right now. This is all the way up to like 375. You remember like 4 to 420? That was kind of the money zone. This is getting a little bit spicy here. And look, it was a good level. That was the one to wait for yesterday. I'm probably going to try to go back to that well. And we'll ask the Magic 8 Ball some questions when we get some time. But I feel like I want to catch a little bit of a curl here in SI. Let's see if we can get something. Come on, first fill, 75. 77, okay, I didn't get 75. I got 77. Distinction without a difference. Look, if it gets back above and breaks that 420, I get it. But that was the level yesterday. And that is a heck of a parabolic move to the upside. And I didn't really see anything behind it. Now, clearly, you've got the contagion that just happened on SPN. You have SPNY and then SBIV or whatever. SIBV. So both these names are going to be in watch. I only say Signature. I'm mentioning Signature Bank as well because Signature Bank has 10 times the crypto sort of a clientele that SI did. So it's actually a bigger name, and that was down 10%. And if SBNY were to have some issues, I think that would be absolutely huge. We're probably going to talk a little bit about what's going on with Ether at some point as well. But a huge move up there. I know you guys were talking about this as it made that parabolic move. Just to me, it's like in a pre-market, that's a lot. And if I get more shares in front of 4, fantastic. I don't know if it's going to give any more fills up here, though.
All right. Yeah, the Azzurri there for Italian is blue right there.
Oh, no.
Yeah, SI. We actually traded SI really well yesterday. We were able to just be patient with it and waited for $4. So Neil's already sort of talked about that level. We had this short right there, and then we had the cover right there at 290. I mean, that was our trade yesterday. I could try to find it here on Twitter for you here, but that's what we did yesterday. And yeah, we'll see if we can do the same thing today on SI. Here it is right here. Here was the trade right here on SI that we waited for. We got it about 12 o'clock. There was the short. We got it all out, and then we wind up getting it out down here at 290. This was as of 3 o'clock. 4 o'clock, we were all the way down there. So far, so good right there on SI. And I think we could just wait for the same thing again. So I'm going to do that. That's 420. Neil already talked about that level. So for me, I'm going to wait for SI and see if we can get a move on that one. The futures, though, I'm going to push this over here, have fallen back in a little bit. So we're still holding the long. We haven't. Come on, chart, switch over. We haven't gotten anything. Well, I shouldn't say we haven't got anything out lately. We did get a bunch out here at 25, 26, and again at 30. And by a bunch, I mean not that much. We're still holding on to 75% of this trade. And let's see if it continues to work longer. The tweet that I just put out is pretty simple, man, about what I think is going to happen here for the market. So we can just go right here. And I was just saying that with 311 versus 225, that's bad. Then you get 36 versus 31. That should be good. I expect an up day as a possible disaster number is avoided. We also had the move on the 50 basis points from 76 down, Brendan just showed it to us, to 46. So if that's going to be the case, then maybe we get a bunch of 25-point hikes. Now, I don't know if that's better or worse for the market. Sometimes it's better to rip off the Band-Aid, but maybe that buys a little bit more time to get worse numbers to come through, I guess. We have the PMI, CPI coming next week as well. So I'm going to go long and wait for 2180 to break to the downside. So that's what we're going to do right there. 2180 is sort of where the market started when we were in this name. So let's wait to see if the NASDAQ retraces all the way back to number level there. And if it does, then we'll get out and we'll say, you know what, we'll throw in our towel a little bit. We'll make a little bit of money there, give it back on the wrong direction. And let's just see if this wants to hold. Quick check on the imbalances. I can't even talk about them. I mean, 100,000 is the largest one for AT&T and then ExxonMobil. So two bellwether stocks that don't really move unless something's going on. Yeah, Asana at least is on there, but 70,000, like we're not even getting any interest here out of anything. So we're going to have to wait for the NASDAQ to come through at not 8, I was going to say 925, but it is 925, not 825. So we still have a little while before that comes out. Right now, the NASDAQ is retracing back. So, hey, maybe that move is done to the upside. And then there's SI again. I guess we waited for $4, which did not come through. So
I tried to get more.
Yeah, you're short at least. I didn't pay for shorts yet.
Yeah, but the problem with it is the money fills were between, like this, the money fills were in this range, right? Like up 380 into $4. So underneath it, you're never going to really want to have too much. It's going down. I'll be happy that it's going down, but I wanted more fills. Prad just sent me this one. This is Azul, like tequila.
Yes.
It's like a $400 tequila, which Prad tells me, I wouldn't know this, but Prad apparently knows this, that you pay $1,000 for this at the club. So that's how Prad rolls at the club.
What's the last club Prad went to?
I'm just saying I wouldn't know something like that.
Yeah, right. Show me a picture.
I'm not dropping no grand.
All right, here we go. Prad's going to
tequila.
drop some pictures.
$1,000 of some tequila, bro? Come on, son. You can't tell the difference. Can't tell the difference when you drink it.
All right, so Prad's going to show pictures of him clubbing last week. I call bullshit. All right, let's go back over to the big.
Clubbing.
Yeah, he ain't clubbing. All right, back over to the desk.
All right, let's get some analyst moves for you here in a sec. The first segment of the show, Prad. Brought to you by Surge Trader, where traders can get a funded trading account up to $1 million to keep up to 90% of the profits. Trade stocks, indices, Forex, crypto, and more. The program has simple rules, no time limits. Go to surgetrader.com/TTV. Use the promo code bottom of the screen, guys. TTV will get you 10% off. Shout out to Surge Trader as always. Here we go. Upgrades and downgrades. We'll get into Roblox a little bit here. A lot of airlines on here today, both directions. Barclays. They assigned someone to the airline group yesterday and came up with some decisions. Rivian can't catch a break. Downside again today, guys.
Rivian, yeah, short of $15 right there for Rivian. Looks like it wants to go back down to the downside right now. So there goes Rivian, just cracking lower. We still have that very bottom of $14 basically for Rivian. I don't know the reason for the upgrade or the downgrade, so it's hard to comment exactly on why. But if you're just looking at price movement, I mean, you have a top here again of $15. Looks to be pretty good to short. Although we did have a nice run yesterday up to $15.20 before fading out, of course. Those are some decent levels upside right now for Rivian. So I don't know, like Brendan said, maybe they're just picking on it, but that's $14.40 to come back in. I feel like for initially today, I mean, actually it's pretty good, man. 1.1 million shares isn't horrible for Rivian. So there could be something there on this name today. So maybe we'll have to pay for shorts. I'll double check if we have to, but that $14.40 could come into play right now pretty quickly on Rivian. So this is it yesterday. That's that bottom, $14.40. So I think that's probably worth a push short right there on Rivian. Like I said, when's the last time we actually did anything to the downside there? I think that's pretty low for Rivian right there. It was this move that went to 1420. That's probably the day that I'm remembering, and then we ripped back up to the upside. So yeah, so you're right here right now again. I think the better short is waiting for it. I just think it's a little dangerous, as Neil already said, to look at levels right now in this pre-market, but I do like Rivian for a short. Just it's up more than the market today, so let's not just go short because we get a random downgrade from a random brokerage.
Yeah, just a couple of things. I like 15 to 1530. I'll play the resistance level there, but I did just grab out of Silvergate. I think, look, it's strong enough, and last time it eventually got there, it didn't give any fills above 4. On the way to the upside, this is right around where like 330 was right around where the turn made. So, thinking that it made a higher low, if it makes another turn at that 340, get out, wait for it to get back to the upside, and then short the better level, which would have been 4. I didn't get any. There were no fills to be had between 3D and 4. You can see like that's the chunks that you were trying to get short before. So I'm going to be a little bit patient with this. We could have an open on SIVB, like who knows, right? And then everything could change on any one of these financial type names. But I think we're overdue for Arun. I think he's going to be ready. Let's go to Brennan.
There we go. As mentioned, let's bring him in right now and get a check of the overall market. There's Arun for a Friday. Important day, obviously back to the upside here. It seems to be this unemployment rate that moved in the right direction anyways for the market that's helping at least Arun, but not a huge move here by any means.
And that's the problem with this number, is that it's got multiple components that have decent amount of weight. So the non-farm payroll and the unemployment rate, if they both come in the same direction, you see this market go in one direction. When you have a number like this, which goes in 2 different directions, and everyone's looking at this to figure out what the Fed is going to do, this is where it gets messy, and you can see this market respond accordingly, right? We broke through evens. Now we took out the late high push that we had just after 330 yesterday, around 35, went to 40, and now here we are back at 25. So it's very clear this market is confused. That means step out, wait for this market to open. And I say this all the time, but at the same time, this one matters so much more because of all the other things that are happening around it too. So 1, you have the market still trying to digest this number. 2, keep in mind, the contracts have rolled over on some systems, not all systems, but some systems. So as of Thursday night, you're looking at the front month of the June contract. So if you go on most websites, most of the prices that you're going to see there are going to be the June contract prices. Now, volume is still sitting in the March contract. So on Monday, it's a different story. Everyone's going to be on the June contract. But as of today, this is a gray area in terms of trading. Which contract do you trade? Now, I stick with the one that still has the volume. So we're going to stick with the March contract for me. And if you look at the price differences on both of them, there's a 35-point difference between the March contract and the June contract. So big price differences, big gaps that eventually kind of people will use to project the market going forward. But for today's trade, I think it matters so much more in terms of levels because you still have to have...
I hate to cut you off here. SVB, guys, their attempt to raise capital has failed. Again, so SVB or SIVB, their attempt to raise capital has failed. That's from CNBC. Arun, go ahead.
Well, you mentioned that. I just took a quick look at what that stock's doing. Okay, so in terms of today's trade, I'm going to try to keep the March contract levels in play just because it's available. Volume is still there. We'll roll over on Monday and figure out what we're going to do with the June contract. Before now, it's going to be a matter of, are we going to be able to get above the high that we put in after this number came out, which sits just above 39.40, or are we going to break down through, for me, if we break down back through 39.15 after the open, then I think we can go back on the short side. Anywhere in between this 25-point range, in between the 40 and the 15 is a kind of a dead zone for me. So I'm not going to get involved until we break either side after the open. That way I know that the volume that the market wants to trade with is willing to play in that direction. And that's what you want on a day like today where it can get confusing, right? Everyone's splitting volume between the two contracts. Most people are still trading the old one. Some people have moved on to the new one. With a 35-point difference between the two contracts, what are the new levels that you're going to work with? It gets very, very messy. So that's why, to keep things easier, I think sticking with the March contract for now and moving over on Monday would make more sense. And I think 39.40 and 39.15 will be either the upside or the downside breakout.
Thanks, Arun. A few things to note here, guys. So SVB in talks to sell itself. Again, from CNBC, they've hired Goldman Sachs to seek a sale. Again, their attempts to raise capital have failed. So that's the main headline there. But again, they've picked up Goldman Sachs looking to sell itself for SIVB. So yeah, there it is. So their attempts to raise capital have failed. So the story only getting worse, guys.
Into the rescue. Well, I don't know who. Oh, I don't. Okay,
I don't know if JP Morgan wants to get involved in this thing.
No, but I'm not saying that like they are, or I read anything. I'm making that one up, man. Like someone in the chat might have even probably said it too. But anyways, yeah, SIVB. I don't know if we actually will get a resumption time on this anytime soon. I didn't see one last I checked like 2 seconds ago, and I have some crazy dark pool wicks. But if you're just tuning in now or just following the story, starting this story recently, it halted at about $39. Obviously, this stock was in the afternoon. We're talking about it holding 100 and shorting 110. So it's obviously pretty depressed. I mean, what was it? The market cap was $6 billion at $100. So obviously you're looking at like 2.4 billion now, which is a drop in the bucket for any of the major banks out there. So it's within the realm of possibility they'll find a buyer. We'll let you know if it opens back up. This does mean that news is not going to be very good. It's probably going to mean in that situation, getting out of SI and being cautious with that would have made more sense to hold it. But the way I saw it, you didn't know what the news was going to be in this situation. It could have gone either way. Maybe they had already gotten bailed out by somebody, and that's the news that was going to hit. Next thing you know, like Silvergate and these things catch a bit of a relief rally.
It's printing like crazy.
Yeah, I know. Like there's all kinds of dark pool prints still going off on SIVB, so it looks wild on our system. But if it opens up, we'll let you guys know. I think trading Silvergate is going to go back to that well. Coinbase today. But if we don't get that one reopening today, then you're just going to be staring at nothing. And if you're caught in the hold, there's not much you can do. Like if you're long or short SIVB right now, just make sure SIVB. Then just make sure you're on the halt page. Go to NASDAQ Trader /halts. Right now, it's got no indicated open time. You can see completely blank here. So we'll get a resumption time when we get it. There's just no way to be able to tell. So good luck if you happen to be in this one. I actually had an offer to go short in front of 40. I canceled it like 5 seconds before it halted. That's blind luck or bad luck, either way you want to cut it. But if the news had been the other way, maybe I'm...
Well, let's wait to see where it opens.
We'll see where it opens. But either I got really lucky canceling that order or very unlucky. Who knows?
I have a feeling it may not be opened.
It
may not open for a while.
I would not be surprised.
As they dig around. I just want to come here. I just made a pretty cool POV video. So if you guys are interested in anything, watch This Is Me today. We're going through. We have 6,200 people watching. Go over to my Twitter right now. It's on there. You're going to see This Is Me. We're going to go through the door, and we're going to come right into the studio very, very soon. That's enough. You don't get to see any more. Actually, here, we'll go one more just to show you. This is me walking through the studio right now. I know, there it is. And you're going to see in a second, there's a Trader TV. And here we go. We're going to go into the studio, and we're going to pause it as we walk into the studio. You can go find that at Trader TV, Sean. It is now pinned on the high side. But yeah, SIVB, no tap yet. It's not, the tap won't work in the pre-market, so we're going to have to wait to see when exactly that opens up. And if it does start to show something right there on the theoretical auction price. So again, what this means for SIVB, we don't have any NASDAQ imbalances here, but I expect that when 925 hits, we're going to light up with SIVB on here with tons of market on open sells, I would imagine. Could be the other way. Could be the other way. We already shorted it once here today. We're going to wait to see if there's anything about that on SIVB, and we're going to go with that. The market is falling back in a little bit, but still barcoding at these 22 levels for the NASDAQ. And then Arun just went over. I'll stay on the H because it's more volume, and I'm looking at that 12,000. We've been looking at 12,000 on the H contract forever. So we can use that as a level right there. So if the NASDAQ levels do seem a little bit off, they're off by 200 points on the NASDAQ, and I think Arun said about 20 points on the ES as we watch out for SI, VB. Let's go over quickly just to SI to see what that's doing. Nice bump up, good short back in right there. We don't have it. We're waiting for now $3.80 and $4 on this one. Let's check out some contagion risk here with JP Morgan. Neil just said that. Someone said in the chat. Was there anything?
No, that's my bad.
Yeah. So he was just saying that. So we're just going to JP Morgan just to settle everybody down. JP Morgan isn't doing anything yet. Doesn't mean that they won't get involved.
I was totally joking.
I know that.
I was totally joking.
Some people said, "Oh, is Neil know something?" I wanted you exactly. So, anyways, all right, Brendan. If anyone's going to know something before anybody,
it's Brendan.
I hope it's going to be Brendan.
Yeah.
So let's go over to the big desk with Brendo.
Yeah, we'll keep an eye out, guys, to make sure we catch that for you as it's happening. Let's talk about DocuSign here, one that kind of got pushed to the side after the close yesterday and this morning as well. But their downside on earnings today, not a good report, forecast even worse here. Even the CFO, financial officer, out at Docu.
It's interesting. Management's been shifting here. They just got a new CEO and COO in January. Now the CFO, which only came in September 2020, is walking out the door. She's leaving. So interesting change in management. I'm not sure what's up with that, but the billings is what's hurting here, Brendo. The guidance on billings seen as a leading indicator to revenue, not coming in good. So analysts cautious.
Yeah, guys, we'll keep an eye, obviously, on SIVB as things are playing out here this morning. A few other things going on, though, including this as well. Allbirds. Bird is not the word today. 22% downside on earnings, but thoughts on Docu, guys?
Yeah, aren't you buying more shoes, bro?
I have the same pair of Allbirds.
That's the problem, probably.
I know it is a problem.
People don't buy new ones.
No, the real problem, and I said this before, the real problem with the Allbirds is that I owned them for a year before I actually found out that I owned them. Like, I knew I had some comfortable shoes that I'd gotten as a gift. I had no idea they were Allbirds. I'm like, and all of a sudden we're on the show and we're talking about it. I'm like, that shoe looks familiar.
Yeah.
I have that. And that's what it was. I got it as a gift. It doesn't really matter. But DocuSign, more interesting. Anytime you break the 50 and the 200 period moving average at the same time and a flat bottom break on the same day. So flat bottom break at 58. Let me zoom in so you can see that. Flat bottom break at 58. There's the 50. There's the 200. You're beneath all of these things. I want to short the pop into 58. So assuming there is a pop, I want to be at that 58.
No.
Oh, sorry. Okay, I just heard in my ear SIVB open.
I have it up, don't worry.
And it's not, yeah, okay, so it's not open. Sorry, that's false alarm there, but I heard it in my ear, so I went to the stock. 58 is the level I'm looking for on Docu. I'll take some overfills. I have one sitting out there now, but at the open, if it pops, I want that gap fill in there at 57.75. What are we seeing there? Okay, so I'm not sure. Yeah, whatever. Sorry, guys. I want to short
Brad,
into 58.
where are those club pictures?
on Docu.
Yeah, he's working, so he's editing.
That
isn't it
Azul
just
tequila,
funny that, like, go
that
ahead.
Azul tequila already.
No, but isn't it
announced.
just funny, like, when you need a Sesame picture, this guy has no problem, but he simply can't pull up a picture on his phone. It's because it doesn't exist. It doesn't exist.
It doesn't.
It doesn't exist. All right. What else? Yeah, that SIVB. I have it up. So if anything goes nuts, man, we will call that up for you guys right here and look at this. So it's not doing anything right now, but I don't know. Brendan just might have had a break story there. So what is your opinion on DocuSign? Are we going short or what?
Look, I'm shorting pops. 50 period, 200 period broken. 58 is the previous flat bottom break. So I'm going to have orders out at the open to try and catch something. Matter of fact, I want something on the south side as well. South side of 58. So if we get a pop in here, I'm not working with the pre-market high or anything like that. I look at this level here and I say I want to fade into it. So this is a name I know I'm going to like trending to the downside unless it's back above and holding 58. And even then, it probably has to break the moving averages. So look for the fade in this and then move on to the next.
Yeah, just want to bake quickly here. The market is breaking down. So we just took the 50 period. You're heading into that 12,000. We are very, very... I thought we were getting out on an 80 break, but we just got out right there at the 200 period. Looks like it's going to... I'm going to get back in just in case we don't break 80. Ooh, that was... I don't know what happened there. We shouldn't have got out, but that's okay. It's going to probably break anyways, right back down to the downside. So there it goes, man. The market is breaking a little bit lower right now, and we're back in it. So we didn't mean to get out where we did there. We meant to get out at 80, but it still doesn't matter. We did get out, bought it right back in. Same trade. It is a downside move here for the market it looks like it doesn't want to hold, and there it comes right back into 12,000 again. So yeah, nice move there, back in for the day. I don't know what that pulls at anymore, but It was pretty close.
It's 50-50 still.
50-50, yeah, there it is right there. So, yeah, okay, so we'll see what happens with this poll. Looks like it's come right back in. This is the right time. We had a huge fade yesterday, could be fading again. The reason why I wanted to look at was Apple came all the way back in and is right back near that 150 level again. So Apple was a lot stronger when the market bumped, but now that we're fading out a little bit, still nothing on that tap as well for SIVB. So this is what that name looks like right now, in case you were wondering. Over 10 million shares this morning, and yeah, pretty epic collapse. I mean, as if someone didn't know like that this round failed, because I mean, last night I was tweeting it out, like I was like, uh-oh, we're at 80, we're at 81, we're at 88, so on and so forth, and then to come in today and see it at 60, and then just like someone got wind of something right here, man. Like when this broke $58, $60 and just went all the way to 30, like we got cut in half in about 20 minutes, cut in half right there, almost, right? So, I mean, that news just comes out now, but as if, right? So we'll wait to see what happens here with SIVB. May not open. I'm excited to see 925 to see what that imbalance shows.
Yeah, sorry guys, this just popped up in front of me here. So Refinitiv, Brad, can you, thanks. That just popped up in front of me here. So the Refinitiv fat fingering their news story there on shares resuming. I don't know where they're getting this price either, 57.81. So I'm just going to go ahead and close this because that's not correct, clearly. Roblox, on the other hand, nice look this morning. One of the few showing some strength here. Jeffries with, I mean, a really positive note on Roblox, still among the fastest growing internet firms, will remain that way. Raising their price target, a solid $20 or so, 18 bucks at least, 48 from 30 here, going to buy from hold for Jeffries.
Yeah, interesting look. Brendo saying that the revenues are growing, net bookings are expanding, user metrics are strong. They're also saying they're coming out with new products to kind of keep users interested, and they're also coming closer. They're at an inflection point with respect to the margins. They're coming close to that 10% target, but they do have competition. Epic Games coming out with Fortnite Creative 2.0. That's supposed to be a competition to their platform, so not all smooth sailing. Let's see how it works out.
Yeah, RBLX, guys. Nice look for a Friday here.
Yeah, look, I mean, oh, there we go. Sean just went to grab himself a coffee, I think. But anyways, RBLX, Roblox. See, you say RBLX, and you made me just say RBLX. No, Roblox. If it's easier to say the company name, we say the company name. And when it's a ticker, it's a ticker. That's how traders usually work, so it's Roblox, because it's nice and easy to say. I want to go to the 15-minute chart. Everything got spanked yesterday, so look, there's days like yesterday when the falls that happened, this was entirely due to SIVB. Now, you can say whatever you want, but the actual continuation on the reversal of the move, most of it was just everybody panic selling and everything getting dragged down. So I'm not throwing away 40-50 on Roblox. I don't think you can abandon that level, given the fact that it held all week. You're consolidating there. You're trying to break out 42, so call it 42.5. So if we dip down in, that's where I want to look for support. Yes, 40 is going to be a big psychological level too, but I want to look at that 40-50 as well. It was resistance late. Sometimes that turns right back into support. So if we get a dip in there, I don't mind taking a shot at it. If it carries through and a 40 break happens, then suddenly you have an interesting situation, because if it breaks down, you got 40 entry, 40-50 stop, and then room down beneath it. What's also spicy is a breakout of the top. Maybe, I don't know if we have enough room with the market pulling back in, or we have the strength for it right now if we don't hold 12,000. But Roblox, in every direction outside of this channel, it's got 10%. It's got 10% breaking up to 46. It's got 10% breaking down to 36. So maybe we get an inside day. I would much prefer a break-in trend down in Roblox. I want to be patient. I want to only trade at those two levels, either the 40 to 40-50 area or off the top. So it's either, a little short, scalping, long scalping, and then playing a breakout in either direction. And that's only if a breakout happens. I just know that Roblox is on my mind today when it usually isn't.
All right, so we'll wait for the NASDAQ imbalances, and then as soon as the market turns over, then we'll switch over this bull versus bear to whatever the chat says, whatever that poll is. So get your votes
still
in.
50-50.
Yeah, I know. Get your votes into the poll. We'll see if we can change it. JP Morgan with the move down right now. So obviously this is the daily chart. We've talked about JP Morgan making that move up to 144, 145 and getting out, which I did. I didn't get out of everything, but we did get out of some of our JP Morgan. And I was like, let's rebuy it at 130, but I don't think so anymore. Let's just wait to see what happens. I mean, this was one of those black swan events in the banking sector. I mean, I don't think anybody saw, besides 3 days ago, that you would have saw JP Morgan down 5 or 6% yesterday, Bank of America down 7% yesterday. So I don't think we rebuy this, and if anything, I'm looking bearish today. I almost want to flip my vote over to bear right now for the day. So 129, I want to be short this 130 if it comes back up to 130 in case we do get a bump up for JP Morgan here in the morning. And I'll just get out at 131 and then regroup. That high of the day right there made pretty much, I mean, we had a little bit of an outside move there, which wasn't anything on the jobs. But right there, 131.40, looking at that. But what an uneventful morning, to be honest with you. You're just right back to where we were on the NASDAQ, right back to where we were on the ES, flat pretty much on the day as we watch to see where this market wants to go. So I'm going to get out of my TQQs very soon, just a couple more pennies if it does break down, and we'll take an L going long on that. It's okay, this stock, because we were able to, zoom back out a little bit, get some out there. And then we're right at we got a bad stop, so we just bought back in. So it's like I'm still here. But 2180 is where we want to get out if it breaks that. And there it goes. It's going to break it right now, and we will get slapped out of this one in just a matter of seconds. But JP Morgan, see, now it's starting to bounce up a little bit. Is there an imbalance for JP Morgan? There probably is, but there's Bank of America with a buy. So maybe we do get squoze up a little bit here. And if we do, we do, right? 131. We're going to watch out for 131. I'm sitting at 130 to get the short right here.
All right, let's go to crypto. Here's Bitcoin, live look, trying to desperately hold on to 20,000. There was a move back higher, back above 20,000 after we broke it early on. This is an hourly chart, so a bit of a choppy mess after this big move down at the end of the day yesterday and overnight. Same story for Ethereum. Gets all the way down to 1365, trying to bounce a little bit here. I mean, with everything else going on, is there a trade here today?
I mean, I was hearing some things about Ethereum getting regulated as a security and, therefore subjecting themselves and whoever to some liability there for, these pump and dump schemes that we saw on all of 2022. So not a good headwind to have in addition to all these liquidations.
Yeah, definitely not. I mean, I sat down this morning and pulled up Coinbase right away and I was like, why is this not down more? I thought this could have been a lot worse here, guys, for coin. 2.7 right now, back to day lows. However, is there a trade on any of these today?
Oh, you better believe it. So Silvergate, obviously, should have held on to that short. It didn't get to the price that was the right price yesterday, so I got out of it, and that kind of sucks, obviously. Look, Coinbase, I just don't see why it's not down a little bit further than it is right now. So it's through that 200-period moving average, through that 60 level. Maybe it catches a bounce off the 50 period, but this little wedge that it was forming, I don't have to draw the lines. I did it last time. Look, it gets breaking that today. And if it gets through 55, it could be a little bit of a free fall. I think shorts, it has to be above 60 before I'm considering anything but a short. That's the way I want to think about it. So, forget about all these previous support levels. I just think I want to take multiple cracks at this to the south side. Instead of I shorted it twice yesterday, and that was my big regret because I stuck with Silvergate and I didn't really stick with Coinbase, and Coinbase was better to go short. Either way, I'm shorting the first pop into the pre-market highs. If it breaks that, then I want to short it off that 60 level. If it breaks that, I want to wait for it to get to another level worth shorting. I don't want to be long on this stock. I just don't see why it didn't have a bigger follow through. And look, you're talking about some pressure on Ether as well. That's not the only thing going around is this contagion risk. So I think there's a lot of reasons Coinbase could be trading lower, and I only want to be looking for the short here. So if you see me long, it's probably because it's bouncing off $50 or $45 or something, or just a mistake.
All right, I just wanted to quickly look at FRC, First Republic right now, really starting to get to the downside. First Republic Bank, another one getting absolutely destroyed right now. So you got to watch out for these regional banks, man. There it is, a huge move to the downside for FRC again. So, hey, man, if Silicon can't raise capital, SIVB, then maybe FRC cannot as well. And the contagion continues. The risk is here in all of these regionals. You can look at KBE, the regional bank ETF, yes. So that's probably on the Amex as well. So we'll have to watch out for this one, as this was a disaster yesterday and should be that again today. 48 down to 42. Looks like we want to open 41 right now. So yeah, man, we are in a little bit of an issue right now here. So again, we just got the, there is no SIVB on here. So I'm not sure, because I'm not sure when it's going to open, man. So yeah.
I don't think it can until they resume quotes.
Yeah, there's no quotes right now at all. Well, there's quotes, but they're not real quotes. So right here, there's nothing. So I thought there would be some Apple on here, SoFi, something like that. Yeah, Zoom. Mullen, what, 22 cents, 18 cents right now. Palantir, 750. Yeah, that's fine. That makes sense. XOM, Square maybe, 72. But I mean, not much happening in a lot of these names. You can see Square also getting hit today too. So yeah, a lot of these names downside right now as the market is flat. Square down 1.7%. That could be an interesting name. Let's check out PayPal quickly just to see about those. It's 9:26 now, so we're almost open. PayPal, let's see. Yeah, no. So it looks like it's just with Square. But yeah, not much here on the imbalance locator. Apple though, Brendo, right here at 150 as we speak. That's going to be a level to watch.
I was just reading about this First Republic. Looks like they're mostly in real estate and wealth management, but they do have a commercial side and a wealth management side. So FRC, yeah. Accelerating. There was this story on Meta that was, it's a really interesting story, but with everything else going on, who knows? Elon Musk, Twitter, obviously owned by Elon Musk. Meta looking to maybe explore the idea of something similar here.
And I remember when Facebook initially came out and you could put status updates, I couldn't differentiate them between that and Twitter because that was all Twitter was, right? And then obviously they went into different paths. Yeah, I don't know. I think this is obviously something that Meta has a lot of experience in, these social media companies. Let's see what brings.
Mark Zuckerberg looking to take on Elon directly?
Yeah, well, I don't think it's a bad play. Why would it be a bad play? It makes sense to them. Anything that they can pluck away to gain market share. It's about numbers. It's always a numbers game. Like how many eyeballs, how many people on your platform. If you think you can snag, I say go for it. 180 is okay. Okay, we're already at 180. So the market's at 12. So NASDAQ and the H contract's at 12,000 right now, and Meta's off that 180. I'm kind of glad I didn't take that breakout at 180.30, but I'm now wishing I had wanted this one short at that price. NVIDIA never got to my price for a short, but wow, we're going to be testing 180 at this open. I got to give it more than just like 5 cents underneath, because quite frankly, that's not enough of a stop. But this could be a very short-lived offensive at the open here. Did not think we were going to get back here that quickly, especially off the number, the initial reaction being to the upside. We carried through, remember, we carried through off the open before reversing yesterday. Like this reversal is before the open even happens. So I'm in Meta now long. We'll see how that one goes. Ooh. I think any one of these regional banks you got to respect for some weakness. If you see it start to go, just try to play that trend. I would not fight anything on that FRC, by the way. Like I'm actually thinking maybe you look to short the first pop in this thing, to be honest with you.
All right, we only have a minute and a half now, so we're going to get ready to ring that bell in just a couple of seconds. I'm going to wait to get short Apple in case we do pop up to 151, and then we'll deal with it after that. But it looks like we're going to break 150. I say Meta breaks that 180, but I understand why going long.
Probably
I think everything could break. Microsoft, I want to give a shout out to JD in the chat. He said Microsoft 250, Apple 150, Meta 180. They're all at key levels. They all have to hold for this market to go up. I don't need to tell you that. Those are the three biggest names in the NASDAQ that we just ran off to you there. And then I'm going to go to another one. Well, Alphabet too. I'll have to look at that level. Tesla right now kind of holding up, man. Tesla's up 1%. So I could see this breaking through 178, especially if this market gets going here off the open. I don't know if it's going to, but that is one case there. Apple looks like it wants to break 150. The other name I just said was Google. Let's check out what that is. So 92 is actually a good level for Google as well right there. So yeah, man, lots of stuff happening right now. We only have 20 seconds now before we got to ring that bell. Who's over at the bell, boys? 10 seconds to go. Right now, 15. So here we go. Fahad's running over here. If that's a run, then I don't know. But here we go. With only 10 seconds to go, the man, the myth, the legend. There he is. We're all in a different world. And there's Fahad. Yeah, he got his pajama pants on.
Dressed
with only 3 to go.
success.
2. And dressed for success. I like that. All right, here we go.
Dress for the job you want, not the job you have, baby. That's what it's all about.
Yes, sir.
You know what? I have no idea. Meta actually just popped. I didn't get any of the money fills on Meta. Well, money fills would have been like that sub or at 180, but it immediately bounces. Oh, I just took a buck on that one, and maybe I got up too fast. We don't have any opens on anything. Well, obviously, SCIVB did not open here, so we'll continue to watch that. I want to see if Silvergate pumps back up, because I want to short a pop there. And in Coinbase. Coinbase, the first available, it's not going up Coinbase. It's going down immediately. So the first available pop I want to play looks like it won't be that 58 or pre-market high. It might just have to be 56.5 on Coinbase, because I do want this one to the south side.
So I'm watching Apple right now. It looks like it's going to try to break this 150, and when it does, we will be into that almost immediately on this break of what, well, we'll try to be into it anyways, as long as it doesn't flash too far down. I think I'm crossed down into the 80s, so we should be able to get to 80 flats. We should be able to get a good fill right there as well. JP Morgan doing a little bit of a dance right now as well.
FRC's halted already.
FRC's halted, yeah. So JP Morgan, 130.50. I was hoping to get a little bit of a short here in JP. Let's just start it right now. So there we go. We are now short JP Morgan. I just punched into 88s. And then there goes Apple right now, just taking down 90s and into the O's. So let's wait to see here. We are now short 150. Am I on the right screen for you guys? There it is. So we are now short Apple. There it is. We have a decent position on. Let's see if we can print on Apple. Downside right now goes AAPL.
So a halt on FRC. BAC's bouncing off 30 here. Bank of America bouncing off 30 even. 29.50 is a monster level on the daily chart if you want to track that one. Just going back over to NVIDIA, I know I like this one to the south side. Ooh, can Meta hold 182? Meta's having some trouble at 182. I might have to consider getting out of this one, because I'm not really believing in the bull case, but I like that level, so I want to make sure we get some profit. But NVIDIA, if it gets back to 35, I'm going to look for 35, then 38 for the shorts. But Meta, I'm going to put a trail on this. If it can't hold this level, I think I need to duck out of this and then look for some short opportunities. Brendo.
Another one, guys, thinner, not a lot of volume here, but PACW, this is Pacific West, so another regional bank, halted currently downside.
All right, I went short Meta there at 182, so let's see if that can continue to work. I don't know, man. JP Morgan is going back up to the upside, so we are willing to and will be getting in. I don't want to get blown out of all of these shorts. Like, the market could find a bottom here. We're at 12,000 on the NASDAQ, so let's just be very, very careful with what we're trying to do. So there we go, JP Morgan. We got to have our outs too, right? So JP Morgan short, Meta's short. Meta's short is fine, 182.50. If it breaks that, we're going to be gone. We just went short, so it looks like we're holding 12,000. So that was that risk about holding 12,000, was that, you know, you're playing in levels here that, you know, is risky into a short, but we'll hold it. We'll see if it can work right now. Meta's starting to work a little bit, but Apple has blasted back up to the upside temporarily. So let's see. We got to work our way out of these trades in case they're not, obviously, this 12,000 holds.
So, like, I just went over. I got out of Meta. I got a trailing stop underneath 182, and I just felt a little bit cautious with the long trade there. But that KRE, I was looking at, once you said another regional bank was halted, it's like, okay, this is a channel here at the bottom, 50-50 to 51. I'm like, I just want to short in this channel, and if it flushes and these regionals are in trouble, then I think this is the area to be short these names. So, I wanted to add to it. Give me more. I don't want this breaking 50. I don't want to be shorting a 50 break. I want to be shorting into this level. So already starting to head to the downside. We had FRC was already halted, and you mentioned another one was starting to go there. Come on, give me one more fill before it gets there. NVIDIA is not bouncing at all, by the way. So I don't know. I wanted 235, and it gave one little wick into 235. And you had to be super aggressive if you wanted to cash that. I got absolutely nothing on that. I got to get some Coinbase. What else can I get short? Coin is already at 55 even. Okay. It's going to be one of these days.
Yeah,
One of these days where you might have to chase it. We're through 12,000. I need something else other than just KRE.
I don't know. I'm not super happy with the performances here. You know, so we are short Meta right now. It's moving, of course, so we're happy with that one. But, you know, I mean, the meta short right now, is a good idea. We're $1 now almost in the money on the Meta short. Let's just put another bid out here and get some out at 36s. So there's Meta. Meta's really ringing it out for us. But it's Apple that's not really doing anything, and JP Morgan's actually going to the upside. So looks like we'll take a pretty big L on JP Morgan if that does fail. But we just got some out at 130.15 there. Looks like it doesn't. I mean, I got to get some more bids out in case we do, but we're short JP Morgan at 130. Looks like we'll take, and we'll take a hit. If it goes to 131, we'll get out of that one, and we will get hit on that. But let's go Meta right now. Spin the money for Meta. Right now, we are $1 in the money on that. I'm going to take a piece out at 181 again for Meta. Let's see if we pull back. Let's go. Bring it. Yeah, get that clapping going. Let's go. See if we get this at the back end right now. JP Morgan needs to take 130, and there it goes. We got to get some more bids out on this one.
Yeah, 50 just broke on KRE. Let's go to the downside. Why not? I didn't want the break. I wanted to go into that 50 level. It's now through it. Let's see how far it can trend to the downside. Going to have to watch some of those regionals when they reopen, because that's what it's going to be all about. We got about 60 pennies in the money. We'll see how far it wants to go. Meta's trying to bounce off some support. I did want to go back over just to show you Coinbase breaking 55 now and dying. So this is absolutely flushing. It's going 10% today. This is going to be down 10% today, I think, on Coinbase. So it's just a matter of where to get into this bad boy.
Yeah, man, Coinbase, Neil, great trades, man. This is what we're talking about right here. We're getting excited, man. Good day so far here as everything is tank city right now. There goes JP Morgan. Ye of little faith, I am right there.
Through. Oh, sorry, go ahead.
Macy's, no, go ahead. I mean, I'm just, if there's anything moving around. JP Morgan right now. Wow, good trade on this one for me on JP Morgan, man. That was a great hold. We talked about that. Let's just go. Yes. Wow, what a day. What a day right now we are having in this market, man. Meta, JP Morgan, Macy's. Look at Bank of America, Neil. Good call.
So BAC, here's the level on BAC. I have to quickly show it to you on the chart. I forgot to mention this. You've essentially have a triple bottom down here on Bank of America on the higher time frame, and it just broke that. FRC just reopened, I heard. So I'm not on that one, but I did just, obviously I have the trade in KRE. So that opened, it's heading to the downside. I think I'm covered by having KRE. Shorts, I got Coinbase. We just got bouncing back off 55. Yeah, it's all free falling. So FRC trying to break 60 even here and continuing its free fall. Whoa, KRE just had a big snap back to the upside.
Did it?
Big snap back. Right. So that's interesting. See what's going on here. Like it did. You know what? That's not that big. False alarm. Okay, good. No, it came back through 50. Look, this is still at the bottom. We're all good.
All right, what's up, Brendo?
Just seeing, guys, CNBC's David Faber saying SIVB may not be able to find a buyer and withdrawals are actually accelerating at this point. So that's why we're seeing this follow through. PACW and this one as well. FRC free fall currently.
Okay. We are free falling. Yeah, you hit that Tom Petty there, Sharif, to that down. You know, I saw Tom Petty live. That was a great concert. All right, let's go to the downside right now. We're just going to, honestly, What a good day, man. We should turn this guy around at this point, I think. But there it is, JP Morgan to the downside. I don't know what the poll was, but I think Neil would probably say to do it now.
Doesn't matter
there
now.
We go. Yes. Wow, this JP Morgan trade, man. When we trade the banks, it's like Dos Equis, you know. You gotta, when you trade them, you gotta like them. So there it is right now. JP Morgan, we pick on this one today, goes to the downside. We're ringing registers right now on JP Morgan. But I don't know. We've gotten some decent outs right here. We're still trying to bounce around 129. I'm gonna put a stop to get a little bit out if we take 129 because honestly, I don't know where we're gonna go if we do that. So let's get a piece out. No, we just broke it, so we just punched out immediately on some of that. So we're getting lighter and lighter on this dip down, guys. I don't know. We've got it good, but we'll see.
Yeah, like the only one, I have half of BAC
Apple,
left.
Finally.
Coinbase is now bucking the money, but this, like KRE is actually holding 50s right now. We have 39 as an average price, so it's pretty good, but BAC is finding a bit of a bottom. It's 29.50 was kind of like the bigger level there. So beneath that, I think we're going to be decent. SIVB, for everyone tuning in just now, it is halted. And we do not know when it's open. They're going to open up. It is news-based. No idea when that's going to open up. We'll let you guys know as soon as we do. Brendan's going to be all over it. You know that's how he's going to do it. NVIDIA, I didn't actually get the short in this. It's trying to bounce off 230. But there's a lot of things we didn't get the short in, and you just gotta be able to move on. I'm going to shout out to Sean for reminding us that instead of trying to pick the regional bank, just short the ETF.
Yeah, man.
Like, I don't know what the hell one's gonna go next because I didn't do that much reading, man. I had to take my daughter to gymnastics last night. I was only able to read so much last night. So this is what it's all about. So fist bump, Sean, because I wouldn't have looked at KRE. I was actually looking at that FRC, which was halted, and it was just a better trade. To trade something that's open, and the ETF was open. Brendo, what's up?
Gold is spiking on this, it would appear, guys. So a big move up for GDX, but all of the gold names just passing on a volume scanner for me here. 4% for GDX.
I haven't even looked at Silvergate yet.
290.
290, yeah. Okay, I'm going to just cancel those Silvergate trades because I was waiting.
You don't want to get that fill now.
I was just waiting for $4. We're going to cancel that. Look, man, I mean, we are like Stone Cold Steve Austin and just Stone Cold chilling because we have these trades on board right now. We have JP Morgan. It just dropped down in. We have some of our targets to get out. I'm actually going to get out at 131. We only have a third left of this trade. We did get probably too many shares out right here, but again, we just got them out right at 128.80. Like, super happy taking $1.50 and then complaining about it. That's not the right way to go about things. So we're going to wait out for Apple. As Neil said, man, go over to some of those ETFs. You can hit that, and hopefully be able to make a little bit of cash on that. So no, Neil does not do gymnastics. Our daughters do gymnastics.
Hell no, I don't do gymnastics.
Yeah, but that's okay.
I have no flexibility. I'm like... When I was in university, like my track coach, when we had our first practice, we were stretching before, and he was like, "Are you serious? Like, how are you an athlete when you have no flexibility?" It was bad. Like, it's an embarrassment, actually. The KRE is now 49. Why was I covering this thing? This is an absolute free fall. It's going down. You're right. Why cover anything? Like, hold on to it, man. Although I'm going to get some BAC out when it gets to 29 even, because it's just 29 even. I got to. Brendo, I hear.
Yeah, it's all over the place. Neil, you mentioned this one as well. SBNY just halted, downside, resumed, now halted again, also downside.
They have 10 times the crypto exposure than SI does. 10 times. Not one, not two. 10. That ain't good. That was the one.
We're getting jiggy with it today, boys and girls.
Dude,
Nah. That's right. Go ahead.
When the bankers are telling you not to be worried, maybe you should be worried. That's all I'm saying, man.
All right, well, this guy ain't worried right now as we are just really raking this short in today. Like, you guys want to talk about doing damage? Like, we just got to fill at 128 off of a 130.50 short for JP Morgan. We are short Meta at 182. We're short Meta at 182 as that's trying to go to the downside more. And we just got out of our Apple where we're short at 150. And by the way, all courtesy of the Sticky Note and Trader TV Live, you have now found the best. I mean, I don't know why we keep on saying that. Just make sure you.
Hola, like and subscribe today.
You love that one.
Yeah, well, I only have that one. I have mine. I don't have yours. I don't have Luca's. I don't have Sharif's. I don't have anything.
I have Luca's.
Right here. But yeah, so we don't have the right ones on board. But okay, so things are starting to bounce back a little bit now. Again, it's tongue-in-cheek, hold on to everything forever, but you've broken below 12,000 now. We talked about that. Where was that 11,960? Isn't that the Dan Emmons line? Well, we smoked that right through. Now you're going down to 19 flat here. And then I think it was 11,830. But here's the NASDAQ right now on the second contract going through right now. Again, it's going to be a little bit of a different price as it's rolled over on e-signal, but right now 11,960, 11,880, like, we're making that move down. Wow. We already called us going back to 12,000, so that happens right now, and the market's getting clocked. So we're pretty happy being short right now.
Yeah, and look, it's more fun when the market goes up. It's going down. We're going down, it's going timber, all that good stuff or bad stuff, depending on what you think about it. I just want to point out daily chart. Let's go back to the daily here on Coinbase because you're well through the 50 period. So the 50 period is kind of where I looked for the short, and I didn't get it till beneath 55. I think $50 is where this comes into play at some point. BAC's, oh my God, BAC's at 29 already. Life comes at you fast. So I just got some out in front of 29 even. I want to shout out. I was complaining I didn't get enough reading done. I don't know who it was on the trading floor chat. So I can't say their name, but somebody in the trading floor chat was posting and spamming a bunch of quality reading material, which I was able to do on the train this morning. And I was like, oh my God, look at that level on BAC. So I want to shout them out. I'll find out who it was, and I'll get you guys their name because they deserve some credit because that is a monster triple bottom on the daily. We like flat bottom break, but that's a huge triple bottom here, 29.5. Or at least it was on BAC, and now it's through it. So let's go downside, Brendo.
One we saw that had a ugly day yesterday, guys. Lyft just popping up in front of me here. Another 4.6% to the downside after just straight southbound yesterday. Not seeing anything new on Lyft.
Lift?
All right.
That's probably not getting lifted today. That's kind of.
I think that's overplayed.
That's overkill.
You know, it's like, but it's a good
I've
one.
gone
It's a good
too
one.
far.
No, it's a good one. I mean, lift off. You know, we talked about all that kind of stuff over and over again. We used to have those animations with Lyft and Uber and stuff like that. But okay, look at Apple, man. This is the one trade that we said holding the 150 level, and there it is, man. I mean, it's a nice move down for Apple. We did get. Remember when it started busting out? We did get an out at 150, but since then it's just been straight downside pressure here today for
Holy
Apple, and it
crap,
looks like it
FRC.
wants to continue again to the downside. So we just. I know I didn't see anything yet other than sort of the names that I'm in, but I'll have a quick look back at some of these names. We did bring, you're going to talk about FRC. I brought that one to you at what, 79? I don't even know, what is it at right now? I don't even.
53.
53.
Although it's indicating theoretical auction price is flat, so it's indicating a flat open. I don't think it's going to stick around 53 too long, but it's indicating a flat open. Should be a volatility hold open in about 2 or 3 minutes. This is continuing to flush. The way I see it, like, is it really going to? Is that going to open flat if we're still kind of pushing to the downside on the regionals? BAC's found a bid at 29, so there's some buyers in there. I might look to take another leg out here in front of that 29 even, and then just sort of see where it goes from there. There's so many things out there that you know we would like the shorts on. I mean, look at Nvidia. Like, come on. What's weird is Nvidia might have been the name outside of Coinbase that I think I like to short the best at some of these levels. It just never quite got to 238. Sometimes you just got to get in early. That's just the name of the game there. I already got BAC out, so I just put it in there in front of 29, and it's right back at these lows. This market is in flush zone. The banks are 5% here. You're probably down 6 or 7 in a lot of other names because BAC can be a little bit more stable. Coin is already at 10%.
Yeah.
There was no question. Every single person, it's not often everybody agrees on something, but everybody around here agreed that Coinbase should have been a lot further down than it is. Now I want to trail this one. It's through that 52. When it gets to SSR 10%, I generally think it's a day trader that's a bounce spot. So if it does an SSR bounce, I feel like it could be somewhere around here now that it's gone short sale restricted. So I'm going to trail this 152.50. Otherwise, 50 is the next level.
All right, so I'm just about to put some tweets out because what we are short right now, we're short Meta.
Awesome.
Right? That's a good trade, right? We're short Apple, 150.
Awesome.
Right? And then we got JP Morgan right now. So yeah, it's a good day in the Katina household. So this is a good one, man. It sucks, as I said, it sucks to watch the market just absolutely fall like this. But we've had 0 longs besides the market, and we got out of that one as fast as we possibly could once we broke that little level right there. So we were long the market. It's literally the only name that we've been long here today. So far, so good on that play. So, you know, we're long here, we're short, sorry, and we seem to be in charge of this market right now. So the Bulls have won for sure. The Bears have won for sure. The Bulls can take a back seat. As there goes 158, 148 right now again. And it is just this move today. Big one. Let's take another piece out. I mean, might as well. I'm a bit up. There we go. We just get a 04. They're out for Apple as this name is also collapsing. So, yes, a couple good shorts here today as this market just continues to fall down. I'm just going to watch this go timber and sit here and continue to hold the shorts. If we do get a bump up in the market, I'm still looking for names. That's where my eyes are always going.
I'm looking for a bounce.
Exactly. We're looking for a. Oh, you're going to go long though? I'm not going long for a bounce. I want to go short on a bounce.
I want to see. Well, I want to find something at support levels. I don't see anything that's at a current support level. I did talk about Coinbase already, and I have a trail on that one. But if we get any further to the upside on something like a DocuSign here, I'm not going to get 58. Let's throw that one out the window. But you have this level on Docu at 51 change. So I think you could catch a bid here on DocuSign. 20% to the downside already. So I think this one could be one that bounces right now. I never really wanted long in this stock. So let's look for like 53s. If it comes back in, I'll look for the short there. BAC is already giving an opportunity right now. So, you know, BAC is going to come back in and give us this 29.50. No, don't say it's going to do something, Neil. Say it might do something. So It might, and just as I said it was about to get to the 40, it just reversed back into the downside. So I just missed a chance to get that pop. I'll be patient with it, see if we can't get something. I'm not even looking at some of these small caps, guys, and I know usually we are. It's just not today. Like today, it's like BAC, Coin, and KRE. Like you can tell where our mind is going to be at. I know people want Carvana. That's making moves apparently. Okay, fine, fair enough. That's to the downside. Everything's to the downside right here. There's some other names we could care about, but I want to catch this curl on BAC. That's where my focus is right now.
All right, I'm just going to take another piece out on Apple and on JP Morgan. So we just did that there on Apple at 15s, and then we got a JP Morgan at 60 right there. So yeah, we're not, we're not just resting on these trades, man. We got to get out. So when this does break and these kind of things happen, your best bet is just you've already made the trade. So it's just like this meta. It's like all of these stocks, right? They're all kind of the same right now, just bouncing around these levels. So we got to make sure that we're able to watch out, trade them properly, and not hold on forever. So we have gotten some out on meta. You can see that little bottom take right there. So far, so good on that hold. But yeah, meta right now, I don't know. Meta, JP Morgan. JP Morgan did bounce back up. We're very, very light now on this trade. So far, so good. Let's just see where it wants to go. But JP Morgan, 131, we're going to get out, so we got to make sure that we adjust our stop in case it does blast up, because we only have 10% left of this JP Morgan trade. What's up, Brendan?
Lunar starting to go here again, guys. Nice move up from 15, already at 18.5. This thing's super thin. Remember, went again yesterday. This is the one that went all the way to 137 and then came all the way back to $15. So just be careful. LUNR at it again.
So I just trailed out of, I almost hate it, but anyways, I just trailed out of Coin, and it almost feels like it's not going to get anywhere. Money fills would be 53.50 to 54. I'm not even sure it bounces that far. I did reload BAC, but I didn't really adjust my trailing stop. I was about to adjust it tighter, and then it blew through 52s on me as I was watching that BAC and trying to get in. I might just have to jump back into Coinbase, almost where it lies, because I'm not really believing this is over. I hate to say it. KRE did make a bounce. I kind of take in this, like this scalp trade here feels like this should just be a re-entry. Like you saw what the regional names can do, especially with all those halts to the downside. So I want to be only looking for re-entry points until we can see otherwise. And then just going back over to some other names in there. NVIDIA, look, NVIDIA is almost at 225. I think it's pretty obvious that 225 can be a bit of a level on NVIDIA. Just come right back here. 225, there you are. This recent gap up that it had, this is the bottom area on NVIDIA. So like that's one level that I think I would look for a reversal play on NVIDIA, but it's got to go another $3 down before I go for that long.
Okay. Yeah, I'm also trying to figure out, where we want to go here with some of these plays. AMD is bouncing at a level that I thought had some, strength right here. Oops. NQ. $82. So that bottom was 80. That bottom was 81.50 there on AMD. So I think there's a potential there, to bounce a little bit off of AMD. But I don't know. I feel like this move back in the market really isn't, something to be like, wow, we're moving back right now. So JP Morgan has come back up to this 131. I am going to reload a little bit of a short, but again, with there being so much news right now, surrounding the banks, this is probably the riskiest position right now, but we do have a 131 out in case it does break higher than that. So that's what I'm going to just adjust this stop, because now we've got a little bit more shares on this. Not too many, but if we break 131 here on JP Morgan, then we'll give a little bit back of what we've made there. But so far, not great there on this move. So there it is. We're up to 131 again on JP Morgan, guys.
So BAC just came out. That actually went pretty big, but I think the fills are starting to come in on Coin. I want to stay net short beneath that VWAP there. Even KRE starting to make a move. FRC is making a move as well. Let's see what happens there on that one. Where are you? Come on, FCR. Come on, give me a break, FRC. I do the same thing as you every single time. It's like I type NASDAQ before I type New York. This is still in a downward spiral. So I'm still thinking, like, when you're unwinding as badly as this, clearly this is under the rails. It's on a halt right now. So how this reopens is going to determine probably on one of my next moves here in KRE. And this could just be the trade itself. When you get successive halts to the downside, a lot of times the first bounce, you want it to then break out one of these gaps. So the halt's at 47.25. Were it to open up, fail to break the low, then break 25 up, the play is usually take the breakout, get out in front of just scalp it, and then kind of give it to the bottom, or give it to like 45 even, maybe even like 46 or something along those lines. But that's kind of what my thought process is on FRE. And if it does not break that halt price or break 50, then you're probably jumping back into the short. So it's open in, it's a 10-minute halt. So it's a 10-minute halt, it looks like, because this halted a while ago. So we're going to wait for like 5 minutes on that. I thought it was opening imminently. That's my bad. Looks like FRC is not going to be open for another 5 minutes.
All right, so we did get stopped out there. Let's go to Brandon quickly. We got stopped out on JP Morgan.
I wanted to mention yields, a significant move down now on yields with this move in the banks to the downside as well. This is the 10-year, 3.73. Yesterday we were at 4. The 2-year all the way back to 4.6, again above 5 yesterday. So not a small move, to say the least, for yields right now.
Okay, 131.50. What is that? 131.20, that recent top on JP Morgan. All right, so we just got right back in at 80s here. And then we took a 65 fill as it just went right back down. But that top, I was just looking at what this top is. We don't want to hold it past that. That's 131.20 right now for that top. So we'll try it. Oops, I almost put in 121. 131.25 or so. If we break higher than that, then we're going to get out of this trade. So that's going to be JP Morgan. One last try on the short here for the banks. Meta, Apple, all those names are working out real well for us here today. So Meta downside a little bit anyways right now. But we've already gotten some good outs. We're just trying to hold out and see if, where this market wants to go. Apple is bouncing back upside a little bit as well. But really, my focus is on JP Morgan because we just reloaded that trade. Apple still needs to get back to 150 before any kind of a reload. And here we go, man. JP Morgan is back in. We'll see if here it goes. And so it looks like the banks want to retrace a little bit higher right now. So, all right, we'll get stopped out of there we go. We'll get stopped out of the JP Morgan and just work on it now as the market, like we said, man, maybe there is a bounce happening. It looks like the banks are going. So maybe we'll just go back and stick with some of the tech names, see if those are going as well. Yeah, Meta's trying to go. So maybe that AMD bottom at 82 might be something as well. 82.30. Trying to hold there. So, yeah, been a very, very exciting day. Exciting day.
Needless
to say.
Yes, sir. Needless to say. And NVIDIA bounced at 230 here. I kind of thought we'd go a little bit higher before I even took another shot at it. I just reloaded KRE off that same level. And I think, look, if it's going to be the same pocket as before, it's already made a pretty solid retracement. I just feel like as long as we're still weak, we're down 5%. We definitely made a pretty big bottom, so you allow it to retrace far enough that it's back to where the trend would be. So you have it's a dirty trend line. This is dirty. Sorry, guys, that's a dirty trend line in there, but you guys can sort of see what I'm getting at. That's why I like to reload in front of that 50 level. If it holds trend, I think we're going to be absolutely flushing. But BAC's back to 30, so I had to get out of BAC. There's no question about it. Like when it screamed up the way that it did, had to take the out. Is it going to hold beneath 30 even? If it does, I still like that opportunity for the south side. And Lunar, I don't want to be ignoring the stock. And so you want to, look, sometimes it's fun to go long. This is definitely on one. I would just watch out, because I had it up there just now. Watch out for $20 here. You can see double top at 20. This doesn't break 20. It can kind of pull back with the rest of the market aggressively. So just be a little bit cautious here. Normally I'd be thinking short this at the 20 level, but I didn't pay for locates. I'd almost think a 20 break would be in play. But watch out for Lunar. That's a clear double top. If you're only looking at the intraday and not looking at what happened yesterday, you might miss out that level. It's a big one on LUNR.
All right, I'm looking at Meta right now and just thinking about where we want to go with it. So Meta, I'm going to take another short right now, and then we're going to take a much bigger short near 180.
I missed the long on FRC.
Yeah, near one. Yeah, that's the thing. The bank's starting to go near 182. I feel like is a good little spot there for Meta. So we'll average into that. I guess I can cancel my 185 on Meta. 182. Yeah, just looking to make sure what we're going to do. We didn't get that short. I thought I just punched more short on Meta. We missed it. That's okay. But right now, yeah, anyways, I punched it at 56. 182, we're looking at that for a level there on Meta. So that's just what I wanted to get over with.
So look, it's going to happen. FRC, it did open back up after the 10 minutes. The trade would have worked, like if you just took that breakout. I don't know how fast it was because my attention was elsewhere. Like I'm eyeballs on coin because 54 is my level on coin. So I'm not adding, I'm not doing anything till it gets to 54. But wow. Halted to the upside now, 56.91. 56.91 is the current tap price. That's the price that it halted at. A lot of times that relief rally has one up halt in it. The question becomes, is it just one up halt? So KRE, this would be the spot. It either goes from here, and I'm going to have to watch that halt very closely because I think it's going to be like a litmus test. If we break out through the opening prices, I got to get out of that one. Coin is now retesting that 54 level, so I'm back in front of 54 with a 53 short. The original was 55. Best out was kind of 52.5. I think we're kind of in the middle here, so I don't want to give it back to 55, 56. That's a completely different trade, but that 54 is that line in the sand for me. Probably a couple of points above that stop because I hate even dollar stops, but not too much further.
Can't believe how much JP Morgan is retraced all the way back to the upside as well. They're
running stops.
JP Morgan is very strong.
To
yeah, well, they've already ran stops for me on this name as JP Morgan up now 1%. So the banks are giving you that outsized move again today, back up to the upside as SIVB still halted, guys. If you're coming here to find out like what's up with that, I wish we could tell you, but there's nothing, and we're just going to wait to see what happens. Meta, we just got our reload, but again, we're waiting for a little bit higher than that. I just gave you where some of the outs are, but maybe we're retracing back now, back up to the upside. So Meta's back in there. We're waiting for a 182 short for Meta. If that comes in, we have our outs 20, 30 cents higher. That's what we're doing for everything. So when you're going to see me in a position, so here goes Apple again. We're waiting for 150.30 on Apple, which has come right back in as well. And you know we're light on these positions, which is allowing us to average in right now. So that's sort of what I'm playing with now on this. So we're going to have to wait though. Apple trying to go back up, Meta going back up as well. So we're waiting for a better average price on a lot of these names, but we're still staying net short. But look at the NASDAQ. Net short might be squashed because we're just about to take. We went all the way down to 11,875. We're heading back up to 12,000. Let's see what we do right now at this 50 period as we've averaged into a couple shorts. And we have Brendan over at the desk.
Hey guys, yeah, crazy morning. I was mentioning when we looked at this the last time, changing in real time. Here's a live look at the CME Fed Funds tool. Now 72%. Pointing towards a quarter-point hike to come on the 22nd. This was exactly the opposite just 24 hours ago. A lot has changed, obviously, since then. All about these regional banks to the downside this morning. Overall, market moves muted. 0.3 for the S&P. The Dow exactly flat, coming off of the non-farm payrolls number. Remember, we had jobs data this morning at 8:30 as well. That was more or less kind of canceling itself out. The NASDAQ Composite 100 on the way to the downside as well. 0.6, 0.38 right now. But this is where most of these banks are housed within the Russell 2000, 1,000, and 3,000 here. So 1, 2, and 3%. 2% already for the Russell 2000 to the downside. If you were with us in the pre-market, yeah, no update yet on SIVB. The latest, David Faber from CNBC saying the attempts to find a buyer or the withdrawals coming out of the bank are outpacing the attempts to find a buyer. So they could possibly end up without a buyer. So no resumption time. Remember, on a news halt, there doesn't have to be a resumption time for this stock. SIVB still halted. Meta dead flat off that interesting story, as we said, with a Twitter-like platform possibly to come.
You say. All right, so we just got out of some Meta there. We'll just talk about it because we're on it. We also got out of some Apple as well, and I'm just adjusting some of the stop orders that we have here because we did get some out of those shorts, but now the market's trying to go back upside again now as well. So there's some outs. We may get stopped out on Meta, 182.50 I think it was on Meta, so we'll see if that gets stopped out. Maybe even sooner rather than later, but it just dropped down right there. So we were short. That was a small one, but we got a lot of short there at 182, and then we got some out in the 60s there. As we're right now, that was just 1-to-1. We were thinking that it was going to drop a little bit more, but again, there it goes. there goes Apple. Oh, sorry, Meta. So we just got out now on Meta. I guess we weren't waiting for 182.50, but I feel like I don't have my stop orders in on the right spots, but that's okay. The fact that we got stopped out is fine. We got stopped out on Meta there, trying to go short a real tight one now as the market's just trying to figure out what it wants to do. I don't know if this is the right time to get involved too much now with positions, but oh man, that Meta 182.50, maybe that is the one. Let's try one more time there. This is not, I'm not revenge trading it. I just wonder if we had the wrong stop there on Meta. So 182.50 now our stop as we're back into the short for Meta.
So FRC just went open again. I re-entered into KRE to the short side, but then when this opened higher and went to a halt band, I just punched out right away for like 10 cents worth of a hit. This is what I was watching when I did it. It got through like 62, went to 65. I'm like, nah, I don't want to be short that ETF anymore. Halting at 66.06. So you have a wipeout bottom on FRC here, and now liquidity is starting to come back in. So you now 2 halts to the upside. When it goes into a halt state, I'm always looking for a mean reversion play. So whether that's going to be 70, 75, 80, I really don't know. It's just a matter of where it's going to be. It is running right now. There are still some names out there that could come into pockets that I like. If we're beneath 12,000, I want to be patient. Like 56 on Coinbase I still like as I look up. NVIDIA, it's beneath 235, so 233 still makes some sense on NVIDIA, but this is where you want to get patient. I'm actually flat for like the second time in the last 10 minutes, guys. And Lunar. LUNR. I knew I was forgetting something. LUNR did make a little bit of a pullback off that 20 level. So if you're looking to play this, you kind of would have expected that double top at 20 to give you the dip.
Wow,
there's that dip. Let's see if 17 makes a lot of sense, right? Like if it bounces anywhere off that level, I think you can catch a good bit of sideways action, play the long into the 20 level instead of necessarily having that breakout. Now, breakouts can be good, but if you can dip buy into them, they're better.
Yeah, Meta just broke again, so I think that we're just playing back and forth here for no reason on this name. The one that is working is the short for Apple right now, but this looks like this could take out the top as well. We just reversed into a long now for Meta. If we can't beat them, let's just join them to the long side now. So there it is, 182.50. We're long Meta. We just took a piece out at 183. Like, look how easy that was to make 50 cents. Maybe we can get back upside and then continue its march higher as Meta turns positive. The market is kind of just hovering around, doesn't know what it wants to do, to be honest with you. But we flipped over to the long, so that's going to be good for us, hopefully. As Meta trying to go, we're going to go long against this 182 again. If that level, just a 50 period, the 200 period on a 1 minute chart. So let's see if it wants to continue to work to the upside goes Meta right now. We are long and only in the money 40 cents, but let's see if it wants to get a little bit higher through 183. 184. I mean, there's some key levels up here, so here we go. Look how easy that is to catch it the other way, guys.
Yeah, and that's the thing. Like, the market is going absolutely nuts. I just want to make sure I'm trading at levels that I like. Whoops, I forgot to cancel my docu. $10 higher or $5 higher. This is a weak name. So I was looking for something that's at a price level that's worth engaging. DocuSign trying to get to 53. That was kind of like these bottoms here. It's down. They missed. 20% to the downside. I know some things are looking strong, but this is actually at a price level where I want to engage with. So I'm going to try and get some DocuSign in here. If we're beneath 12,000, then I kind of want to look for what's a weak name, what's at a level that I think is resistance, what can be shorted. If you're watching Lunar, it didn't get to 17, it just bounced off 18. So no long in Lunar for me yet. I don't mind the 18 level. I want longs before 20. It might have to be 18 instead of 17. I'll cross that bridge when we get to it, though.
Oh, man, to have known that Meta was a long at the levels that I was going short would have been nice. But look at Meta now. Like, now we're $1 in the money. We better take something out here on Meta as it's continuing to make a move higher right there. We're kind of not doing anything now because it looks like Apple there we go. Yes, sir. Wow, we just got $1.20 right there on Meta. That's the money fill right there for Meta, the long coming into play. And it looks like the reason why I'm talking about Apple right now, looks like Apple wants, there we go. We'll take a little piece out on Apple as it fades back in a little bit, just bouncing off that 150 area. But yeah, we don't, this name looks like it's going to break as well. We are upside on a lot of these names. So let's just continue with sort of that rhetoric by going with the market. So there's Apple right now. We're still short. This is a lot weaker than obviously than Meta. What a good out on Meta that was, 183.70. Like, it just dropped $1 off that. So like, I don't know, man. This is This Neil is very volatile today. As there goes Apple back down, there goes Meta back down. This is wild. Like, I'm losing my mind here trying to figure out what the right way to go is. So let's just be patient, take a step back. It's only 10:08 right now. Yeah, JP Morgan winds up, just keeps on going to the upside here. 132 is what we're bouncing off of on JPM.
Yeah, the banks definitely made their bid. Now, I said everybody in this, well, not on the floor, but everybody sort of in our circle in the show was kind of in agreement on Coinbase needing to be lower. So I did get the last short out. And it broke VWAP. I don't mind it. I think I probably started it too early. But this is now back in the pocket where we liked it originally, like the original short that we trailed to 52. So we're at 54.5 or so. Well, I got 34, so it's not the greatest price in the world on the way back down. But I want this in around that 55 level so I can give it some room. We'll see if we can't get some more. I just got some docu. FRC is going to open, if it's going to open in a few seconds, if it's a 5-minute halt. If it doesn't open now, then it's a 10-minute halt. Watch out. I really just want a mean reversion. At some point, I think it stops halting to the upside and finds a bit of a level. I want to scalp that first move. So we'll see what happens there. I'm going to add to, not there. You want 70s, Neil. You want 70s. I want 70s. That's where I'm going to add in Coinbase. Want to make sure we're getting ourselves a good price. And where are you, Lunar? So Lunar's back to 18. Okay, it's still bouncing 18s. It looks like 17 probably not going to be in play. I think maybe I'll go for the VWAP. Play 18. Go for VWAP here, maybe give it to 17.5. There's room to $20 anyway, so there's plenty of room for this to still give you that bounce to the upside. It's starting to consolidate here, so I'll start at 18 even, give it some room just a bit underneath that. And I guess nope. I was about to say it's a 10-minute halt on FRC. It's open now. So FRC's back open. Yeah, it's still going to the upside. Ugh. Come on, give me a break.
Do we want to get long today or what?
This is in the zone. This is now in the zone. 75 to 80, this is where you would think, after successive halts, this is one of those relief rallies to the upside, and I think that 80 level could be big, but it has to stop halting and give you a consolidation first. Brendo?
Just a few more things coming across here. SIVB has told staff to work from home until further notice. They've also told staff there are conversations to determine next steps for the bank. So a few more things coming across there, guys, for SIVB.
Another halt.
For FRC?
Yeah, it's halted again.
Okay, we're going to go, I look back and I say, like, AMD, I wrote down SIVB, I know what it is.
We know.
Right here, so AMD right here, I had written down 82 long. And yeah, if we just closed our eyes and took it, we'd be in the money about $1.50. But we're just shorting it now. We just hit 84 there. I'm going to go short until we break. What am I short at? 40s? That's okay. Well, we'll hold out on this one, see if it works. I was going to give it to like that. Yeah, let's give it to 84. Here comes AMD right back in, as well as Apple back in a little bit. Let's take advantage of this. If AMD, wow, we just dropped down, we didn't get anything out. So again, just like what Neil was saying, maybe talk less, trade more right now. So we're going to put, there it is, coming right back now. So let's put a bid out early here on AMD, see if we get something in the 20s. There it is. Just trying to take a little bit of profit on this move right now to the downside in this market. Let's take another piece out of AMD at 19 if we can get it. Coming down is Apple as well. Yes, Apple. Good trade here for Apple back downside as well.
Oh my God, Tesla 175.
Yeah, go ahead if there's anything you want to talk about.
Tesla 175 as well. So Tesla just wick topped at 175. You know, that's a setup I love. So you get that wick at 175, over under here. Gimme, always, never gets.
Yeah.
I'm sitting, there we go. Well, gimme never gets. Don't you know your manners yet is the way it goes. But it just wick topped. Breaking 75 even, and then sort of giving that over-under action, slamming back into the downside. So this is more of a scalp trade than anything else. I think VWAP is usually the target when I see this kind of a setup. It's a strong move to the upside. Holding above 75 gives you to 180 to be sure. FRC, I'm still glued to that. Looks like a flat open there. I'm hoping it gets to 80 because I think 80 is that level where you had all kinds of price acceptance, and that'd be a better level for it. So in a Tesla now, I don't want to add unless it needs to start showing me another rejection of that 175. So if it does that, then I would add to it. Otherwise, we're just going to hold these. Coinbase, I like DocuQ at this price. I like Tesla here, but more of a scalp trade on Tesla than anything else.
Yeah, we're just trying to get all lined up here and get into the right prices. So AMD we only got out at 30%. I'm gonna wait for something a little bit higher. Actually, you know what? We can just take a little bit more because we got out there. What are we short at 30? Let's take a little bit at 50, where we just went up to there on AMD right now.
I'll go to AMD for you.
Tesla's a good one right there. There's AMD at some point.
I typed
Brad,
AMC.
puff pass, bro. All right, thanks. There it is. See, when you say that, there's no problem. Prad's all over that one. Okay, so there it is right now. Whoopsies. Let's just continue to watch out what's happening. AMD, nice downside move right there. So, oh man, it just went to 10s again. All right, well, we got a fill, so that was all good down there on this fill, though. So that was 83.20. Nice downside move there to 83 right now. So we'll see what's going on with all this. Meta's $1.40 now in the money and really starting to rip to the upside. So our long ain't wrong. It's right now, Meta. But other than that, we're short Apple, which is printing right now, and we're short AMD. We're long AMD and we're short AMD, long Meta is what we're getting at.
I knew what you meant.
Yeah, but 184. So I'm pretty light on Meta. That's sort of what I was doing there. I'm more focused on Apple. Apple's my biggest position right now.
Yeah, and look, I see Lunar and it's there, but I just added Tesla, and you got to be able to prioritize. Like FRC is going to open up, I think, in a minute, and I want to be on that. So I might not grab that Lunar because if you take FRC, it's one thing to trade, scalp, have stops, but two things that are like movers and halters at the same time, I say is a no-go, and I consider both those in that bucket. So Lunar's in that halt bucket as far as I'm concerned. Tesla, I should have been taking the 174s. I just put that bid now because there's buyers at 174, and if it's going to be a scalp trade, then usually you're supposed to scalp. At least that's what I've been told.
Yeah,
and that's what I've heard.
Scalp it.
You can. So in that
overrated.
vein, I did add to Coinbase here because I got some of those. I like to call them money fills because I'm stealing that from Luca. So I grabbed some of those. I'm sorry, Luca here. I don't know where he is.
He's here.
But he calls it, and he's dead right about
Sesame
it.
Street Day, man.
When you have a price at 54.5 like this, as your line in the sand 55, the better fills are in that top of the range. But if I'm adding to it, then I'm going to scalp some out, then hold for beneath 54. So if we go Flush City, we got this. We got DocuSign. For those of you that are watching Lunar, yeah, oh God, it is. It is holding that 18, but the market's coming down here, so let's be a little bit cautious. Yeah, there's no need to pick that up just now because that's a big flush that just happened. I'd cancel bids because I was looking at something else, and I just might have got lucky. 17 was the level I preferred, and I think that might matter now.
All right, so we are getting Flush City right now on advanced micro devices. I mean, we only put on one trade on this one today, and we are short right now at 83.40. It's at 82.80, so we're making a little bit of that cash back right now. Apple also bearish. There it is. Right there is Apple starting to go back down to the downside as well. Yes, sir. Bring it down right now as Apple heading southbound for us, as is, of course, AMD. And by the way, we only have now 10% left of Meta because we did take that last out. We talked about that. That's sort of what I was fumbling with. Let's just get this over with right now because honestly, I'm not going to hit the Katrine one. This doesn't update for me, so I don't know how many. Let me just refresh this to see how many people are watching right now. Let's go.
45.
Over 9,000 watching right now with over 1.4K. So let's get this going, guys. I mean, hit the like button, hit the subscribe if you can. Let's do that right now. 1.4K. Let's go on that one and get that going now for everybody there. Hit that. Let's see if we can get up to 2K. We brought you the jobs number. We came on early. We have a monster tank right now in Apple brought to you by me. So let's see if where this goes now to the downside. And by the way, if you reloaded AMD, as well. Awesome trade for AMD. That's now 75 cents in the money. Let's put a piece out on that one. So far, so good here today. Tricky day a little bit as the longs were right there for a minute. Now the shorts came back and bearing their ugly head one more time. So there it is, man. There it is. Let's go. There's the short on AMD. We'll just take 80 cents in that. 80 cents in 10 minutes. We'll do that. And then Apple, same type of thing. We just got 149.60 there as we're sub 150 again on this guy.
So a few things here. DocuSign just rolled back to 51.5. So we take the first 80 cents there, or whatever the heck it worked out to be. You guys can kind of figure the math. Coinbase is now under VWAP. So I want to get some out in this channel here, 53.5, somewhere around there, and then see if it can't get down to 52. I'm expecting it might be a higher low on that. And then Tesla as well. So Tesla did just give some more money fills. I gave that last like over under. I did grab it, but if I'm doing that, I have to scalp some out. Tesla is definitely strong. So it's a little bit stronger than the rest. Everything kind of came downside, so I want to hold to some of these lows. But Tesla is actually testing back toward that high. Oh my goodness, while that was working, while those were working, FRC opened up. There's the wick. That's 80. Darn it,
Halt much?
I should be short this at like 78 off the 80 level.
Do you still like the short overall?
On this, I was looking for this
not on
channel
that,
here for the retracement, but I don't want to risk $5 on the trade. I don't want to do that. So I want to see it retest 80, fail at 80, and see if I can't get something that risks $1.50 to $2. That's the way I want to look at it.
All right. I'm trying to, maybe I'm getting a little bit too excited here. Oh, I'm already into Amazon. Okay. I was going to say, maybe I don't have the right pricing here on Amazon. All right. So we're short now on Amazon. I think I probably put a couple shares too many there, too early. All right. So I kind of wanted this. Just let's zoom back out a little bit so we can all see it. So you're right here at the 200 period. So that's 55. So I put them on at 41 against that. But that high where I'm going to get stopped out is 80. So maybe we're in this a little bit too early for Amazon, but whatever, man. Hopefully, it's falling right now. Let's take a piece out on this if we can. We'll take a 30, and then we'll wait. We just get a 26 there. No, we missed that. So we'll take a little bit out, but we're going to try to watch this Amazon trade there. We're 70 cents in the money on AMD, 55 cents in the money on Apple, and then now Amazon flat. Although we just took 12 cents. Okay, there we go. We just got 26 as well. So, all right, Amazon, we're in this name and we're watching it. So Amazon short side right now against 92.80. So we're short at 40s. It's a starter position. We want to get a little bit more, but if we're going to go 1-to-1, that brings us right down into the 50 period. So that's good. So that's 92.10. We're almost there now. Let's just put a bid at 16, take it. Here we go, flush Amazon. Wow, this is a good trade for me right here on this short for Amazon. There it is. Yes, sir. Yes. Awesome. Maybe it's Ali G right now today as we're going to go wicked right now for some Ali G going through there. So nice trade there on Amazon. But we need it to get a little higher so I can reload it.
Yeah, so that just, I guess, got so fortunate there. That was perfect. I will take a coffee.
Or I'll tell Randy.
It may not go to the gates of hell, but remember I was sort of just saying there, it doesn't even, I almost don't care what happens with the last of this because I'm going for essentially like that. It's that like line in the sand, like just give me the home run at this particular point. But I wanted that closer and tighter to 80, that short. I was able to get it, 78, 87 here. And then once I got to fill it, it already played down to 75. There it is. Yeah, we're not going to get the home run on it. It is what it is. We're out. So I took out 80% of it for that little bit of a flush. It worked pretty well. And then it just takes out the 80. But I only wanted it short off that 80. So once you're able to get like 79s, that works. Because it plays back, gives you 75, and then breaks 80 to the top side. So if you shorted it at 76 or 77, you just got destroyed because it didn't fall far enough. It's in that upward channel. I only wanted to play off the halt and then work off the halt price. So it's about structure of trades, guys. At the end of the day, that's what allows you to ring the register and sort of make that cash. I would have loved that bottom. I hope somebody caught that 50 break on the bottom because, quite frankly, I got myself distracted with other names when it happened, and those are absolute money. I will never forget when it happened on GameStop. That was pretty amazing. We did like a multiple halts to the downside, and I just took costs instead because costs kind of, after GameStop went, costs hadn't gone anywhere, so you could still punch costs long. Sometimes the market works like that, and it's fantastic. Tesla's at VWAP, and if it does hold VWAP, then I'll get out of it. This is 172. A bounce off 172. I get out. It's 250 in the money. DocuSign made another move to the downside there. So it's going away from that FRC for a quick second and back over to Docu, one of the names that I am still in. Still kind of test that low. I want to get out some more in front of 51. As a matter of fact, it's slowing down now. So I'll grab that out now as it heads to the downside. I've already managed to scalp some Coinbase out, so that's at 53.5. Let's see if we can continue the moves down. So 3 shorts, all working. Managed to catch FRC as well, so we can take a sip of the coffee.
Yes, sir. All right, cheers to a good day.
Well, this is kind of full, so careful.
Yeah, we both got it. Cheers, Randy. Get over here. Let's
cheers,
I know
Randy.
That's Brendan's. Let's just cheers here. And then thank you so much, Randy, for that.
You can't cheers someone else's.
And then we'll go. We'll wait for that to get Brendan, then we'll do a cheers with Brendo as well.
See, that's really hot because it just came out of the...
Thank you so much, Randy, for that. All right, 3 pip time.
Huh? Oh.
All right. So, Luke, thanks, Brendo, for all the reporting and all the hard work that you continue to do for us. And thanks to everybody out there that's watching us. Salute.
Busy morning.
out
Great
there.
job, guys.
Ooh, that's hot. Woo! All right. Yeah,
Only
man, I'm
drink your
sure
coffee.
glad that he put some spice in that for me. No, just joking. There's nothing in there other than
Although-
Drambuie. Okay, so nice little move to the downside there. Get some Baileys in your coffee right now, because if you're on Amazon, spin it. Wow, we just put this short on. We just put this on at 92.40, and I was like, maybe I'm starting this a bit early. Yeah, not. Nice trade there for Amazon. Let's just see if it continues to work here as we're going to the downside now for AMZN. And by the way, we just took it again.
Awesome.
$1 on AMD. What do we have on Apple?
Awesome.
$1 on that one, as it's been a good day so far here. Apple still falling down. Wow, Apple, you are collapsing in again. Let's just see how far we go, man. What a great day. My net has been like crazy roller coaster. Look at Amazon absolutely collapsing. This is what dreams are made of here today. I mean, if you were able to be patient enough at the bottom, you got some great bottom takes, right? That Meta 180, you had some great shorting opportunities. Neil's been on Tesla. The banks have been insane. It's too bad that JP Morgan, like our day would have been insane if JP Morgan just kept going the right way, but instead it goes upside. For my portfolio, bueno, but for my day trading, not so much. We are back long into Meta, by the way. And again, there's that 182 level. Let's see if Meta wants to hold it. But we just cleaned out on Amazon on all of this. So let's go over to Brendan and get another update.
Hey guys, pretty quiet so far as small caps are concerned, and we're talking about the teeny tiny little ones, not the regional banks at this point, but we could be looking at some of those, although a lot of them are going to be in the mid cap range, so it's above that kind of 2 billion through 8 billion, if you want, kind of range for these regional banks. Anyways, here's Silvergate back on this list once again this morning, trying to bounce, or at least it did try to bounce there right out of the gate. This is a 5-minute chart, or 10-minute chart, I should say. Gapped up through 340, failed miserably, right back to the downside where we ended yesterday for SI. UNCY, the other one, having a third day in a row to the upside. Had a nice note on a kidney disease treatment they're working on going back to 3 days ago, or 2 days ago for UNCY. So nice look, back to 240 here. Daily chart is in great shape for this one, guys. Relatively low float on this as well. That's why it's been holding up, I think, a little bit better than the rest. Just seeing SSYS popping up as well. So tons of opportunities so far. Back over to you.
Like, and there's a couple of halts. So SIVB is still halted. I think someone was asking in the chat, like, what's going on there? Still halted. We have some weird, like, kind of deep prints. There's all kinds of deep prints that have been going off. So, like, our charts paint them. Those are just, like, dark pool prints, obviously. So, you know, when those happen, they can kind of paint your chart and nothing's really going on in this name. Unfortunately, that's just, it's really annoying because I know it's very misleading. NVIDIA, I haven't made a single trade in NVIDIA today, despite the fact that I like the short. Maybe if it gets back to like 232 and we're under 12,000 in the NASDAQ, I would go back to it, but I'm not really seeing anything that stands out for now. That I just typed FCR. That FRC, so it looks like, so it halted again to the upside and reopened and is holding around that 80 area. If you look at where this whole mess started for FRC, it was right at about, I want to say it was right at about 84, 85 when it really rolled over, and then pop over to like the daily chart here, like, and just to do some like kind of like rough math, you'd say like 100 banking down to like 45. I mean, you can kind of do like the math and say it might catch a bid in that halfway zone if it makes another flush. So I could see 75 being some kind of a base of operations for the stock. It would need to break 75 before I would think about maybe re-entering some kind of a short position, unless it goes to like 100.
I always like out of the corner of my ear here, I hear from the professor, nice job on Meta. So that's good, man. There it is right there. Thanks, Professor, for that. There's Meta right now starting to go back up to the upside. So we just took a piece out at 75. So we'll just always do that, man. Whenever we get a 75 print, we'll likely take that out pretty much every time. You know, just regardless of the day, I trade around those even numbers and stuff. So most of you would know that by now. So that's just something that I'm looking to do every day pretty much in this market. market is just trade off some of those key levels. So there it is. Who knows where this is going to go? We still are net short. And just like key levels, I just got filled on Amazon there at O's. So Amazon broke above O's, and I actually had an order to take that fill. So I was just sort of talking about it, and it just came through. So there you go, man. We do as we preach. We taking out names at key levels right there. AMD, I'm going to hold on to this one. We're actually out of the majority of this trade. It just bounced off 82, so that's why we targeted that to get out there on 82 for AMD. But, you know, it bounced off 82.30. 82 was a key level that we were talking about going long. So I'd like to see if that breaks a little bit lower. So that's what we're doing right now to the downside for AMD. Amazon, okay, now we're breaking even lower. I mean, okay, Amazon, I see you. All right, we'll take 80 cents or whatever that is on Amazon right there. Sorry, 60 cents on that as it's pulling back in right now off that level. And then Apple, man, you are the apple of my eye right now, coming back in right now to this 149.50 area. I think that, you know, this bottom right there, 27, let's just take a piece out. This is the best part about being able to take shares on stock is that, you know, you can get them out when you do need to. So right now I feel like we do need to do that. There's Meta breaking again back down. So that's a small hit. That's not even a hit actually. Out there at 50, out at 75, and then the break lower. The market's breaking lower right now. I think we'll just hold on to Apple. But why not, man? 149.28. Let's just put a bit. Well, you know what? Let's hold on. We're below the 50 period. Let's hold. Let's see if we get a nice winner here.
Thank you, Brandon C. Well, thank you, kind of. Thank you for the super chat. Appreciate it. Thank you for coin. My wife puts pineapple on her pizza. It's all good. It's all good. You know, it's perfect. You never want to have
whatever your wife wants, bro.
Yeah, it's happy wife, happy life, and that's what it's all about. So I'm not going to say anything. I'm not going to say anything bad. You know what? Usually I would have a comment to make about it, but I'm going to leave that one alone. So look, I want to be net short. It wouldn't have mattered what happened to those regionals. Or look, it's a lot of this. Coinbase breaking this level, like breaking $60 under the 200 period, even taking out now that 55. Like to me, I just want to be short beneath it. This trend is broken. Like you can draw the wedge all you want, whatever. Let's just do this. I'm holding on to the shorts at this point. So you draw your wedge however you want. It doesn't really make a difference. But once you break down here, like forget about it, man. This is to me, let's see if it can't just start trending to the downside and then worry about everything after. Look for short re-entries. Look to be able to hold it where you can. FRC is going crazy. However, it's at a range right now where I think, oh my goodness, that might have been just a bit of a, is that a curl? This might be trying to, look at what's going on. This might be a time to make a shot for this to dump again. I thought it would go to 85, but yeah, that just did another failure of the break. The high, and looks like it might be threatening a little bit of a dump fill here. I'm going to be patient with this. I don't think you have to be too crazy with it. And what's with Intel? I don't know. I'm not even looking at Intel today. But should I be? Intel's up 2%. Let me try to defensive name, I guess. Let's go to Brendo for the crypto segment and figure out why Intel's at the high of the day.
Hey guys, yeah, turning into a pretty ugly day here for cryptocurrencies. Once again, back to the downside we go on the 24-hour clock. Saw this note this morning and thought, wow. Biggest purchase of the year so far coming through in ARK's account over the past couple of days, picking up $22 million worth of Coinbase, has Kathy Wood over the past couple of days. Wow. She still believes. Ethereum trying to hold on to 1,400 here in a big way. It's been bouncing around all morning. We get down to 1,365 at the low there, but currently trying to hold again 1,400. Big level for ETH. 19,884 currently for Bitcoin. Meanwhile, look at the dollar. This is a daily chart. DXY absolutely off a cliff today. Here's 8.5% now in the 24-hour period for BTC. Same story, 8.6 for Ethereum, 1,400 as I mentioned. Trying to hold everything else pretty ugly as well. Dogecoin faring the worst. 10% for Doge, 5.6 right now for Solana, guys. Ugly to end the week.
Yeah, so look, Intel's up, but it's actually at that 27. It's a little different from yesterday, as you guys can tell. But I do have 90s short. I think given the strength of this move, it probably needs to break the high and then reverse. And look, if the market gets through 12,000, maybe it does, maybe it doesn't. If you weren't watching yesterday, the reason I was all over the short here in Intel was the last time we got to this price, you can see on the downward spin, like you had a huge rejection. Now you got a double top forming. I think it needs to break the level. So that's what I'm going to go with. I don't want to be in a full position unless it breaks 27 and gets back underneath. So that's what I'm going to work with here. Tesla, did I reload it? No, I haven't reloaded Tesla yet. Why not? Because it hasn't filled. No, it hasn't really filled. So it's retesting that top. I'll go one more time here, but third time is either a charm or it's not. Tesla is stronger than everything else that I'm in. Intel is more of a, I just like the level. But the other two, DocuSign and Coin, are definitely weaker names. But Tesla breaks, and I'm going to get out of Dodge on that one. Just going back over to Lunar, I don't mean to be ignoring this stock, but I did miss that 17 fill. So that's kind of, that is the level. Like long was off 17. There you go. Hope you got it. Congratulations if you did. Now you're looking for VWAP here in a higher low with 18. But I didn't grab 17, so there's really not much for me to say here. You'd see it long if I had it. But congrats if you got it, guys.
All right. Yeah, I'm still waiting. I don't know if it's going to work out or not, but I mean, I'm just waiting here for our friend Amazon. Am I on Amazon? Yeah, okay, so good. I want to talk about that real quick, as now it's fading out, so I don't know if it's going to matter. But I was very close to reloading that, but I was just going to wait for the 50 period here like we did last time and then give it to that 80. So remember what we talked about here? This was about 40 cents worth of risk. We calculated it. We took out a little bit more than that on the bottom here, but once it went into 92, which gave us that 40 cents, that was where a lot of our outs were. So we went 2-to-1, 3-to-1. Actually, just most 2-to-1 was our best fill down there, risk to reward. So we'll try to do that again, as it's been a good trade for us here, holding on to this Amazon short. And I just did want to talk about, did I just get that Apple fill or no? No, I did not. So I put a bid here at 41 right now for Apple. I was waiting a little bit lower into the 30s, but honestly, with the amount of fills and the way this market's moving today, I feel like we're going to get it no matter what anyways. So, well, maybe we won't, but let's go. I just went up to 40 here. I don't care too much about the individual pennies when we're talking about those in this kind of a market, because we've seen Meta flush, rip down like $2 in a couple minutes. This market still has to figure out what it wants to do. And right now, I'm not sure it knows. So we'll sit here and be pretty patient with this heading into what is going to be, you know, is there anything else coming today? I mean, it's Friday. You know, we have this number came out, and it's really just been sort of barcoding here a little bit. There's been, you know, ebbs and flows in this market, but right now, Free Fall Friday, is it still intact? We're above the 50 period right now, and the longs look to be a little bit better. So, hey, man, maybe we do have a little bit of a long trade developing here today.
And I just scalped like Tesla broke that high, so it channeled. It's the strongest one of the bunch. Well, I mean, Intel's obviously strong, but I kind of went over the reasons I like the short here. But it reversed. I scalped it out instantly. You still have like 176. This is where we flushed in the morning, so I would expect maybe that's a little bit of resistance. I could end up regretting that, because sometimes a big level like this, stair-stepping to the upside, that's a reverse that you can hold all day long. I think this is the one that is trending to the upside that I want to start looking for only longs in now. It felt like that was going to be the case. I think it absolutely is the case right now. They're just going absolutely nuts. And yeah, like this is Friday too, right?
That's the thing.
Like you gotta, I'm like, oh yeah, it's options expiration today as well. So you start thinking about the ramifications of this.
Neil.
This getting back over 175 is not a joke. So like maybe I want to be thinking about, if it holds 175 in this next bounce and then takes out the top again, I'll probably go long breakout. So let's look for the dip. If it holds 75 and we're showing bid above there, you probably have yourself a little bit of a breakout potential on Tesla. And then 180 is the next level up. DocuSign, I'm probably going to rinse and repeat here. I've made this mistake so many times, and you guys have seen me do this. It's like, okay. So it gets to VWAP. There it is. So I just got the fill, kind of let it get to VWAP, start to curl, get the short, and then start explaining. You guys kind of can figure it out, right? It's trending to the downside. I like this trail. However, you have a double bottom at 51. If it bounces there again, I don't think I want to short VWAP like a third, fourth, fifth time if the market is still upside, especially if it's over that 12,000, which it has not broken just yet. Market's still beneath that 12,000, but it's about to test it, I think, in the next few minutes.
Yeah, we are. I just want to talk about Amazon here because we almost, it started to work for us and now it's not really. So we're going to have to wait to see what Amazon wants to do. We're going against that 80 level. It just dipped down and put us into the 40s there, but we didn't have a bid out. So we're going to put a bid now. It just dipped down into 46 right now for Amazon, and we didn't get any of that fill. So that's not good. So here it comes right now again. Let's just put a bid out. There it is. So we got a 43 there for Amazon, and let's just see if it continues to want to work here for AMZN to the downside. So there's one fill. We'll get it. We'll take a little bit more on that if it comes back up to 60, but let's just hold out right now. The market's still here. Amazon's right back to some of these levels. We've seen it crash in before. So for me, this risk profile is fine here for Amazon. What are we short? We're short at 55. Let's put another thing low 40s right now just because we bounced off there twice. There it is. Yes, sir. Okay, so there it is. Here's the flush, hopefully for Amazon. We are going to watch out for this 92.12. Remember, we're short here at 60. Our out is 80. We're already 20 cents in the money on this trade. So, you know, take that consideration when you're trading these names, right? Like, you got to go 1-to-1 a little bit, and there's absolutely nothing wrong with scalping some of this trade out, especially on a day like today. You don't need to see. There it goes. You don't need to hold for these like hero moves. So here we go, right back upside again. We just shorted again, but this time I'm not sure. We are lighter on this trade than we were the first time. So we're going to watch out for this trade here on Amazon.
And, you know, I don't see nothing wrong with a little scalp and fade.
Little scalp and grind?
Scalp and grind? I don't know.
I think that's
it's hilarious because like yesterday I was making a joke about, we were talking about
2 days ago.
Was it 2 days ago? And we were going over like a certain
retail,
a certain Cosby thing, and then there was the Dix one, and then now I'm
look
like
at Amazon.
Now
by
I'm like
the way.
R. Kelly. It's like, oh goodness, Neil, can you stay on something that's not ridiculous? Docu already at 52, so this is already starting to work into the downside. We like that short. We're going to continue to work with that short. Tesla now starting to come back in. It needs to hold 175 above there. I think it's going to be absolute gold. But Intel,
Amazon.
Intel's now through that top. It's testing above that 27. Here it is. If it fails 27, this is where we get a full position. But if it does take out that 5, I'll be looking for something else. Because sometimes the defensive names, you know what? They cut their dividend, and I don't think it's as defensive a name as it was before. But clearly the market's saying otherwise here. But their dividend isn't the story anymore. So I don't think it should be this strong, but it is anyways, guys. That's all it's about. So DocuCoin's still good, but Intel's probably going to have to come out.
Yeah, the market don't care what we think, unfortunately. It's just, we got to react. The market, the only boss I have is, well, my 2 kids, 3 kids. Well, Baxter's not really my boss. My mother, well, because when you're that old, 21, 22 years old, yeah,
that's what I'm saying.
Yeah, it's more the little guys.
He's
there.
a man now.
Yeah, so he does his own stuff. And my mother, my father, my two little ones, and then the wife is the queen. So that's what that is right there. All right, so Amazon, we just got some more outs down there on the low side, 92.35. So there it is, man. We just keep on doing this. They're 1-to-1 every single time down here as risk to reward. So if you're wondering why I keep saying that, that's what I'm referring to. Right, the risk and reward on this. So I'm not taking it anymore. It keeps on bouncing up here, but now we just want to hold. I don't have any more bids for Amazon until we get into the teens right here. So if we come back in, great. If not, we know where our stop out is. It's right here on Amazon, 92.80. But we've just been scalping it back and forth and around right now on that name. So let's just hold it. Apple, it went back to 150. I chose Amazon to short. This is equally as impressive possibly there for Apple on that 150 short. I'm just going to hold Amazon and see if we get where we want this downside move. If the market continues to fail, here it is again right now, man. Wow, this has been a great move today for us. I hope you're enjoying the show because it's a good thing when I go for the physicals. I have no issues. Like, I have no heart issues, nothing, cholesterol, everything is all good because this market today is a heart attack waiting to happen. But right now we say, let's go Amazon, coming back. Let's go. Give me that fill at 15. Bang, right there. This is what we're talking about. Nice fill on Amazon. I hope you have this with us, man. This is the trade. We just gave this to you. Hopefully the guys behind have this as well. It's Amazon on that beautiful short. Hey, man, we only took it 3 times. Let's go back over to the desk with Brendan.
Hey guys, all about one group on this board so far today. Pretty red board across the entire thing. 0.6 right now for the S&P, but everyone obviously focused on the banks, financials as a whole, but the individual banks really jumping off this page. FRC 19%. There's the SBNY 12% to the downside. TFC another one. Not as correlated, but 5.25 anyways. The only reason SIVB is not on here is because it is currently halted. So that's why you're not seeing it on here, but it doesn't need to be because it's already a bit of a mess. Diversified financials down big time as well, including Schwab, DFS, RJF, IVZ, to name a few. TRV won in the insurance group to the upside today, but that's it. Tech, pretty much the entire group red. Guys were just mentioning Intel there, standing out as positive on the day. There's one down here as well. What is that? Oh, IBM is positive on the day, 0.4. For IBM. Everything else pretty ugly, though. Bit of a mixed story as far as healthcare stocks are concerned. You can see a lot of green inside the pharmaceutical group. Equipment makers, though, pretty much red right across the entire thing. And Newmont standing out as positive in the materials group. Rest of it red. Same story for energy stocks, communication, and utilities, offsetting what little positivity there is, guys. But all about, yeah, regional banks. Wow, 20% for FRC still. Back over to you.
Yeah, that FRC, it did roll over. Like, we put our attention back over to DOCU and kind of Tesla at that moment. But yeah, this is now really starting to roll over again. Just watch out for some halts. Like, if you're trading this name, just know, like, it hasn't halted in a while, but that can change, you know, in an absolute heartbeat. But, you know, you have to trade very cautiously. Like, find a setup. I like the setups off halts when a stock is moving. So the next time it halts to the downside, I want to set it up there. Just risk reward. I did get some DOCU. It's kind of hugging VWAP a little tighter there, but when it goes the first 50 pennies, I'm taking it, especially with $1.50. The range for the bottom is $1.50. So I think every 50 cents is the decision point on that stock. I'm just checking back on Intel, still at the high of the day. NVIDIA looks like it's got new resistance. I still haven't traded that name, but hey, it looks like 232 something on NVIDIA here. Okay, let's saddle up. 232. You're getting a nice wedge forming. It could easily break out from there, but I like that resistance. And shout out to the ye old Dan Emmons level, because what's happening on the NASDAQ, it's going into that 11,960, failing to 12,000, and then back underneath. So that is the best target area ever. Money fills and the futures are inside there, and then it's just retracing to the downside. So I like the short still. I really don't see a reason to get away from it. Just got to find my way and maybe some Intel there. And I have my eyes on, NVIDIA. I have my eyes on Intel. In case it rejects the top again, I will still look for a curl. And if you're watching Lunar, we're here for you on the small caps. The only reason I didn't have that 17 long is I was trading other things at the time. It still has a chance to break out that 20 top. I think VWAP's going to be an interesting buy. Consolidation off VWAP gives you 18 long into that 20 level, which could still be a double top break.
Yeah, no, we're here for all things, man. Small caps, regional banks, JP Morgan, Amazon, AMD, Apple. I mean, I'm in the three horsemen right now because it's A's right now. Amazon, short. Apple, short, dollar in the money. We actually just, yes, sir, we just got our fill right there. We'll go diamond hands a little bit for that fill. That was a pretty good fill there for me coming through there on Apple. And then AMD, also a dollar in the money and making a move back down. But it's really Amazon that I have to watch out for. That's starting to climb back aside a little bit right now as this whole market, Neil, is trying to go back a little bit. Right now it's 10:45. We are getting ready to throw it over. It's Sesame Street Day here at Trader TV Live, as these guys are going to be in their costumes and ready to rock and roll on that one. I don't know why Sweet doesn't have it on right now. There's only 15 minutes before that happens. And that should be a lot of fun. So I want to thank these guys for doing that. That's for sure. I did want to say something. Shout out to Bears vs. Bulls. He found, oh man, where is it? Here it is right here. He found our picture, Neil, of us. Oh, good. It's from me.
Yeah, he did.
Okay, good. It's from me. You tweeted it out. Okay, good. I was going to say, because I thought I did as well, but here it is from Neil. This is what Neil and I looked like here for Halloween. And I guess I was going to say, can anyone guess
that?
Can anyone guess what this is? But I'm thinking that's pretty easy to guess right now here. So there it is right there. Shout out to everybody who likes good movies. That's, of course, Pulp Fiction.
Great movies.
Right there. Yeah, why am I saying good movie? Great movie there. And that's what Neil and I were rocking. Sorry, right there on Halloween. So, of course, course, that's when we had much longer hair, both you and I. And I actually think you should regrow your facial hair.
Yeah, I mean, I
right
think
there
so
for
too.
that, so. Shout out to BVB there, Bears vs. Bulls. Thank you so much, my guy.
You know I can't, that's
for
why.
that. But right now we are just cruising now, and we're not even taking names today. We're just doing what we're doing. We're hitting these names of the short side. We're short Apple, AMD, and Amazon, and all of them are well in the money, and I think Amazon breaks lower. I don't want to get out of anything right now. We're below the 50 period. Let's see if this truly is a free fall Friday or not.
Yeah, exactly. Like if we never get back to 12,000, things can get very, very ugly for the rest of the day. Someone asked why I don't have FRC to the short side. I kind of went over that. Like I did like that level. I did make a nice little scalp trade in there. It didn't go home run for me. And then I was just looking at other things. I'm now back into Intel because that's starting to fail the top. As a matter of fact, I just tried to get more shares. Let's see if I can't get some more twos there. But look, if this bounces back off of VWAP, then suddenly it isn't a free fall. Like I want this free falling again. Otherwise, I think it's too dangerous to scalp unless it's off a halt trade. So I'm kind of backing away from the scalp trading this unless I see it to go into some kind of a halt. That's the way I want to play it. Brendo.
I just saw this note on Tesla, guys. It's worth noting if you go out to a chart that you can see both yesterday and today, higher than normal volume here, relative volume higher on the day specifically, but around the open, there was a ton of volume that went off on Tesla, not really doing much, but they've won a license to operate their charging network in Turkey as well. So minor note, but positive for Tesla.
All right,
me
and Neil just talking about how frustrating some of these trades can be because, like, you know, we looked at these levels, FRC, JP Morgan, here's Tesla again. Like, there's so many different names. Like, yesterday we saw Tesla start to run, and here today again off that. I mean, you're going to bottom pick all of these names today. There's always going to be levels that came and went, but Tesla on a 3-minute chart here, that I still think like this level right there, 171.50. I know we're at 174 now, but that could be something, that little break level from yesterday's close, 171.50, 172 for maybe some support here on Tesla. So that would be something that I would look at right there. I said I would hold Amazon all day, but like when I start to see it really bouncing off VWAP, I say to myself, like, why am I even drawing these lines? Well, I'm not drawing them, but why do I have them out here as the chart is drawing the lines? So right now we're gonna wait to see what happens now with Amazon. Yeah, no, I get it. I'm still bearish, my guy. Don't worry about that.
I'm just pointing it out.
But there you go. I'll just say, okay, fine. I'll have a third left, and I will try to hold this for the rest of the day, okay? So how does that sound here on Amazon? We just took another piece at 92, so now we can hold it. I'm a little happier now.
I'm a little happier because Intel's going down. No, okay, that's not really true. It makes a little more sense now that Intel's retracing back into VWAP. But I was just being facetious with that one. Oh, he's not there.
Good word.
Shoot. Sharif just got up. I'm probably to put the costume
Sharif is getting on. His costume, baby.
I only said facetious because the professor will be around there, and I'm stealing his thing. I steal everything from those two guys, which is using school words.
No, you don't. Do you?
But yeah, you got to stay. If we think it's bearish, and that's what the move should be, and the trend is still to the downside. Sorry, I have my black chart up because it's easier for me to do that while still staying on Intel. So we have that. We have our lines in 1196. If we're still trending into the downside, you want to make sure you're holding. Anything that comes back in for a refill or it's at a valid level, you want to grab. Coin is breaking down, but the problem with Coinbase for me is like I didn't get anything. I was trading the DocuSign VWAP, but it was Coinbase 55 that I was working off of all morning, and that's what's worked, 55. So I didn't trade VWAP in there, so I haven't added back into this. So no decision till 52. Once we crack this, I think I'm thinking about probably VWAP retracements again. I think I got to go back to the well for some VWAP retracements on this bad boy. It feels like it's going to be in play. So FRC, I'm still watching it. We have the 3 shorts that we like. I don't know what's going on with our Lunar. That's a small cap. Oh, this could break out. Yeah. I spent all morning saying I didn't want to break out 20. I wanted to dip buy. I'm going to stick with it. I'm not taking a breakout. I didn't get the dip buy, so I'm not going to chase it, guys. We'll see if we get resistance on the market low of the day. Diamond Realty of Miami. I see you guys in there. And yeah, I mean, a lot of people might have missed that Coinbase. Maybe we'll get another crack at this. You know what? We're going to get another crack at this because Coinbase, since it broke, like this is just going to be a trending to the short. So, I mean, you can, even if you don't have it today, I feel like this could easily just trend for the next week or so. Oh, wait a minute. We'll go to Brennan, but that does mean I'm going to miss it because I'm not here next week. So have fun shorting Coinbase next week, everybody. Let's go to Brendo.
Hey guys, crazy moves for currency markets today, as well as we've been saying the DXY in free fall mode after that jobs report this morning. Remember, it was the unemployment rate that kind of showed maybe finally we're ticking in the right direction here, going up 0.2% instead of to the downside, as we've been seeing month over month over month. So here's the dollar down 1.14 right now. Percent, 104.1 as well, trying to hold on to long-term levels here on the daily chart, but that's a huge move to the downside in a single day. For the DXY, that means everything else going to be higher, including the euro up a full percent, only 0.2 here for the CAD, 72.5, 1.3 for the British pound, meanwhile, 120 again, easily retaken there, back to the upside, 1.25, 1.5, 108.78. For the Swiss franc in positive territory as well. New Zealand and Australia both having significant days back to the upside. Bitcoin, that's just keep in mind, that's a 12-hour period. So only since today, really, if you go out on a 12, oh, wow. Just seeing Sharif roll in his costume as well, so get ready for that. But if you go out, what I'm trying to say is if you go out on a 24-hour period, it's still around 7-8%. Big Bird is coming up here in about 10 minutes, guys. Back over to you.
Fine. He looks great. And I just told Sharif too, I put on the air conditioning.
Because it's going to get hot for those guys.
For my guys. So hopefully
look at what they do
it
for you.
doesn't get too hot. Take this opportunity
right
to
there.
like and subscribe to our YouTube channel. You won't be disappointed. There's lots of bangs. Yeah, there's lots of bangs today for sure. And again, another big shout out to everybody that's watching. Make sure you do hit that like and subscribe. We're going to have a great show coming up now. It's supposed to be beers, pizza. Luca told me that he's all over all that. So hopefully that comes through at some point. I'm here to help as well if we need anything. We all are. So again, just thank you to everybody for helping us with the show and continuing to support the show.
You guys are the best.
That means everything to us because without viewers, we don't have the show. So hit the like button, hit the subscribe button, and we're going to come back for you guys every day. But here comes Amazon right now. So I said I would hold it, and we did get out a piece, so I'm glad we did that. But now we have about 25% left of our initial position, and it's coming back to the upside. So I was happy about it. Still pretty happy, though. We're still underneath we're just around the 50 period here on the NASDAQ, and we're just going to wait to see what happens right now coming through. So 11,960 right there coming through on Amazon. So I think I'll short this at 50 again, maybe 60. 60s again short, up to 80, but I don't know. I'm not overly convinced right now on this short. So let's just hold what we have and we'll work from there.
Absolutely. So this just happened on Intel. A quick look. Our position board just went away. And thank you for the super chat, Mohammed, there.
Maybe it goes off when the super chat.
And thank you, Prad, for getting that. Well, the entire team. Oh, wasn't you, Prad?
Yeah, but I think that super chat screws up the bottom.
Maybe it did. So anyways, thank you for the super chat, and thank you guys for getting that on the board. I just wanted to quickly show on Intel, this move, I got filled at 85, and the second this happened, you get the fill, and then we're already back up 27. So I don't want to add back into this unless we fail the top again. Show me a failure, and then I can maybe add to this position. That's way too strong at this particular point. So I was able to get some out there in the VWAP, but that's a very strong move to the upside. I also took out some DocuSign.
Here we go.
Because it's now barcoding off this 52 area, so I took some out. It's either low of the day or back into VWAP. So a lot of things bouncing to the upside, so be very cautious. NVIDIA's at that 232, 5 minutes to go. Oh, and if we get through 12,000, NVIDIA breaks 232, that's huge. Where's Tesla at? Tesla's at the high of the day.
Yep, everything's ripped now.
So Tesla breaks this, we get through 12,000, Tesla goes to 180, but it hasn't happened just yet. So I still want to be cautious here, but I got to watch my Intel position. I know there's some things setting up there, but got to watch out for Intel because I have it off this high of the day. I would love for Tesla to break out and squeeze to like 180. Not really a squeeze, but you guys know what I mean.
Samesies, bro. We shorted a lot less right now on Amazon. So we're just going to hold out for a push back down. We're short at 56 right now. Let's put something at 46 like we always do. See if we can get a flush down in for that name. But for right now, we're just going to play the game. We're going to go short here off of this level. We still have that 80 that we're looking at right there for Amazon. So let's just not be afraid to short something just because it goes up. I mean, that should be fine. We just got to make sure that our levels are all good on this. So as long as that's the case, then yeah, I think we're going to be fine here with Amazon. We have our target. And look, man, if we lose, we're short here at 57. So like this is, and again, it's half of our position that we had the first time. It's going to suck when and if it goes up, which it looks like it's trying to do right now. But the market is well above as well, right? So that's the one thing to understand here. We were just talking about it being at the 50 period, but we're just back to this level right now. I don't think it's worth pushing the panic button to go long yet, but these shorts look like they're going to get stopped out, and why not? Brendan just brought us that news, and that's what I said to Neil. I was like, how is the dollar there we go, now we're out. How is the dollar so that's flushed down. The dollar making such a strong move today, and the NASDAQ was down. So there it is, man. Now the NASDAQ is like, nah, you're right. We're not going to be down for too much longer. And here's a nice move back up to the upside. So good job there if you guys were buying those dips. But right now we're going to see what happens here as Amazon coming in. Get ready, guys. The trading floor just got a whiff of the Cookie Monster. So you're going to have to get ready for that one. We're expecting Super Chat galore for this here today. So get ready to rock and roll, guys. It's going to be a fun one in the afternoon show.
I'm sorry. Sorry, Luke.
You good, Neil, or what?
Luke had just walked on the floor. That's all I'm saying. You guys are going to see. Luke is locked, a little ready to go, man. I have so much respect for these guys stepping up like that because, yeah, it's gonna be a heck of a lot of fun. I did just get wicked out of Intel. You saw if it took the high, I wanted to get out of Dodge there. I'm watching Tesla, but it did take out that high. I don't want to re-enter unless it's failing again. It's in such a strong upward trend. Coin's fine, Docu is fine, Nvidia's through, but not holding. Like the NASDAQ isn't cracking. Like it's still beneath that 12,000, so it's not really following through. Last thing you want is a failure at that level, and you've already gone long at this top. Then suddenly 12,000 fails again, and you're just absolutely screwed. So if we trend back to the upside, there are places to get into that trend. I don't want to rush into this one. I want to be very, very patient and cautious going in, flipping into the longs. The two names that I'm in are kind of holding the trend. I think I might even reload some Coinbase. Now we're at 12,000, so with 1 minute to go, maybe we actually break and hold above 12,000 right as we transition to the Sesame Street show. And thank you, there you go, member Diamond Realty of Miami for 9 months. Thank you guys for an amazing show. Thank you guys for making it an amazing show. Keeping us abreast of what is moving that we're not watching, because this is one of those days. It was all banks early, then it was kind of focusing on the names that you're trading because volatility is here and we love it. So
yes,
to everybody for finding a great channel and building a great community. We love you guys so much. Come on, Intel. I want to turn. You know what? That's too strong. I don't want to watch that stock anymore. I got to be thinking about flipping into the longs here. Nvidia is now starting to break out. We're above 12,000. I'm taking my first shot at Nvidia. Have a quick look-see at Tesla as well.
Oh, we just got, we're here. Oh, we're here on AMD. There we go. Oh, no, we're not short. We're waiting for 84s on AMD, or sorry, 85s. It went to 84. Don't tell me. If this falls back down, we're just going short now. I might just punch this short. There it is. Give me it. We're at 85. We're at 85. We're at 85. Right now, I might just punch this. Don't even. Don't. If this goes down now, we should have just gotten filled there, and we did not. Oh, man. What's up, Brad?
Oh, it's still.
What up? No problem. Okay, so there we go for AMD right now. We're going to wait to see what happens now. We had to take a 70 fill there. We're going to wait now for AMD, and we're just going short against 84. So if 84 comes in, that's the play there for me on AMD. 84, but we're short now. We literally missed our fill by 10 cents, by 0 cents. It went to 85, wrong gateway, but we're now short here for a nice trade, man. Here it is, 20 cents in the money right now. Let's take a piece out. There it is. We'll take a 61 out. Good trade there, out for us on AMD, right there at 61 off of a 78 short. So let's see if AMD wants to retrace back down. You know, like I said, don't be afraid of the shorts just because the market is going up. right? That's the one thing. You got to respect your levels, and if they hit, they hit. If they don't, they don't. But right there, AMD, we were waiting for it to come back to 84 right there. So let's short it and see what happens now. Here it is. Bring it, man. It's 20 cents in the money, AMD. Neil, we are close to that time, my guy.
We are. So just a couple of things. We just made another top, another wick top, so I went into Intel. But I like the long with a tight stop here. 232.5 on NVIDIA. Short Intel. I'm trying to get more DocuSign between 52 and VWAP. I will try to do that. And also add to my Coinbase short because I want to be short that all day. But you guys have been waiting for it. This is going to be amazing. Buckle up. We'll be back at 2 o'clock. But it's time for a little Sesame Street action. So what up to the Cookie Monster and Big Bird?
What is up, beautiful people? Welcome to Sesame Street. I'm Big Bird. That's a Cookie Monster, a.k.a. the Demon. Welcome to the midday show. We got our hands. That's all we need. If we got a clear line of sight and we got hands to punch into these positions,
baby.
that's all we need. And we're printing on JP Morgan, guys. What a name this has been. A sympathy decline yesterday. You know what happened. SIVB, it's still not open. The flush of the, I want to say the flush of the year, definitely the flush of the year on SIVB, bringing the entire banking sector down with it. And JP Morgan wasn't spared. But guess what? The good names get bought back up. The quality names will prevail. JP Morgan making it look like, they are a quality name. Anyway, I'm in it. I'm long. 132.75. I'm looking for that 133.46 break of high day. We're double topping at the moment. So we'll have to see. Do we break a high day? I say odds are better yes than no. We're up 2 1/3% on the day. I'm looking for that high day break, baby. I put in a 3 times full position on this one. So this one looks 3 times. And so I'm going to be able to scalp a lot more on the way out, taking baby size, but we really are rejecting off that 46 over and over again. We're not printing a higher level, so clearly there is a seller in and around that level, or someone's taking profits. So we'll see what happens there. Luca, what have you been up to, buddy? Or I should say Cookie Monster.
What's going on, everyone? Hopefully you guys are having a great day, enjoying the show, having a great week. And does the head even fit on camera, guys?
Oh my
This thing is bobbling around. I am just enjoying everything right now. And getting a couple trades going here. Short Tesla, short Bank of America, and short AMD. Let's see where these ones go. But just very quickly here before I kind of lose it in all the comments coming through. Steve Jones, welcome to the show.
Welcome,
I'm
baby.
Cookie Monster. This is Big Bird. We are Sesame Street right now for a Friday.
But we gotta say, you guys have to smash the like button. We are wearing costumes on live, guys, and these are not comfortable. Smash that like. We better get 3,000 today, guys. Come on. I know you guys can do it. Let's go. We held our word. We held our word.
Let's go.
We need to get our word.
Don't leave me hanging.
Oh,
there
absolutely.
We go. And Diamond Realty of Miami, thank you for the super chat coming through. My son is watching and loving the costumes. Hashtag 305. Let's go. And other super chat as well. I'm just I gotta go like way back to see this here. Mark Knight, $2. You guys are nuts. Thank you, man. Hey, we do it for you guys. We do it for you. Enjoying the show. I'm enjoying myself here as a Cookie Monster. And let's get some trades going. Let's get some scalps going. So just quickly to talk, banks, SIVB. I know they were covering it on the morning show. This thing's still halted. Man, I can't believe that somebody bought $7,500 worth of puts yesterday, and that position paid like $2 to $5 million off the open on today. I mean, as of yesterday's close, it was literally $2.1 million on those put contracts. Somebody on Twitter tweeted that. And today here we are at like $39.50. That's absolutely crazy. And for myself, looking at Bank of America, I think going into that 29 level, that was pretty solid bottom there. Now we're back above 30, so I'm basically shorting off of what I think could be a double top. So I'm going to actually add a little bit more into this one. And let's see if we can get back into 30. I don't think we could get back to 29. I think it's the dip, the rip, now sideways action, and maybe just kind of stay in this range. So going to scalp around a little bit on this one, see where it goes. AMD, short on this one as well. I think 84, maybe we channel. If we go back up, you have to find out on that one. And Tesla, that 178 resistance, man, that is good. Kind of feel like I got the top on that one, so can't complain there. Let's see where this one wants to go. Maybe get a 175-ish cover. I mean, 175 kind of was that level from yesterday. And, just to quickly talk about yesterday, this thing, where is it? Here we go. This thing, fell off an absolute cliff The 184 short was a banger and just all the way into the ground. Shout out to whoever said 173. Literally 173 at the close. That was a banger call. Breaking 175, just, very robotic to the downside, not coming back above. The 180 break was just clean money. And yeah, what a day for Tesla yesterday. Today, I'm assuming you're getting a little bit of an inside day. Still down, up 1.8%, but still down overall. That's why I want to favor the shorts off this level here. So, yeah, short Tesla, short AMD, short Bank of America. We'll see where these ones go.
Yo, we got to address these super chats, Luca, because they're coming fast
I
and
didn't even
furious,
look.
baby.
Oh, baby.
They're coming in fast
Let's
and
go.
furious. Mark Knight, $2 Canadian super chat. Thank you very much for that. He says, you guys are nuts. Yeah, you're probably not wrong on that. Let's keep going down here because there's a bunch. Oh, geez, did I pass all of them here? I got to go back up. All right, Jen R, $10 super chat. Love it, guys. Thank you, Jen. Always a good viewer of the show. Paul Franklin, $9.99 super chat. So great. Happy Friday. Happy trading. Happy trading to you, my man. I appreciate you for being on and appreciate the super chat. Chill Vibes, fan of the show. Big fan of the show. $4.99 super chat. Laugh my out. LMAO. At the end of this, you guys will be loaded in sweat. Shout out, you guys. I'm crying.
Yeah.
I know. We know, bro. Sean already put up the air conditioning to try to avoid that. So we got Big Bird got buff, this guy says. Okay, thank you, Greg Trail. Appreciate you there. Alex Diaz, $5 super chat. Happy Friday. Yes, thank you. Appreciate your super chat, Alex. Oops, I passed this one again. Spin One Master, $10 super chat. You guys made my day. Free Fall Friday. Absolutely, baby. What a day it's been already. We got ranges on the SPX. We'll talk about that in 1 second. Trader Jasmine, $2. A Liverpool fan, I can tell by the emoticon that you have there. Neil shouting you out. You guys rock. Thank you very much, Trader Jasmine, for your super chat there. Luca, just wanted to address those before they start fading. But before I send it back to you, JP Morgan has been an absolute ATM this morning. If you've been long off these bottoms, what's going on here? Oh, because I'm over here. Let's take a bit more profit as we curl at these levels. We are double topped. We did break the earlier high. The earlier high was 46. We got up to 65. So we have broken that top. But you double tops aren't always at the exact level, right? So I'm wary of a rejection here. I'm keeping my eye on the futures. I'm also keeping my eye on some of the other banking stocks and some of the banking ETFs. I want to see how they're moving to try to see if they're moving in unison or JPM has like some sort of secular trend because I'm involved in JPM, so my focus is on this one. So keeping my eye on some of this, but $1 plus in the money here and letting it ride, Luca.
Yeah, I thank you for the super chat. KND Flips, Swole Big Bird, and Biscotti Monster.
I love
Let's
it,
go.
Biscotti Monster. Yes.
Thank you so much for the super chat. And yeah, Angelina, Luca, you need a bigger head. I mean, my head's already big enough, but now it's like triple the size. And yeah, this is doing the most, trading the markets. Cookie Monster, let's go, guys. I'm adding more to a few of these shorts. So I'm seeing how these levels, we're actually at the levels that I think maybe we squeeze to the upside. But if we get a squeeze and then move back down, maybe we do some type of sideways action. So yeah, I'm actually, if we rip up on this market, then all these shorts obviously will be wrong, and I'll just cover them. But let me just hold out on some and see where these want to go. As I say, see where they want to go. It's like I can't even see anything here. But
pardon me.
But
you can say you only have 20 more minutes to win.
No, it's all good, man. It's all good. Yeah. Also, other trades here. Apple 150. It's been kind of below, above, but it is kind of having trouble with the 150-50-ish area. So, yeah, let's see if I could short this one as well.
The picture of you in the corner.
I can't see because the
It's
screen.
so good.
Oh,
it's like I'm just actually looking because usually I'm
yeah.
seeing you with the hat, and there's this dude with a huge blue head. It's great.
Let's go.
Yeah,
Super
so
chat.
what a
Thank you so much for this one coming through. Ryan Lamb, you guys are great.
Yeah, man.
You guys are great. The costumes might need to be a Friday tradition. Oh,
No
this is
way,
like,
dude. Come on. Don't do that to us, man. Why do you hate us like this? No, man. We can't be doing this. Do you know how hot this is and uncomfortable? I had to tuck in the beak. Somebody brilliant in the chat, shout you out. I'm not sure who it was. Proudly came in. He's like, someone in the chat says tuck the beak above your head because I really couldn't see my two top monitors, right? Like I couldn't see at all. So anyway, my mom's messaging me and she's like, what is going on there? I guess I didn't mention to her that I'm going to be in costumes today. So shout out to my mom who is watching me and laughing her rear end off. But I'm laughing my rear end off now at JPM as we pump back to the high side. Bang! Oh, we're doing oh my God this time around. I'm pumped today. JPM has been an absolute printer. Hi.
Absolute printing press, guys. Let's get these scalps going. Shorts are finally coming through, covering a little bit of Apple on that little bit of a dip there. Tesla fading back just a little bit. I don't want to cover too much of Tesla because I actually think Tesla could get back to that 175. So let me just like scalp around here. You know the deal, man. And yeah, this AMD sort of adding, thinking that it goes 84.20 back down, back into the bottom of the range. Let's see if we can get 83.80s on some of that position there. And Bank of America basically adding to this one. Again, same kind of logic. I think we're going to go back down. So I kind of want to scale into a short and then see if we could go down there and see where this one wants to go. Oh, baby, Apple. Let's go to the downside. Covering that one on the flush. I think full cover or most of the cover at 150. That was the plan.
We got a whole bunch of new super chats.
Oh, baby. Keep them coming. Keep them coming.
All right, I'll have a look.
You want to just, you do the super chats, I'll do the scalps. I eat the cookies, you drink the beers.
All right. Derek, I don't know how to say Cecil. Yeah, I'm pretty sure it's Cecil. 2 guys dressed like mascots making my annual salary in 1 day. I love America. No, that's not accurate, but that's really funny though, because you know it could be true in some instances, not in this one. JR or RJ, I like that username. $10 super chat. Thank you for that very much.
Go.
Yo, my first super chat. This is great. Appreciate you guys. We appreciate you more, man. If we can do anything to make ourselves look foolish for your pleasure, we'll look. Obviously, we're more than happy to oblige. PLN, what's PLN? What kind of currency is PLN? Anybody know? 10 PLN. I'll have a look at that in a minute. Me love cookies and Apple at 149. Do you like it long or short? Endure 6, I think. Next super chat after that. Quan Tran, friend of the show, always messaging and an avid engager in the chat. S Pro Trader and the Prof. Let's go. Scalp Pro Trader, $20 super chat. Thank you for the very much for that, Quan Tran. The super chats are coming in fast and furious, baby. And Polish. That's PL is Polish. Thank you very much for that, Neil, for looking that up. Polish zloty? Yep. Zloty. There we go. All right. I hope I got my pronunciation right and I didn't butcher that. But what I'm telling you for sure is I'm not butchering this trade on my friend JPM. We'll take another little baby out there as we flirt with that 133.5. We're doing the dance with no pants around there, but we're looking for that break of the 65. 133.65 is definitely what I'm looking for to add more there.
Yes, guys. This is okay. This is okay. Life is going well here. Apple, nice low short, covering into 150. Covered all of it. I said, 150. That's my kind of level. I just wanted the fade into that level. So nice little win on that one. Tesla, basically, again, scaling into the short, covering as we go back down. If we go back up, I want to take more short. I really, really do like the 178 level on Tesla. So I just feel like it's going to struggle getting to 180 and above. So essentially, my short is playing off that 180 level, which is $2 away. So I'm sized accordingly. If we get a jailbreak up, that's where I'm slamming the short, because I think we jailbreak up, that's just stop orders, then back down, then flush lower. So I'm basically trying to position in case that happens, but also position well in case we actually flush back down there. So pretty good. And yeah, AMD essentially short, slamming it there, back down, cover, waiting to see, do we get another leg down there? Or are we just kind of like, is this like, I feel like this is like an over-under if I've ever seen one, man. I mean, we got kind of go sideways. We like go up, we go right back down, we're back into the range. So, I mean, short is still valid for myself. If we break the high, then, short is no longer valid. Like, we should now be going down because we already did that, that up, that down. Now we, like, go back down, in my opinion. So, yeah, bids should be locked and loaded to see if I can get that fill. So as I say that, let me just kind of throw them out there, random areas, see if I get that fill. And, yeah, how many shares am I doing here? Okay, yeah, there we go. Oh, yeah, okay, that's a little bit of flush. Give me a little bit more. I might just keep scaling out of it. Yeah, guys, Luca is the cookie. I like that biscotti monster. Let's go with that. That's the best one. I don't know who said it, but shout out to you, whoever said that.
My mom loves biscotti.
Biscotti monster over here.
Tutti frutti.
Yeah, guys,
those ones?
Yeah.
The tutti or whatever. Like
yeah. If you guys haven't noticed, I can't see. But this is, like I said before, in digital warfare, if you trade long enough, you don't even have to see. You just essentially throw out orders where you think you can get them. and you go from there. So the only thing not working for myself is Bank of America. I basically, yeah, guys, I'm like leaning back over here. This is a lot of fun. I'm basically, you know, shorting, cover. Let's just see where this one wants to go. Obviously, the long off 29 made a lot of sense, and then the 30 buy kind of holding there. So not too bad on this one, but that's the only loser on board for myself right now.
If you don't like the video right now and subscribe to the channel, I might dunk on you.
Yeah, dunk on you. It'd be great if we did like, oh man, can you imagine if we played sports in this? Guys, we're back up at high of day. We're printing new high of day here on JP Morgan. We're looking for 65 breaks. We just topped out there at 65. Let's take another baby out there again. We'll get some out there mid 50s, but that's not what we're looking. We're looking for that top break. Now I've got a 100% position on. Let's see if we can get to that whole dollar. I'm looking for 134. I zoomed out on the 15. I'm like, all right, so where are we going to encounter resistance on this bad boy? Based on the price action yesterday. And the only area where I can see like a momentary pause in the descent down was at 135. Everything else, every other 50-minute candle is a lower low and a lower high. So I don't have a level here, at least on the 15. Let's zoom out even more. Let's bring it in. Actually, you guys maybe can look with me here. Oops. Let's go back maybe to the hourly and see if we can glean a level off the hourly. No, man, we have not been at these levels for the exception of yesterday's move down in the afternoon and some time. Let's go back to the daily now. Okay, so when were the last time we were at these levels? Okay, so here we go. We got to go all the way back to December 22nd, and we've broken those lows. So to be honest with you, we're kind of like in no man's land here, or no woman's land. So we'll keep an eye on that. I mean, I'll be looking to take into the whole dollars. 134 is going to be my target. And then, you know, we'll hold a piece for the dream. We're printing new highs. Here come the 70s on this one. Let's take out more at this level. JP Morgan has been good to us. Let's let it ride.
Yes, sir. Let it ride, baby.
Likes,
let it ride. Let those likes ride, baby. We got 2.8K likes, 6,500 people still watching, and the shorts are paying. Look at this AMD all the way down. I am basically, because I can't see, I feel like I'm just kind of throwing out as many small orders as I can to just basically get this, get these covers going as it continues to pay me. It is a product of the fact that I can't see here. So having a lot of fun. Tesla flushing here as well. Let me just keep taking this as this works. And yeah, my best out for Tesla will probably be, if I can, a VWAP out. That's kind of like what I'm going for on this one. So I just thought we would go up again, so I wanted to get it back, but I didn't, but it's all good. Bank of America, you're getting 3063,000 lots on the offer right there. Heads up to anybody watching that one. I don't know if this thing tops out or not, but I just feel like this is my worst position. So I'm probably gonna just I'm just gonna probably lose on this one. But yeah, let's see if this could get to. I don't think this could get to 31 right now.
Oh, baby.
Like in a straight line. So eventually we go back down. What's my average? 53. So we probably get back there at some point. I just don't want to get too aggressive if it does keep going to the north side. So yeah, my other shorts are working. That's the only one that's not working. So yeah, let's just kind of roll with what we got so far. And AMD ripping back to the upside on this one. So yeah, let me just I'll cover like maybe no, I'll chill with AMD. I feel like AMD is the level there. Tesla chilling with that one. Probably chilling with the rest of this position. And where's Apple right now? Did this bounce back up? Okay, we went below 150. I think that level's still valid. So if we can get back to this level, that 150.40, playing off that high, I like that. So we'll see where that one wants to go. 2.8K, guys. If you haven't already, send this video to your friends and family because doing the most over here, scalping the market, living the life. Yeah, hopefully you guys getting a good kick out of this. We do this for you guys.
Yeah, for sure. We're definitely not doing this for ourselves. I promise you that.
Yeah, like we woke up.
I promise you that.
We woke up this morning and I was like, oh, baby, like I can't wait to just sit beside you and sweat in this nice, beautiful costume.
It's going to be great. Who doesn't
eat
look
some
forward
cookies
to
if
that?
we get those going. And yeah, pizza and beers rolling through later on.
Oh,
Thank you guys so much for all the super chats coming through.
Yes, sir.
And yeah, we'll definitely find a few other trades. Guys, if you do have tickers that you want us to look at, just feel free to bear with us because, yeah, I have to like lean all the way back to see the chat up here. Yeah,
guys, we are making newer highs here on JP Morgan. We're knocking on the door of 134. We're now 86 top, 130, and 89 top, 93 top. We're going to take some out here into the whole dollar. Very nice move. We're long 132.74, guys. So we're $1.25 now in the money, and we're still holding big boy. Let's go through 134. I think we see, obviously we'll probably encounter resistance here, but I think maybe we top out based on that 135 level that I found on the 15-minute. That was really the only consolidation area I could glean from yesterday's descent downward. JP Morgan knocking on the door, 3%, 2.85%. Nice recovery. Not sure what it was down exactly yesterday, but we definitely haven't recovered to yesterday's levels. Where am I going to take some out? Now we're knocking on the door at 10s. I'll take some out near at 8s. I get the 8 print there. So very nice in the money. Now I'm holding a 55% of a 100% position, but I was holding a much bigger position to start this one. Such is my conviction on this JPM move. I really feel that this one, I even talked to the guys this morning. I'm like, so what? So what if this SIVB bank, poopied the bed? I mean, all we've been hearing, guys, is how the banks are very well capitalized in anticipation of a recession where there's going to be defaults on car loans, defaults on mortgages, and a result, they're going to have to be better capitalized to be able to absorb that kind of hit. So these banks are not just like sitting here, not doing anything. I mean, I was listening to the podcast, The Compound, and they're like, this is the recession that everybody predicted and everybody's preparing for. So I don't see us getting caught offside. This is just my opinion. Banking-wise, like we were caught offside in 2008. I think it's a completely different story. That's just the way I see it. But I'll continue to take profits here on JP Morgan. Almost $2 in the money on this one now. We are at high of 31s. This one's going Luca.
Yes, sir. Well done there. Well done, guys. I'm stopped out of AMD. I think it broke the high there, so I'm okay with it. Still up on the name. Can't complain. Google, looking for a trade on this one to see, do we curl back? I feel like that 92.60, if it wants, I kind of want to play off that level, 92.60 into basically 92.45. Doesn't really want to spend any time there. So yeah, if we get back there, I'm going to try it. We're basically flat on Google, and I feel like range day. So it is a Friday. I feel like moves aren't going to happen right now. They're going to happen going into the close, so I might be safer to play that range. I added one more piece of this Bank of America right here at the top, giving myself the room to do so. So at this point now, if we don't fade back down, if we run 31s, which could be a likely scenario, I might just reevaluate it. But yeah, I'm hoping that we kind of go back to the downside on that one. And if we don't, yeah, I'll just take the L on that and move on. But yeah, just managing that one, seeing where it wants to go. What else do we got here on board? What else? I think Microsoft. Let's look at Microsoft. I didn't look at this one today. I see it above 250. Oh, we actually went through 250. This one, anytime that you, for myself at least, anytime that we get a dip and then things are going up, I always want to, maybe buy a dip in Microsoft if we can get one. But yeah, we're all the way here at the highs here. That's a good question. Okay, I'm not really too sure what to think on this one. So yeah, maybe I just let this one go and chill. Yeah, guys, in the chat, let us know what you're trading. Somebody's saying coin short. Coin short. Do we have a coin short going here? Oh, we're actually going back to the upside. You know what? Yeah, I'm sold on this. This is going to be small size here. Let's see if I get that. Okay, beautiful. I see 100, 200 lots on the offer there. So if that's going to struggle to get the fill, we kind of went all the way up. This is a scalp trade for myself for sure. If we get back to 55s, I'm going to try to cover that one. And yeah, Big Bird flexing on him.
Big Bird.
You got anything going on your side?
Hey, Bird.
Hey, Bird.
Hey, Bird. How does he do it, guys? Did I do it right? I know that he always moves his head and he's waddling left and right, but can't really do that. I've got the beak tucked in, so the eyes are supposed to be out. Let me just show you guys. So it's supposed to be like this, but I can't look at my above monitors. And look, this thing is red, by the way, too. So for that effect, he looks mean though. I gotta tell you, this Big Bird looks quite menacing. He doesn't look like a friendly Big Bird. You don't take this to a children's party, quite frankly. It might scare some of the kids, really.
I gotta dip down a little bit so I can, you guys can see this here.
Yeah, no, yours looks friendly. Yours looks cool. You got the googly eyes. Mine has got mean eyes, man. They're making him look like an Angry Bird. All right, this is probably an Angry Bird costume. We've been bamboozled. This is an Angry Bird costume. No.
Big Bird's looking down on you, saying, how's your trades going?
No, this is just probably Angry Birds. They're good, man. Looking for almost $2 in the money here, Luca. Now we're printing higher 41s, now 134.41, high of day
on JPM, and we're at those levels. I'm long 132.74. Maybe it's time to take a little bit of a baby out here to celebrate a little bit. There we go. We get that triangle. Let's ride that. 135 is my level, guys. I've got 35% of a 100% position left on this one, letting it run, but I think that it's gonna be all she wrote for me, whether it runs or not. You know what? It won't be. I'm gonna keep a 10% position. That was the advice I was given yesterday, especially if you've scalped out and you're multi-dollar in the money. Might as well celebrate a little bit. So I will scalp the majority of the position before 135. Then we're gonna hold a piece for the dream. And here is the 15-minute on which I'm basing this trade on JPM. Let's go to the 15 here real quick. And this is what I'm talking about right here. This half an hour period where you had an area of consolidation. In fact, it was an area of retracement. That was 135. 135 also happens to be the 200 period on the 15. Yeah, you know, how much is that viewed by traders? But it's an area of confluence, and I'm not relying it exclusively. I'm relying more on the price action. So 135, I'll be out. So, but should we continue through 135, the next level of resistance would be that 137. There's a bit of a gap, and the price action takes place mostly at that 137 area before you have the decided break to the downside and resting at 135 before you continue to retrace. So 135 my target. We're at 69s now on the high on JP Morgan. This is absolute cash in the bank. We'll take another piece out there. And now, what do we got? We got a 25% of 100% position. Yeah, so then I think I got one more out before we break 134. So I'll get that ready now. So I'll have one more out, and I'm going to sit at 133. I'm going to sit at 82s because I'm born in 82. So, oh, damn. I hit it wrong. It's okay. It's okay. Now we're at 80. Okay, so now we're at 80. So I missed a few pennies on there. Not a big deal. So I'm not taking any more out now on JP Morgan. Whatever happens until it comes back to my my entry point, which is 132.74. $2 in the money on this one. Not taking any more out. Trying to see if we can get a 137 retracement. A yesterday's price action close, Luca.
Yeah, I'm loading the shorts here, man. This is maybe range day, so I'm loading the shorts at the top, and let's just see if they work. So short Google, waiting for that one to go a little higher to get more. Short Tesla, added a little bit back to that one. Short Apple here. Short Meta. Meta, I'm not really too sure about. Might add to that one. And yeah, let's see where these ones want to go, man. Where these ones want to go. And best of luck to everybody making these trades. Hopefully you guys are all profitable, enjoying the show. And, shout out to the kids that are watching, too. I know you guys enjoy this the most. And this is what makes me smile. So brings happiness to my heart. And, I'm not going long at the top. I'll tell you that much. So, short this kind of pop here. If we fade back down, I'll scalp my way out of it. If we don't and we go higher, I'll just take the L across the board on everything. So, yeah, watching everything very closely. I feel like, Tesla's still valid, that 178 there. So keep a watch on that one. And, I would say just I'm going to allow it to potentially jailbreak to the upside. So giving myself some room there. Not really sure what else is moving. Somebody was like, OCEA.
Yeah, that was,
was the one from yesterday.
It's not doing anything. It's down 14%.
Yeah, I would not. I'm not really going to be watching this one. I know you're saying, are there shorts available? It really depends with your broker. I'm not really too sure. I mean, I would imagine, but you would have to pay. Maybe it's expensive.
On IBKR, it's available.
Yeah, okay, so I don't, again, I'm not really too, it's broker dependent, but I would say it's probably expensive because like the float is low, and people are like all over that, and when it's crowded, it gets more expensive, supply and demand type thing over there.
Yeah, I remember somebody checking yesterday. I don't know who it was, but somebody said it was expensive. For some reason, it's available here on the platform, but yeah, we always have access to basically any short you want. I mean, very few times have we not had available shorts. I can't even count them on one hand. 87s, 91s, now the high on JPM. We're knocking on the door of 135. Here it comes. I'm not selling. I'm holding this one. This is the piece for the dream type thing. We're holding at 137s, baby. And the only way I'll get out of this one, if it comes back to 32.75, that I'll let the entire portion of this part come back to break even. I'm going to try to use this as a good exercise in patience to take this one to the north side, baby. But what else do we got going on here? We got Meta doing like a bit of a triple top look here. I mean, kind of hard to understand. I'll get to the futures in a second, but here's what Meta was almost like every time you took this 184 top, it was absolute money short because it would immediately reject. And on several instances, it gave you more than $4. And on this instance, it gave you 5. This gave you 4. On this particular time, it gave you only 1. So maybe that was a tell that the ranges on the retracements were getting shorter and shorter, and the lows were getting higher and higher. And here we are accumulating at the top, looking to take. I want to say that yesterday's close is no. So yesterday's close, we're way past yesterday's close. Yesterday's close 181.69. Looks like we're knocking on the door of that 185. Full disclosure, I added on this bad boy today my personal account at 180. So I've been telling myself you need to be adding at these levels, and I haven't had an opportunity. I was very disappointed that I didn't add when we got into the 70s, and I think even maybe we touched the high 60s. So yeah, on any retracements on key levels, I'll be looking to add on this bad boy. So just want to put that out there. So Meta running towards the highs now, Luca, and JP Morgan just took out 35s, high of day 08s. I ain't selling.
I ain't leaving. Yeah, guys, I was looking at AMD and I was like, should I like stop out and flip long? And then I'm like, no, don't do it. Just like stop yourself out. So I stop out. That was not the wrong idea. With the kind of flip long on that one. That one was pretty. Now it's just steamrolling to the upside, going to 85 on that one. So yeah, guys, I am like locked and loaded on these shorts. I'm going to give them a little bit of room with what I have. Let's see where things want to go. If they go up from here, I basically get myself out. If we go back down, then I decide where do we cover from here. Jill Cave saying crypto, is it up or down? I mean, crypto is like, crypto's down, right? Like from the other day, it like kind of fell off. I know Bitcoin was trading below, what was it? It was below 20K. So I feel like over under 20K, like are we going to hold below 20K? Oh boy, we're just going to the upside. So I think safe to say that these shorts are wrong. And the real question is, do I just cover here or wait to see if these go where they want to go from there? I'm not really too sure, but what I am sure of is that we are going to go to Brendan at the big desk for the European close.
Hey guys, yeah, ugly way to end the week. Unfortunately for European markets, we're seeing a nice bounce here for North American equities back to positive territory as we look to wrap up the week. Unfortunately for the U.S., it's going to be a losing week. Unfortunately, down 1.5, 1.5, 1.8. Big numbers downside here for Europe, however. That's the way the board is looking. Just waiting for a few final prints, but pretty ugly over in Europe to wrap up a Friday, guys.
Thanks for that, Brendo. Decidedly red board there, guys. As we're not so bearish on this side of the ocean. At least we haven't, closed quite yet. We're on the ascent, baby. 39.92, getting off a 38.78 bottom. Yes, we did break 3,900 today. In case you're just joining us, where is yesterday's close? Allow me a moment here to identify. Yes, so we are above yesterday's close. Close is at 39.19. We're 16 points above, 15 points above that at the moment, 39.34. This morning's high technically is 39.41, but I want to say the better level is probably that 40, obviously. So we're like 6-7 points away on the ES from breaking the morning high. In case you're just joining us, today was the non-farm payrolls, and that was released at 8:30. It came in mixed, mainly because the amount of jobs added were above estimates, 313 or 317 or something like that, above 225 or 250. But unemployment came in higher, about 0.2% higher than expected. So a bit of a mixed bag. The futures popped up on that. They kind of curled here, as you see, and then we got that big boy move down after the bell, making a bottom here, but we are retracing very nearer the highs than we are the lows. So let's see what the rest of the day brings. Myself, I'm still embroiled in this long on JP Morgan. That's now the high of 23. We're holding from 32.74. We're closing in on $3 on the money. I ain't selling. We're going to 137. I keep saying it. I like this one for that level because of the consolidation day yesterday. My man over here is smashing short.
Yeah, I am. Oh, I'm short. And someone's like short Meta right now, Mark. I am short Meta. It's not looking good. It's not looking good. It's kind of like going to 185 there. But I think eventually, like we fade back around. So I'm like basically chilling. If you guys have any questions, feel free to let me know. And yeah, it's a great question, Bears vs. Bulls. Hopefully soon. Getting a little hungry, guys. I'm starting to sweat a little bit. So I think we run this until 12. So get your pictures, get your screenshots in. 12 o'clock. This is a sauna. This is what I train for. But you know, oh baby, yeah. Bring that through.
I'm not
Pride
hot,
coming
bro.
through.
I'm actually good. I'm not gonna lie. Usually I always run hot too. You guys know. Remember, I
got the full thing going here.
Yeah.
Like I'm in the full.
Yeah. No.
I'm in the full.
Sorry,
like,
yeah. I don't mean to compare. And besides, your thing is like you got the mask on too.
Yeah.
You've got a mesh on his. I don't have a mesh on mine. CompRX, SRX1 saying, Sharif, let's be honest. You sold most of your position in JPM. Yes. Not trying to mislead you guys to say I'm holding the whole bag, and I think my screen represents that. What's it? The symphony or cacophony? I'm looking for words here. I'm not even sure. Of Elixir shows that, obviously. Yeah, I like that 185 rejection possibly on Meta, Luca, because we are coming to that level we talked about here on the futures, which is that 39.40, 39.37-ish level. I just got to make sure. We have so many post-it notes here. I have to like get them all bolted down, right? Yeah, so this might be an interesting top here on some of these big cappers. Let's see if we get continuation through that 39.37, 39.40-ish level, or we retrace around here. You know, if history's been any guide lately, most of these bullish moves have retraced. Yeah, I mean, let's be frank about it. When we get off these levels, we get a nice bullish move, but the retracement usually ends up negative on the day. So we're in that now. Let's see how she unfolds, Luca.
Yeah, I'm just messaging one of the guys, kind of saying like, you know what, I'm in these shorts here, but I think I'm holding. They're all coming back in the money, baby. Let's go. I have it basically set up that if it's at the bottom, I am in a loser, and if it goes to the top, I'm in a winner. So everything was at the bottom, and now they're slowly making their way to the top. So let's see if the fade continues to the downside. So Bank of America, I'm currently at around break even. I think we probably get down to 30.60. So I think 30.60 is the cover. So yeah, let's try to get a 20-cent win on that one. And Meta, I feel like Meta's going like down there. So yeah, whoever said short Meta, you literally said it right at the top there. Hopefully you had that short and riding, waiting to see how that one goes. Tesla's starting to go in the money. Yeah, I should have added. I don't know if there was like a seller at like 178.30. But yeah, maybe I just like missed my opportunity on that one. So let's chill with that one. So Tesla in the money.
Baby.
Google is just not really doing anything. It's kind of slow. Maybe I'll add. Yeah, let me like add a little bit more to Google here. I feel like that's the right idea to do that one. And yeah, Apple like went too high too fast. So I feel like this one I'm gonna probably get out at the 50, which might be a break even, but I'm okay with that. So yeah, let's see where these ones want to go. At this point, if this was like a dip and then we like rip back to the upside, so be it. It is what it is. Yeah, John Mark just joined the costumes. It's Sesame Street Day.
Oh, baby.
You know, we got 8,000 likes. I don't know if it was a genuine likes that came through, but we are men of our words, so that's why we are sitting here in costumes. Thank you so much for hitting the like button. If you did just show up for the first time, my name's Luca, aka the Cookie Monster today. Doing this for another 20 minutes if I could survive. Turning into a sauna real quick, and people are like, Luca, like if you're hot, just take off the costume. This is a full costume,
It's a
guys.
full
Like,
body.
This is a full body. Like I'm in the sauna right now, and I just feel like I didn't go to the sauna yesterday, so like
That's thick,
I'm getting
bro.
my sauna action today. But it is. I was actually gonna like see like can I like like get that like even
Oh,
even the
that's
Cookie
hilarious.
Monster,
Oh my goodness, I love it.
Where's the hat a little bit?
I love
But yeah, man. Yeah, just chill.
Sauna is healthy, the chat says, Luca, so take it where you can get it, baby.
Yep.
All right. We are moving to the upside. Back on JPM, we retraced below 135 when the market did that little top. We're since above. There's probably not much point talking about it. really the only question I'm asking myself here is if I'm going to hold, if my premise is that I'm going to hold to my entry, I will allow this to retrace all the way back. The question is, do I then add in front of in front of a key level, right? Because why else would I hold a piece unless I believe it's going to retrace? So why not load the boat then, or reload the boat on that ascent up? I mean, that's kind of what I'm asking myself here. I think I have a bit more flexibility to make that choice as a result of the profits that I've accrued on the day. I think that I would not make that choice had I not accrued it, right? Sometimes, gives yourself a little bit more flexibility, even though you are deviating technically from your rules. Be Fanatic, $3 super chat, says, for the birdseed, cookies, and ale. Thank you very much, my friend.
Thank you so much.
One of the most loyal viewers we have in the chat, always active and making great calls, by the way. Be Fanatic, always calling a lot. Your calls do not go unnoticed. They are not lost on me. Trust me, I see them every day. And obviously, a man who studies the charts there, because he's always making good calls. The Hayes Records coming in hot. $1.99 super chat. The one time I show my dad the show, y'all wear this. Yeah, I'm sorry, man. You should you show him like a couple of recordings. I mean, you can get all of our shows back on YouTube. So tell him, we're not usually this cuckoo.
Cuckoo.
Yeah. If that wasn't appropriate, I don't know what was. That was very apropos. So shout out the Hayes Records. Thank you very much, buddy, for the $1.99 super chat. And Dan Emmons. SIVB has failed according to the FDIC. Interesting. Okay, Dan, I didn't actually see that come in on my blotter. So that'll be interesting to see how this stock opens. We're anticipating that it's going to be real bad. Quite frankly, we're waiting for it to open. We have no idea when it will open because it's not news. It's not a pending. It's not a trading halt for volatility. It's a pending news, and pending news, your guess is as good as mine. Usually it's requested by the company. I experienced this very much with Affirm. There was some bamboozlement with their earnings report. They knew that they were going to get blown out. This is back in mid-2022 when all these big tech names, especially these fintech startups, they were just getting crushed. Upstart, Affirm, you name it, the Melly, the list goes on. And I was playing earnings at the time, and I was setting up my orders, and I identify typically when the earnings come out, so I'm ready for it, and here I am like all pumped up and ready to smash into the position, and boom, it's halted. Well, hold on, what do you mean it's halted? We're in aftermarket. There's no trading halts aftermarket. Sure there is. Especially if it's requested by the company and it's granted by the exchange. In that case, it was. You know what? It didn't make any difference for their stock price because it opened up at 445. I think they halted it right at 4 o'clock. Opened up at 445 and it tanked like 30%. So what have you done? What did you achieve? Right? So at the end of the day, I don't know. I think this it's delaying the inevitable, so to speak. Maybe it's not a run now. It'll be a run later. Maybe their thinking was, wait later into the aftermarket, so maybe there's less liquidity. I don't think it helped. Less liquidity actually forced their stock down even farther because there was less liquidity to buy up those shares, less bid. So anyway, that's my little rant. JPM retraced right down into 134.50. I'm waiting. I'm not taking this out. I want to see if we retrace back above and test 135.50. That's going to be my look for that. But the futures now retracing down closer to yesterday's close at 39.19. That's the flat. That's a break even. So we'll see how things around there.
Oh baby, the shorts are coming in. Let's see where we go from here. Meta at the bottom of my list, so I feel like I have to cover Meta first. That's just the logic I'm going with. See, this is the thing, man. If you think let's see if I think Bank of America might be going all the way down through this 50 period, but let's see where we want to go with that one. But we're going to go to Big B at the big desk for the update that I don't have in front of me. So update real quick.
Yeah, a few more headlines coming through here, guys, for Silicon Valley Bank. So insured depositors will have access on Monday. That's from the FDIC. bank's main office and branches will also reopen on Monday. They have officially shut down, and it looks like the FDIC will take over. So, yeah, so office and deposits will be accessible as of Monday. That to me also means it might not trade again until Monday. I mean, we don't have any resumption time obviously yet, but if that's the way it's headed, chances are it probably doesn't trade until Monday.
Well, there you go. Well, there you go. And JPM coming down aggressively as a result. And the market may also retrace from this. This is, you know, shades of 2008. You know what I mean? That, or 2008. I was going to say 7. No, but it's 2008. You know, a lot of traders were around then. You guys know what happened. Big banking, investment banking dried up for years after that. They were logged down by, what was that loan called, Neil, that all the companies took, FICA or some, I don't remember what it's called. Anyway, it was like some sort of loan program that they took from the government. Here we go, baby. We are flushing to the downside. You must be printing on these shorts, eh?
We are in the money on all of the shorts. Yes, sir. This is what you do, baby. You keep adding into that short. This is the thing, man. If you're shorting and we jailbreak to the next level, it's sometimes I stop out, but sometimes I do it right, man. And you know what? This costume's helping. I feel like I am in the money on everything. Apple looking really good, getting a few covers here. Yeah, let's get some more as this goes below. Oh, that was a full cover. Okay, I'll take that. Fully out of Apple, best cover being just below that 150. Pretty solid, pretty solid. Google, oh man, what a flush. What a flush. See, my gut was telling me something, you know, this is hold these shorts for whatever reason. Okay, and I just got to cover as fast as I can on all these things. Meta to the downside, oh baby. Okay, take a little bit more covers on this one too. And yeah, Tesla is just flushing as well. Yeah, you know what? Let's take the majority off on all these positions. Bank of America is basically where I thought it could go, down into that 30-50, 30-60-ish area. So covering aggressively as we break down below the 50 period. I don't know if I might keep some on board, but not too much. Yeah, let me just keep covering most of these. I'm going to keep some of this on board in case we keep going to the downside. But I just feel like I want to cover the majority of that because, yeah, you know, that was the move, man. That was a nice move there. Well done. Somebody in the chat was like, you guys are taking investment advice or you guys are taking advice from these guys. We say it all the time, man. Do not take advice from us. Trade your own book. We're just here to educate and entertain, you know, trading the markets, watching it live here. And, yeah, some of these shorts, I mean, you have to go through pain to hold them. But, yeah, now we are flushing off that news coming through from Brendan over there. So, yeah, basically news comes through, and I just want to sort of pay myself some and then see where the rest of this goes.
Sorry, can you keep going, please?
Yeah, I can keep going. So we can just, let me just, like, okay, Tesla, not at 175 yet. Google, the flush was great. I feel like I cover more Google here. Yeah, let's cover a little bit more Google.
Yeah,
here.
okay, I can take over here.
Meta, I feel like I'm getting fully out of Meta. Yeah, let's get fully out of Meta.
So yeah, that's great short, Luca. Good foresight there. But we are at an interesting point here on the ES March contract. We've retraced now to VWAP. We're now red on the day. We're down a quarter points, 10 points or so. Holding at VWAP here. We'll see what happens. I'm still holding JPM. We're still above 134 for the moment, but this could just be a momentary reprieve in what will otherwise be a dark and ugly afternoon as, you know, some of these traders and some of these investment bankers relive the days of 2008 and the George Bush and the TARP money and all that good stuff. That brings back a lot of memories going back to that time. But yeah, you know, not saying that we're even close to that. I already went on my rant earlier about how we are not in that time. I won't go through that again, but yeah, I'm holding. I'm not selling JPM. I think we continue 135.26. I'm holding that. I'm looking for a green candle to make a new high here, though, on the 3-minute contract for continuation. That'll be above 134.40. So far, we've gotten up to 134.25. Not yet. So we shall see. Doesn't look good, though. But you know what? I don't care either way. Do we go long or do we go short? As long as money can be made, I'm good to go. Zahareen Zamani saying Sharif Luca should call profit as cookies to stay in character. Yeah, you can't be calling those scalps, bro.
Yeah, these are cookies.
Those are green cookies.
I am collecting the cookies, guys. Yeah, taking a little break from the head over here. It's, what do we do, 50 minutes. That was, I didn't know I would last this long, but yeah, no, it is, this has got some weight to it. You could curl this. Yeah, soft. As you got the open face over there, you can breathe well.
Easy to say when you don't have to have the mesh on.
Yeah, exactly. Going long Sesame Street. Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Yeah, guys, basically very, very light on the positions now. Covered the majority on that flush, so let's just kind of... What?
Yeah, I'm just, you know, we're going red. So.
So, guys, essentially, like, holding that against me on Apple, coming back down into VWAP, getting the cover on that one, taking the full out at 150 just because I don't want to be too short Apple. I like the Tesla short a little better. So it's like short near the top, that 178. We called it coming on the show. That was the resistance. Taking the money, adding back to it, taking the money. Let's get to 175 on that one. I'll take a little bit more covers as we go. I am, holding the most Tesla right now of all my shorts. Bank of America, I am like significantly lighter on now. If we go all the way back down to VWAP on this one, it'll be great. But if we go back up and it goes to like 31, then I'll probably just cover the rest for a break even. But yeah, if we get another 50-cent winner on that one, I'm gonna try to hold that one because I feel like that was the over/under. If we get back into below 30.40, then yeah, we're going to VWAP on that one. Huh?
FRC, Neil says, here we go. More craziness. I'm looking at FRC. It's just retraced into VWAP. Come to my screen real quick, proudly. Here we go. So here is the popped up. It looked like it was going to go green on the day. It made a move to 96. That's the trade, Neil says. That's what you were looking for. For that 95, 96 retracement, go short at that yesterday close, and that was the trade, guys. And if you took that trade, you're almost $20 in the money. It absolutely huadunked all the way to the downside here. We're retracing a VWAP. Is this a long, though, Neil, at VWAP? Like, what do you see there? He says he doesn't know about the long at this level, and I kind of tend to agree because you're really trying to time it here. But I don't know. VWAP's not as much of an important level as I would say yesterday's close is. So what a trade on FRC. If you took that one, good on you. You know, I took JPM. To me, it was like the more safe bet of the two. I saw FRC today on my down gapper scanner. Like, let's bring that in. So I've added a little bit of a new thing here, guys. I have an up gapper. And now I'll be looking at the down gappers too. So SIVB obviously up there, BIRD, FRC as well is right there, 15% on the day. It's down right over here, halted at 78.35. I don't know what the tap is on this one. I'll have to look in a minute. But anyway, what an absolute disaster to the downside, FRC, Luca.
Yeah, that's FRC. I feel like we short this thing. But let's just see. Let's just see what happens. This thing went down to 50. So something notable on this one, it down halted at. Okay, I'm missing a candle here because that's not correct. But it down halted at 53.20. It opened. It showed that it was going to open at 50. It opened at 45. It up halted at 47.50. That's the candle that I'm missing, so I don't know why it's not there. But it opened at 47.50. It showed that it was going to open at 45 for a brief moment. Then it opened at it showed that it was going to open at 50. Then it opened at 56. That's where it opened. So that was wild. I think that was call it like washout bottom. And then this thing all the way back to 95. So notable levels on this thing, I would say, again, if we get below, 75, 70, I think we're going to go lower. I would say use 50, use 45, and use 53. Yeah, so just to draw the obvious here, but I would say 53 to 45, 45 being the hard level, that is the low. If we break 45, I don't know where this thing's going. It is SSR, obviously, being down almost 50% today, if I'm not mistaken. And yeah, things are going down. So yeah, Lone Soap saying I'm off to the gym. Enjoy the weekend if I don't see you again, or see your name again, I should say. And yeah, have a great workout. Lift heavy, baby. Lift heavy.
Look at that. Do you know how to say that?
Which?
The super chat.
Oh, super chat. Yeah. Thank you so much. Deep Brain Chain is the new wave for AI for blockchain. Deep Brain Chain. I think I own Deep Brain Chain.
That person's name in the super chat again?
DBC coin.
Pico de Gallo?
Yeah, that's it.
No way. Where's
Pico
this thing
de Gallo.
this thing, guys, I'm long this
chat.
thing, and I think I have Deep Brain Chain, but I'll show you where I'm long this thing. Let's go to all. I am long at,
What do you
I'm long at 10 cents. I was long at 10 cents. This thing went to like 40. And I thought it was honestly going to go to 400. That's why I didn't sell. So I'm still out of the money. If this thing comes back and goes to like 400, oh, baby. I think I have like 1,000 or like something. I not too much, nothing crazy. But I think I have like 1,000 at like 10 cents or maybe like 10,000, one of those, I don't know. But yeah, if this thing goes to like, yeah, if this comes back, that's, you know, deep brain chain. I haven't seen that in so long. I don't even know if you're referring to the coin, but that just kind of brought back memories on that one. Deep brain chain, ladies and gentlemen. Where's Pulse? Where the heck is Pulse, Richard Hart, if you're watching this? When are you releasing Pulse? Where's my money? You know, let's go to the moon on that one. So Elon saying, Luke, I'm off to the gym. My account got liquidated. Oh, damn. Sorry to hear that. I had so much fun trading. Great weekend. That sounds like a bad thing. But you know what? If at first you don't succeed, go back to work, make some money, try again. I'll say that much. But yeah, enjoy the gym, lift heavy, and best of luck. Where are my glasses? That's a great question. I'm taking this costume off in like 4 minutes. And then I'm going to get the glasses because, yeah, my eyes are kind of hurting a little bit. Someone saying, Luca is the most successful pizza driver I've ever seen. Well, yeah, I mean, I would, you know, if... I haven't really delivered pizza, but I would, you know, I love pizza. Okay, where are we here?
FRC's open. It's down to 74. Does it 73.93? This one may halt again, guys, if we get this continued downward momentum. I'm looking on the book here. Why am I not seeing? Why is this not connected? This drives me crazy. Actually, that's not even the look. There we go.
I cannot catch this,
FRC, come on, dude, please load.
Now it's going to halt. Okay.
All right, so FRC.
So I just went punch, 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 miss,
I'm not seeing much size here.
Man, I wanted this short here. I missed it. I was trying to short like 76, 75, 74. It's just hard. I just don't want to get caught in like an up move, and obviously size is your risk on this thing. So yeah, size accordingly. If you are like, I mean, if you're trading this, just know that. Look at the range, right? So it's been at 95. It's been at 50. So I would say, like, you know, don't be like, oh, this I'm going to risk 2 points. Like, no. This is like 10 points. Like, and the halt's like, look at this one. This halt was what, 56? Did this actually open at 61? That's, you know, you don't want to get caught in that one. So yeah, size is your risk on that one. Let's just see what happens next. I feel like this thing eventually gets back to 55, if not like 50, like towards the bottom of the range. But yeah, I don't really know to find a way into this one.
The bamboozlement is real, baby. Yeah, I don't feel like I necessarily have to trade it. It's had its move.
Really
Neil said the move was off that yesterday top 96, 95-ish area. You know, maybe there's really only one good trade on a stock. Otherwise, you subject yourself to bamboozlement. So I'm done with this one. I don't really have to participate, but it's nice to look at, and we can definitely comment on it for those who are involved. No question. And call out levels, I'd be more than willing to oblige you on that. But I'm also continuing to watch JPM as we flirt with that 134 level. I'm starting to believe that we could find a flat bottom break at 134-ish. You know, I know it's below 134, so I'll give myself 134, 133.50. That 50 penny range, we could find a flat bottom break and possibly test 132 at VWAP. I'm not going to allow it, obviously, to go to 132. I'll be out at 132.74. My in on that. I'm also keeping an eye here on the futures, and I'm seeing lower low, lower high, and a break below VWAP. So we had a momentary reprieve from that up move that we had earlier, and then a Christmas-shaped recovery right down into VWAP, but VWAP no longer an area of support, at least at the moment. We're now printing 39s, and we're knocking on the door of 3,900 again. Will this level hold? It didn't hold earlier, but do we see a higher low this time around? You know, do we see a 3,900-ish? Last time, we got down to 3,987. So I'm definitely looking to stay above that level if you want any sort of bounce play. 39.87 was the kind of the double bottom here, but on the day, 38, sorry, I said 39.87. I meant 38.87. And the bottom today, the low of day on the ES March contract, 38.78. So still above 3,900, and you know, we'll see here. JPM now looks like that flat bottom break may be materializing as that $0.50 level at 133 has now broken. So we're getting into that you know, head and shouldery setup where we have the development of the left shoulder. Now we got the head, and now we're in the midst of maybe developing that right shoulder. So this one, we may have to flip
on this one if it really gets going and the market really starts flushing and testing lows, but that is not the case at the moment, so let's not jump the gun. Happening now is what's happening at the big desk.
All right, in the lunch hour we go, guys. The plot thickens here for this small cap banking sector or regional banks, but here's the latest that has come through. Again, FDIC, so the state regulator, has officially closed SVIB. That just coming through moments ago. Basically, all branches and locations and offices will reopen on Monday. If you missed it earlier, the company came out and said employees should work from home until further notice. So looks like everything going to reopen on Monday. Depositors, FDIC also saying that depositors will have access to deposits starting on Monday. No word yet on even whether or not the stock will start trading again, but it doesn't appear like that will happen anytime soon. But there's the overall market at lunchtime on a Friday. Keep in mind as well, the Apple Investor Day getting underway right now. So it just started at 12 p.m. Eastern. So keep Apple in mind as well. 0.37 there for the S&P, 0.18 for the Dow to the downside. NASDAQ still about 0.5% for the composite. The 100 faring a little bit better. There's FRC, keeping this one in mind as well. Big move down on that note that SIVB has officially failed. Negative 0.4 here for Apple again, guys. Investor Day on right now for Apple.
Yeah, definitely going to have that Apple chart up. No question about it. Never want to make a prediction as to what Apple will or will not do. But I got to tell you, I mean, I don't feel that good about them dropping anything that hot. First of all, they're predicting the consumer not to have much money this year, maybe even next year. So with respect to like big ticket items, like we all heard about the VR headset that they're going to drop. I mean, yeah, sure. There's fanboys and there's plenty of people who will extend themselves to get this. But is it sold en masse? Is it sold on scale enough to kind of really be profitable for them? I don't know. And I think they probably know a lot better than I do about the macroeconomic situation. So I don't know. I feel like this year might be a little bit muted with respect to anything, earth-shattering or market moving. So definitely have that chart up. It's up on my screen. And any moves, in fact, why even bother guessing? Here's what I'm going to do. I'm going to put some alerts on Apple to kind of get me ready. So I'm going to put through the breakout of 151. That's what I'm going to do over here. I'm going to bring it on the side chart here. I'll bring that in 1 second. And that way, if it breaks through 151, it really gets going, and I don't really notice, the algos definitely know a lot more than us. So go ahead here, create a new alert, and I'll put another one to the downside. Through the break of, I want to say that 149. That's the low of day today. So that breakdown, I want to know about that. Right now we're hugging VWAP. So we're basically trading at the midpoint in the day. We're down 0.5 percentage point, but that's not too bad. To be honest with you, on Apple, we're holding that 150. Below it at the moment, but we're flirting with that level. The Hayes Records, 199 super chat. Taking mushrooms to study my trading, wish me luck. Okay. Good luck with that. Yeah, there you go. Mr. Katina smashing that. And there you go. His super chat appears there. That's a good look, guys. I really like that. When the the super chats shoot up there on the screen. Yeah, I know. There's people, they're doing the micro dosing. Beyond the scope of this show, though. And we'll leave that, but good luck. I don't know what you're studying for. Maybe the CMT materials? No, to be honest with you. So, yeah, shout out to you, the Hayes Records. All right, what else are we looking at here? I'm looking at FRC moving up. That's what I'm seeing. I'm seeing that 70, I want to say, what was that? It broke a 72. It got down to 71 and a quarter. 71 and a quarter bottom, and now we're knocking on the door of 79. The spread on this one, though, yeah, it's bad. Let's have a look here real quick. It's not friendly. It is 20 penny at times, 25 pennies at times. Yeah, $75 stock, but quite illiquid, to be honest with you, at the moment. What's the float on this bad boy? Let's load her up here. Yeah, it's 181 million, so it's not micro, but obviously the volatility coming into play here and causing the huge swings we're having. I'm not going to touch this stock. To me, it's definitely not there. Okay, so I do have to get out soon here. of my JPM, as now it is retracing and it's moving down into 133. So 132.74 is where we're long. I'm not going to let any of this go against me. We're going to have to wait here. This guy's taking whiffs, eh? What's going on?
No, nothing. Just give me
Okay, yeah, no problem. Luca's out of the costume. I'll be getting out of that sound, getting out of this costume real soon. Sharif rocking Big Bird voluntarily. JJ, it's not exactly voluntarily. You know, we kind of put it out there that we would do it if we got 8,500 likes. I gotta be honest with you, I did not think we'd get 8,500 likes, and we did. So Luca and I are men of our word, and we definitely kept our promise there and took that. Guys, JP Morgan is absolutely flushing to the downside here. We are like 10 pennies away from getting stopped out. This was a $3 or $2 winner at times. I think it's going to be all over for me in this trade. 74s. If I see 74s here on the book, I'm out. It's at 79, 77, 75, 71, and I'm out of that one. Okay, so that one is done. JP Morgan is no longer, it's a head and shoulders pattern. It looks fantastic. It's at the 50 period. Maybe I sold at the wrong time. You know, maybe it bounces from here. You got to stick to your rules, and so that's gonna be the look there. You good to go?
Oh baby, I'm good to go, and my mic's not even on.
Yeah.
So obviously, I need to get this bad boy going here. And is it muted? It's definitely muted here. Okay, ladies and gentlemen, the Cookie Monster has been retired.
There's no more.
Is no more. That was so much fun, but I gotta admit, you know, the head was a little heavy. And, you know, I don't have the neck strength that Sharif has, obviously. So my head was getting, you know, a little bit dizzy there. Yeah, it's, you know, it was a lot of fun. Again, thank you so much. Hopefully you guys got your pictures in and enjoyed it. The Cookie Monster is retired for now, guys. Yeah, no, that was a sauna in there. I was like, that's why I'm like over here. I'm like, yo, do I like smell or something? What's going on here? But no, I'm good. Yeah, Prad's laughing at me over there saying like, this guy's smelling himself. What's he doing? Okay, guys, let's get back into these trades here and see what we got going. Tesla's still not flushing. Like, you think it comes to 175. I'm like sitting here on the bid, I think, or I was sitting on the bid, but it's not breaking that 175 like 30. It probably, maybe it breaks now. But yeah, let's see if I can get like a 175 print for like basically everything that I have left here. And then, you know what? I will hold some shorts for maybe like a low of day move. Like if Tesla wants to break VWAP like later on, maybe like hold for like a 170. But I just feel like right now I just want to cover the majority out of 175 flush. That feels like the right idea there. Google is breaking down here as well. Let me just take a little bit more off of Google. Pay myself on that one as well. And yeah, Bank of America, we are now fading here. Let me just kind of cover along the way. I'm basically, guys, like when you see like a lot of arrows that I'm taking, this is basically me saying to myself, okay, I am gonna respect the idea that I don't have the right area and level. I'm just kind of like shorting this uptrend, thinking that it probably has to go down. So when I start covering, I'm just like cover min size, cover min size, cover min size, like as much as I can. And then essentially I'm like getting like the averaged area. So like, yeah, maybe I could get one cover at 60s. But like, what if it goes like 63s and then bounce? I don't know that, right? So I just kind of like get out as fast as I can there. So yeah, these shorts are working still, but essentially the majority has been covered on the flush. Maybe I shouldn't have covered there, but I just feel like if you're doing this, if you're shorting, when you get the down move, like what if we go back up? I get smoked, because if we go back up, then we rip up. So I'm not going to allow that to happen. Thank you so much for the hearts that are coming through. I don't know if that's for me, but I love all of you. And yeah, it is, we got 3K likes, baby. 3K likes. We got people still watching here. Say, is this 6,500 people? 5,600. Okay, did a little bit of an update there. But yeah, this was fun, man. Tesla. So Tesla's giving the flush now. So I get my 175 print on the majority of the rest of the size that I had left. Now I am like the lightest that I can potentially be here. So we'll see where this one wants to go. I feel like I'm just gonna hold Tesla forever. Like I might just like take the MOC on this one. We'll see if it. I mean, if we close at like 165, like I mean, it's worth it to hold the last little piece, right? So yeah, Google. Oh baby, we are flushing. We are, ladies and gentlemen, we are flushing. Hold on to those shorts as I cover them. Do whatever you want with the shorts. I don't know what the plan is, but yeah, I am basically continuing to work these positions. yeah, man, things are okay here. Let's go back to RFC, or is it FRC? Which one? FRC. FRC, yeah, baby, FRC. Okay, so this is the thing. This is what I was worried. I was like, chase, chase, chase. I miss. Okay, I'm not getting the shares because now maybe we just float and stay at VWAP here. I would watch the 70 level. Do we break that and then flush lower? But like volume's pretty low. Volume's pretty low there. So yeah, Mark in the chat saying cover. Hey, Mark, I am way ahead of you here. Look at this. Cover, 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 cover the whole way down. Cover, 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 cover. Look how many covers I have here. This is like insane, right? Insane. Like this flush here, like that was my like below the 50 period. I will take all that, all that. If you guys have any questions, let me know in the chat. Let me know what your thoughts are on this market too. And yeah, ACK, you took the Cookie Monster off only an hour. Yeah, man, I thought I could do the whole show, but like I was getting a massive headache. And it just, you know, it is what it is, man. It is what it is. Got to be done. But yeah, it was a lot of fun. And, you know, we are men of our word. We did that. But things change in real time. I just, you know, sauna, big headache. You know, I'm dying over here, ladies and gentlemen. I'm dying a little bit in the inside. So, yeah, it just was, you know, it had to be done. GE. Someone's saying look at GE. So let's look here at GE. This thing is back at VWAP. They're a little bit of a flush. GE VWAP bounce? Yeah, let's go long GE here. Let me get long like just a little bit here. I feel like GE, we could like, this is giving me a feel. Nah, maybe I'm wrong. I'll cover this if we go back down. But if we like dip and then like rip back up, yeah, I think like I'm gonna try to get like 30 cents if I can get 30 cents on this thing. We're already going back down, so maybe I just like take a little bit more here. Let me take a little bit more. And yeah, see if I can get that one, and then we'll see where this position wants to go. If it keeps going down, I'll just like off it for the loser that it is. But if we get a little bit of a VWAP bounce, then yeah, let's go with it. So basically, yeah, the low there, a little bit of a yeah. Let's see if we could pop back. Maybe I get like 20s and 30s. I'm gonna try to get 20s and 30s on that. So yeah, let's throw out those orders in case it actually pops, and then I'll watch that one closely to see, make sure it doesn't want to like rip against me there. Oh, great covers there, man. Great covers. And yeah, exactly. I don't know how to pronounce your name there. XENOD1066. Interesting name. Interesting name. Let me know how to pronounce that or what that even means. Or if it means nothing, don't even worry about it. It's not worth hurting yourself. You're right to take the suit off.
Again.
It's yeah, man. It's Linda Sykes. Sorry to hear. Well, no, don't worry. I think I might be okay. I got the coffee, and guys, another banger mug to bring this one into play. I don't know if I showed this one before. Win or lose, we hit the booze, ladies and gentlemen. Win or lose, we hit the booze. So today happens to be a win. Can't complain. But if it is a loss, it's no big deal.
Are we gonna have any booze on this show by the end?
Wow.
Because it's pizza and beer
I was
Friday.
the Cookie Monster, not Superman, you know?
No, I'm not putting it on you. But maybe we can like make a run of sorts. That'd be cool.
Yeah, it. Feel free to, if anybody wants to grab some beers, you know, feel free to bring a nice ice cold MGD my way. I definitely will not be complaining. If not, guys, we're locked and loaded for pizza later on. I just like literally went in the back. I don't know if you saw like what you had for lunch. I love that it was
pizza.
like but even the plain pasta.
Pasta is what I meant.
Yeah, and like the plain pasta, I was like, oh baby, let me just like crush this right now real quick, get some energy. Yes, Bob, pizza, beers, and cookies. Follow me on Instagram. I'll be posting it later. I'm sure I'll, you know, when it comes through, I'll bring some to the big guys over there. I'm sure, you know, they, you know, pizza for everyone. Like we got pizza for everyone. Okay, Nvidia 231.50. What is this doing here? Maybe it's 230 in play still. 230, 229. Let's go long Nvidia. If we flush to 230, I'm going for a bounce on this. I'm going to try a little bit of a bounce play at 230 on NVIDIA. I'm not like loving this, but I feel like 230 to 228 is like that area. And it kind of already dipped there. So obviously the bounce play this morning was good. This will be like a less good bounce play, for lack of better words here. And for that reason, I will just be taking smaller size on it. And even if it doesn't bounce, if it holds and then drifts back to the upside, that would be great too. So yeah, we'll see where that one wants to go. And okay, GE, going back to the upside here. I said I was going for 20s, but let me just take some, if I can actually get it here. Yeah, give me some of this one as we kind of pop. We might stay here for a little bit, right? So if we like up, down, up, down, up, down, up, down. I want to recycle. So it's like take it off, add it back, take it off, add it back. The same logic, but as a day trader, I just want to, take the money when it's there, take what the market gives me, work it around, see if I can get some more, see if I can get it off. So yeah, we'll see where that one wants to go. And yes, somebody's saying LUNR waking up. I feel like I'll leave that one to Sharif.
A little bit, yeah. But I'm looking at Apple, to be honest with you here. I'm looking for a 149 bounce. I'm looking to defend in front of this level. I'm in a quarter position, just got in. I got in at 35s, not the best look. I wanted closer to the 15s, to be honest with you. I'm looking for a possible hold here. We are at, I don't want to call these days lows because they're obviously not days lows, but here's what I'm trying to say uneloquently. 38.87 has been kind of a triple bottom. We bounced there at 10.30, again, almost at 10. 10.30, yeah, and then almost 11. And then we're testing again here at 12, 12.15. That's been the level. Obviously, we broke below that after the bell, but that looked like a bit of an anomaly. I'm looking for us to hold this level. In any case, I'll build into this long. If it dips into 149, I'll look to defend 149 again until it's just not a level anymore. I'll probably give it about 15, 20 pennies. Quarter position in Apple, looking for a possible bounce here as we come down to the most recent lows here on the futures. Again, 39.87 on the ES March contract. That's what I'm looking at. Michael Lloyd saying Apple. Yeah, I know. That's exactly what I'm talking about, brother. Haberim says Sharif's arms could support the market. Ask our man to try and lend Superman a roll. Your jokes. Okay, yeah. Shout out to you. Thanks for the compliment on there. What else is the chat up to here? What are you guys looking at? You guys looking at FRC? Are you looking at JPM? That one's doing a bit of a bounce. I feel like I got bamboozled out of that, but I had to have my cutoff point somewhere. It's bouncing up now. I see a few green candles in a row on JPM. The futures continuing to hold the level we talked about. Apple holding, at least for the moment, but this could be like a short the pops type event. And that's what I want to be weary of. Just because I'm seeing a couple of green candles doesn't mean that level is going to be a hold. It could be a hold and then we consolidate at that level only to Huadunk later.
Huadunk.
Right? So, yeah, I want to be cognizant of that. I want to see if we retrace the key levels. I don't want to hang around near the lows too much. The longer we hang out there, 2, 3, 4 points above, the more likely we are to break down. We got to get away from that level. So that's what I'm looking at. I'm looking at that. People saying UNCY. I know we've been kind of ignoring a little bit the small cap crappers today because it's been such a a macro market moving day. Let's have a look at UNCY real quick. UNCY. Okay, so it's doing moves, up 35%, multi-day runner. You guys know that. We talked about that yesterday, the day before, and the day before. This one got off the schneid March 6th. Every day subsequent to that, it has printed higher with a higher high and a higher low. It has been a swing trader's dream. To be honest with you, if you loaded the boat at 50 cents here, you've been rewarded handsomely. Now we're near day's highs. At 285, we're hanging out at 277s. Yesterday's close, and a key area of support you have to assume is that $2.10 level. So you're not saying it's going to retrace there, but you know what would be great, Luca?
What?
The first red day.
First red day, oh yeah.
On this swing on UNCY. We're not going to get it today, or it doesn't look like we're going to get it quite yet. But
what's the news on UNCY? Do you remember?
Back in the day, I'll have a look.
Yeah, double check that as I just give a quick look at that. So again, guys, small caps for myself. I like it's the long is good on the front side.
Dialysis drug.
Dialysis drug. So if you're ever shorting a small cap, let me just give you a little kind of insight into front side versus back side. I am a man of the backside personally, and that is kind of my that's personally. As a trader, that's what I personally like. So that means that I short these things. So, I've been on the front side, I've been on the back side. And when I'm on the back side, it's so much easier to short as opposed to the front side. If you are shorting the front side, ladies and gentlemen, it's not good, man. You get smoked. You literally get smoked. So first red day means that if this thing gaps up on Monday to 320, and then fades down, maybe it can get to $2. So go for 10, 20, 30%. Yeah, Cookie Monster's retired. I feel like now I can make a couple of jokes here and there. Hopefully you guys enjoying that. Hit the like button, ladies and gentlemen. Yeah, so basically first red day for me, and let me just quickly pull
chat
out.
lighting up there in response
Yeah.
to your little innuendo there, Luca.
Let me just quickly show essentially what I'm, just to draw the obvious for people that are wondering, what are you talking about? Like, what do you mean first red day? Like, where are you going with this? So essentially, it's not going to be thick enough, but essentially, if we like gap up, right, and then we do like a candle like this, right? And I'm gonna, look at that, eh?
Boy.
And let's say whatever, you get a little wick, a little wick action at the bottom. But if you get this, right, this is first red day. So it's like green, 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 first red day. So like if you get that like 3 short and it fades into 2, that's a 33% move. That's not bad.
As a swing, do you hold short for a second consecutive red day?
It really depends. It really depends because if you get a candle like this, I feel like, are you really gonna get a green candle like that? I feel in small caps that would be green, but I feel like, yeah, you either get an inside. I mean, guys, how many people trade small caps? How many people see first red day? And then how rare is it for it to go back up? Usually, what you'll do is you'll map where it closed, and then the next day, it might not get over like 50%. So it will not get over this high. It'll not even, so this will be a resistance zone, and the candle might open over here, and then it'll just be like, you know what I mean? Like look at that candle there. So essentially, if you get a first red day, you're probably getting like a secondary red day. But it really depends the news. It depends the stock. It depends the float. Is algo involved? Are they punching levels? Are they trying to trap? Are trap moves happening? So essentially, let's go back to our charts over here and kind of zoom out and look at the 15, just to kind of give a little bit of a look there. Yeah, FRC halted. Yeah.
Just mentioned.
So the thing is this is like up, right? Up. So it's showing you, in my opinion, that like this level right here would be like my like ultimate, like, oh, maybe it could fade to this level, like this kind of general area. So 140, 120-ish area. And then 2 is probably going to be a level, but more so 220 to 180, which is going to be the wider range. It popped into that area and then faded back down. It couldn't get there, right? It popped again, then it finally tested it, and now it's like, going to the upside. So I feel like you got to look at daily levels. You got to definitely zoom out on these things, and you got to see, is there any previous action on the daily where this thing shows that it wants to run into some resistance? And a lot of the times things look like this. So I feel like you could draw a line here and here. So it's already through 250. Now the top end of the range is like, call it 320. So it's obviously headed to 3.
Bump it.
I think if we get over 350, then it's like, okay, maybe this thing wants to actually run to 5, right? But at the same time, it's probably gonna it's in this like area here. Like if we get to 320, maybe we get some fade action. And then if you get that first red day where, again, I'm just loosely saying this, anything could happen. But basically, if this thing gets to like 280 and then closes at 250, and then Monday opens and then goes 3, breaks, does the volume, goes back down, gives you first red day, I feel like if this breaks 250, it goes down to 2, right? And probably even 180. So as a first red day setup, as a mean reversion trader, as somebody who's shorting, you obviously want to wait for the backside. You don't want to short too aggressively on the front side because it could just keep steamrolling to the upside. You map your levels, you take your shot. And in this case, 320 into 350 is like the overhead, up and down area. Like if it breaks 320, this thing could jailbreak, break 350, go to 4. Like we've seen that so many times. Anytime you're trading this, you want to always go to Float Checker, which is a free website. If you don't have access to Float Checker, you go there but you know what? I'll get back to this. We're going to go to Brendan at the big desk for an update quick.
Big spike here, guys, for Sunrun. RUN was down more than 9% at the bottom there, but volume coming in. Gordon Haskett, analyst, saying that this company, Sunrun, has significant or quote-unquote large exposure to SVB.
Oh, baby, here comes. There's going to be a run-on-run. Was this one reporting lately? I remember seeing it. Or was it part of an upgrade and downgrade? Let me have a look real quick here. Yeah. Oh, no, this one moved yesterday, 9:30. Okay. Oh, I'll have to look. I have to look at that. But I know that there was some news there on some solar plays. Sunrun, one of those ones that I used to see a lot in the pandemic. Remember JKS, CSIQ. There were other ones. Run, this one as well. There was, which one? Power, what was it? Sun Power, SNWP, or man. I forget. It's been a few years now. Anyway, here's the move. It's down. It's down into that 2161 area. 2125 is the low of day. There's a bit of a double bottom brewing here, though, at this level. Even though we broke it to the south side, it immediately wicked back up. So I'm not going to, you know, I don't know. I'm not going to make a decision on this one, but it's down almost 9% now on decent volume. And a lot of that volume, look at this volume candle here come in. Over 1.25 million shares when that news comes in. It's stair-stepping down, 2161. You know, 2343 was the high. It's giving you good notional intraday range. So tradable, definitely. I'll keep an eye on that. Let's keep that there. I don't have a plan on it, so I feel a little bit hesitant to take that on news. I haven't had an opportunity to really digest the price action and whatnot. Anyway, we're holding here on the futures, but I feel like this is one where we're hanging on for dear life and we're just destined to make lower lows. That doesn't bode well for my Apple trade, but the level that I'm looking at that we could possibly break down to from where we're currently at is definitely that 38.80. That's, I feel, is a key area of support. Technically on the day, it's 38.78.5. That's the low of day. If we break through this area here, look how many times we've bounced off 38.87. That's once, twice, thrice, 4 times, 5 times, 6 times. How many times is too many times before we head down and make it possible a newer low? So very cautious. I feel like this is a short to pop type event. I'll be quite honest with you, and that's completely counter to the trade that I'm in at the moment. But you know, such is the case. You know, I've only gotten into that quarter position on this one, so I'm not too worried about it going against me. I'll look to defend, like I said, in front of 149, and I may give it to the $0.75 level. That means about 148.75 to defend in and around there. But what I'm seeing on the futures, not looking good. Lower highs, lower lows, and possibly a flat bottom break coming through 87s. We've been knocking on the door of 87s for a while. When do we get through, or when do they answer the door? The bear is on the other side. They're going to be answering the door. That's a joke. This guy's typing away. All right, let's continue.
Yeah, I was just messaging. So just to quickly go back to what I was saying, just anybody who doesn't know already, Flow Checker, free website. It tells you the flow. It compiles data from all these websites. Sometimes it'll differ. So for example, Yahoo might say 3.5, but as long as the rest of them are showing something similar, you take it with a grain of salt and you say, okay, this is like 6 to 10 million. So I understand how the tape teleportation takes place on a 6 to 10 million float versus a micro float, 2 million float versus 500,000 versus 50 million float. So when you're looking at small caps, you always want to know the float. You always want to know institutional ownership. You always want to know the short. You always want to, see its personality relative to the previous days of how it was traded. And remember to record the screen on day 1s, day 2s, day 3s for the ticker, because the ticker might come back into play in the next 6 months or in the next year, in the next 2 years. And so have that recording recorded. And if it's in play the next day, watch it back and then try to, gauge it and say to yourself, like, oh, this is the personality of this stock, if you don't remember it. Or if you have a great memory, and if you were trading it, like myself, it's kind of, you trade enough things, you kind of remember the personality of things. But I would say, yeah, record your screen, get the reps in. That does go a long way. But so this one, you have 9 million float. Again, I wasn't really watching it. I didn't trade it the whole time, kind of up and down. But essentially, that 320 level is kind of the interesting level, that 3 into 320. I wouldn't be surprised if we go up to 3 today and then fade back down. But if Monday is going to be a first red day on this thing, then, it could be interesting. It's volume is going to always be the tell. And when I'm looking at these things kind of move to the upside, I'm surprised that it didn't give a first red day already. So in my opinion, again, and I'm not trading this, so take what I say with a grain of salt. But in my opinion, if a first red day doesn't come when you think, then it might just hold, right? It might just go up to a price and hold, and it really depends the fundamentals. It really depends what is the information that came through, what is the, why is it up, right? So this thing actually barcoded, not so much barcoded, but channeled in this region. So the thing is, if it gets back here, why can't it just channel in this area if it's actually like good positive news, and that's the reason why it's up? Is there high institutional ownership? I don't really know 100%, so I can't comment. But I would say if it is high, then yeah, first red day is not even going to be like valid. Really, it's going to be way less, way more challenging. Just a big headache. So yeah, I'm not really trading it. I basically take one look at the price action. I'm like, no thanks on that one.
Let's go, baby. Finding a bit of buying coming in here on the futures and on our friend Apple, as we're now 30 pennies in the money as we continue to move up. Test that $0.50. Only sad I didn't add more on that dip, but I'm not ready to count the profits yet as we, worry about these wicks coming in that just bamboozle us and flush to the downside, which looks like that may be happening at the moment. Let's see. We're printing higher lows here, so that's a good look, but we need some continuation. Meta bounced beautifully off yesterday's close. I've got yesterday's close earmarked here at 181 high 60s, like 181.70, 181 high 60s. Comes down to that level, to the $0.75 level, retraces back up into the $0.50 level at 182.50. So that's a good look for Meta. Nice little bounce there, predictable level. I'm kind of trying to mimic the same thing on Apple, but just getting a really crappy entry point at 30s. I would have definitely liked to have something a little bit lower, but I am waiting for a retest of 149. Last time around, we came down into 149.05, I want to say, and then bounced back up. So looking for that defend of 149, but we'll have to get some help from some of these futures here. Let's see what else is moving. EUDA, what is this one up to here? Small cap crapper, $2.51. What's the float on this bad boy? Let's find out real quick here. It is 7 million shares. Oh baby. $56 million market cap. That's what you want to see. This looks like an absolutely secure investment here. Let's log into EUDA. Hold on. EUDA. There we go. Yeah, look, it's moving. It's moving. It's had a big boy move up. What's the headline on this? If I can look real quick here. EUDA resumes trading. La 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 la. Is this a multi-day runner? Let me look real quick. Yeah, okay, so we had the move came originally on the 6th, and then we had a really big wicking day on the 7th that almost went to the $3.50 area. We're back up again. We topped out here at 275. It's very wicky for a $3 stock, and here's what I mean by that. If you're going to get in, you got to be willing to absorb a lot of downward moves or look at this. It's just not stair-stepping up in the way that you'd like to see. The only good thing I'd like to say about this is it's really respected VWAP. Have a look. If you could have got in multiple areas here on VWAP, and you could have printed a nice little profit. Happened initially back at 11:30. You could have got in at 194, got out at 251, and that happened over and over and over again. It's been a VWAP hold trade with consecutively higher highs, but not by much. And typically when a higher high is made, an immediate retracement comes out of there. So shout out to all my shorts who want to short the pops. This might be your guy right here. Like every time we make a new high, it's a khwadunk down to the downside. But hold at VWAP. So if you range traders, this is probably right down your alley too for that kind of trade. So EUDA, not great. Apple's absolutely pumping to the high side, guys. Here, what is going on? Woo! We get that trade, baby. Let's take a little bit out there before we, yes, my old man hands are able to take some out there. What a move up on Apple. It's absolutely flying to the high side. We held that 149. We get that 150 test. I was not expecting that. Good trade on Apple, Luca.
Oh, baby. Yeah, guys, I covered the majority of my shorts, the rest of them, so I'll just go over them very quickly. What was I in? Bank of America. This thing broke the trend 50 period. So punching out of the rest, this thing could easily go back to 31, so I don't want to be in it. Tried to hold in case we went lower, but we just didn't. We're kind of holding that 30-30, trending up. So winner on that one, throw it up to the win there. Pretty happy with that one. Google, same thing. We popped. Even if we go, like I was lighter on the position, trying to see if I could get lower and be kind of cheeky with it. But we break trend, we break VWAP, so I'm out of that trade as well. JPM, so Pratt actually, guys, you see JPM on my board here. Pratt sends me a tweet. He goes, look at this one, man. So I'm looking at this. Jim Cramer, JP Morgan is a fortress. That's what he said, today at 12 p.m. Prad goes, get your shorts ready. Before I even saw this, I see get your shorts ready, JP Morgan, Jim Cramer, Insta short, Insta. I short this thing, and I'm just like, let me just go for like a little win. Small size, but I was like, Insta short, instantly.
Did you see the video of him promoting SIVB, saying it was a stalwart of
man.
Yeah, and he kept pumping it on his show on Mad Money. And I don't know exactly how long ago was that, but the whole video, I watched the whole video of it. And then there's like another video of him like just staring into the wind, you know, like because all his calls end up going the other way. So he's like reflecting on his inverse Kramer ETF.
That's so funny. I didn't see it.
He was pounding the desk on SIVB, man. I mean, I don't know. The chat, did you guys see that? I can find it in a second here. It's on my Instagram. I can bring it up real quick. It's absolutely hilarious. But you know, I'm not even trying to hate on the guy. He's obviously done very well for himself. But it's just funny how this works out. You know, he pounds the desk on a stock, and a few days later, it's you know, it's not even able to stay in business. They're trying to sell themselves. So I'm assuming that company that was going to back them, that private equity company, pulled out. They were going to give them $500 million or so, and that was the whole thing. They secured it, right? Yesterday they wanted $2.25 billion. They were able to get $500 million from that private equity firm. So did they pull out, or were they not able to get the rest of the money, the $1.75 billion that?
Yeah, that's. I know somebody's asking about GE, so I just want to say very quickly, guys. So I took the VWAP bounce on it, got some out. I didn't add because, like, whatever. Honestly, I'm not even like paying attention. But like I said, maybe some sideways action, recycle, and then as it goes up, pay yourself up along the way as it goes up. So I basically said to myself, 20s and 30s is where I want to kind of, you know, take my profits and whatever. So I did that. I'm holding some because if this thing wants to like drift up to 94, I kind of want to be a part of it. If that makes sense. So let's try to get some 50s on that if I can, and then let's try to get like see if we can get like closer to 94. So like, you know, 50s would be like the last cover of these kind of scalp moves into the level, and essentially playing off of this, right? This kind of where's the line? Playing off of like this area right here. So here and here. So like 30s into 60s. So like 50s being the kind of middle. That's like that kind of resistance that maybe we do go back down. So I've already taken the 20s, the 30s, the 40s, and now let's see if I can get the 50s and then the 94 even dollar at the top there. So yeah, I don't know who you know, who was asking. I can't remember. I see like users saying G. So I think somebody else was asking as well. That's the plan, man. It's like long, taking the money, making the money, and soon to be drinking the beers. And yeah, man, can't complain on that one. Yeah, so now I'm just long GE, and I'm short the last little piece of Tesla. If Tesla goes all the way back to 179, I'll cover this last piece. But I just feel like if we go back there, I'll probably short it again. So yeah, on this last little piece, I'm not very concerned about it. I'm just chilling. If we go back down, great. If we don't, whatever. I'll find another trade on it. I didn't want the VWAP long. I like the short. I actually thought we were going lower. And somebody was like, yeah, Tesla 170. Like I was like, oh yeah, maybe Tesla goes to like 168. And someone's like, yeah, Tesla 170. I was like, yeah? Okay, yeah, there we go. So let's see if this keeps going. Cheeky Tax saying AMD question mark. So let's have a look here at AMD, see where this one is. AMD, oh, this is actually a short. Yeah, let's go short here. Let's start this position. So this is that same level before the jailbreak, right? So this is kind of like 84.20 into 84. And then this is like that kind of like, oh, it like squeezed up, went back down, faded. It's now back at this resistance zone. So let's see. And this is a scalp, guys. This is a scalp, meaning that like I'm not going for like, I might not even go for VWAP. I'm going to see if we could break down below 84. I'll try to get some covers going on that one. So I'm going to work this position, see what comes of it. But yeah, if I can get like 20 cents on this one, I'll be pretty happy. I mean, it already did the kind of move up from the looks of it, and now it's channeling. The only thing is that it did bounce off VWAP, so it could be on the move to the upside. And the market sort of is on the move to the upside, but it doesn't matter. I feel like I'm just like in this position. If it goes down, I cover. If it goes up, I close it. So yeah, let's see where this one wants to go. I'm not going to add to this one. This is just a one and done. It either works or it doesn't. Reliable Rudy saying, I just went long AMD. Okay, man, best. So it's a win-win here. So you're already in the money because now we're going up. So win-win for yourself. If I win, well, no. Win, best of luck. That's what I want to say. Best of luck, but you're probably right because it's going up right now. So yeah, I'll see where it goes. But again, we probably have different trading styles, I would imagine. Like who trades like me, like an absolute maniac. So yeah, we'll maybe I'm like break even right now anyway.
We
so
pumping
we'll
here. We are pumping. Okay, I'm taking another. Okay, so I got out of my long on Apple. I got long 34s. I took them out here 93s, and then I took some more out 65s. That was it. I wasn't sure the path. I thought it was a VWAP rejection. Now I'm looking to reclaim the $50 area, so I'm long here 97s again. It may not be the best thing. I thought maybe something was coming out of the Apple Investor Day or whatever. What is it called? Investor Day? Apple Investor Day? Yeah. Yes, it's called Investor Day. Yeah, let's see. We're futures-wise, we're still below VWAP, okay? We're red on the day. We're down 0.5 percentage point. To get green, we got to break 39.19. You know, we're rejecting 39 now. This might not be a good look here. Let's see. You know, I'm not gonna bail out too quickly, but it's retracing. Now we're into the 80s, so about 20 pennies out of money on this long here, and looks like we're headed downside. So this could be a VWAP rejection. I'm not ready to call it yet. I'm gonna exercise some patience, looking for that continuation through 150. But it's a bit of a double top right now, at least on the 3-minute chart on this 150 rejection here on Apple. I thought maybe something was coming in, you know, here.
Oh, we like flushing here on AMD.
Yeah, so Luca's taking profits here on AMD.
Oh, baby.
Send it over.
Yeah, I'll take that. Oh, no, not all of it. Okay, well, whatever. It is what it is. Yeah, that's, no, I meant to do half, and then half at 91s. Whatever, all good, man, all good. I was trying to 30. That was only 20. Wow, and now it goes to 90s. Oh well. Okay, G flushing here. Market kind of not flushing, but dipping down just a little bit, getting the move back down here. I don't know what to do with this position. If we break VWAP, I'm out of this trade. If we break 92, maybe like low. Like if where's VWAP? I mean, if we break like 74s, I should probably be out of this trade. So. Maybe I'll just like take a little bit off right now to like lighten up on that, and then let me like throw the stop out. And guys, you know the deal, man. When I throw the stop out, it's gonna be a loss for sure. So yeah, let me just claim that loss down below, 25 cents lower from where it is right now, and chill with it. See where it wants to go. Let me just go back at some of these other positions, see where we are. Meta, okay, that doesn't look like a trade right now. JPM, I feel like, was too impulsive, so let me not even go back to this thing, but let's just check it out.
It held VWAP nicely. If you got JPM off VWAP, off 132-ish area, it was a good look.
Yeah, no, I see you there. Bank of America. Guys, watch 30.30 on Bank of America. So it dipped, and the low here, and let me just remove the fills. So I just kind of have the level directly. The low here was like 30.34, and then this low was like 30.31. No thanks. Okay. 30.34 and then 30.31. So 30.30 essentially, for whatever reason, is like holding. So I would say watch that level. It's probably a level, I don't know if I'm gonna trade it, but I feel like it's a level that if we get there and we break, like we're gonna instantly flush like 20 cents. It's just kind of the feel that I'm getting for it. But if we get there and it holds, then we like bounce again. So do what you want with that information. I'm probably not gonna be trading it. Just gonna be chilling and watching, but yeah, I feel like now it's kind of like bounce, break, and then like retest the 30. And yeah, maybe this thing even wants to like get below VWAP and go to like 29.80 at some point today. So we'll see where that one wants to go. Ravi saying, is any hope chance for bounce back, guys? Please give your thoughts. Are you talking about the ES market? I mean, 39. This is the thing. I'm using H23, but is there a discrepancy in because the futures roll over? I know there's a huge discrepancy. Yeah, so let's do this. So, yeah, that's like, see, that's the thing. So, M is the new contract as of Monday, and it's 39.30 is M, right? And then you go to H, and H is showing 38.95. So that's kind of like a really big discrepancy. It is the same move, right? It's moving the same, and obviously it's taking time into account. That's why time value of money, it's going to be a different price. But essentially, I would say if you're day trading, like trade the one with more volume. That's kind of my opinion. But the thing is, it's a great question. If you're using like levels, like what levels do you like prioritize? So, I mean, all things considered, let's just kind of keep that in mind and then take my opinion with a grain of salt. And again, I'm not a futures trader, so I'm just going to kind of give a loose opinion on it. But let's not even look at price. Let's just look at what it's doing. And I just feel like right now what it's doing is this is the low, and then it's holding this like 38.90 area. So kind of can't sell off below that, bounce, pop. Is it going to now like, bounce, 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 pop, bounce, bounce. Let's see what the end of the day holds. I think, yeah, maybe could bounce back, maybe. But again, yesterday was like interesting. Like yesterday was like, oh, bounce, like bounce, bounce, bounce. Well, not really. 1, 2 bounce, and then like out of nowhere, like vroom, all the way to the downside. So we kind of had that big move down. And then today we have like the kind of like super inside day. So yeah, I don't really think. I think there's going to be some sort of move at the close. I kind of feel like we could do something. That's been the common theme. I wouldn't be surprised if we dip one more time and then going into the close, we like skyrocket to the upside to like create the W formation for the win to close off the week. So I just think like if I have to draw like kind of what happens, maybe it wants to do this and then like go like that. Like that would be a crazy move into the close. But I would say just respect the levels. So respect this like area here and this area here. It could trade here, but if it really breaks down, it could either jailbreak to the downside or give a little bit of a pop. But if it starts to go back up and breaks VWAP, I feel like it look at this. Move to the downside, right? Move back to the upside. And so it's kind of crazy in the sense that like it's showing you that it has like the froom and then froom and then froom. So why not froom back to the upside? So I feel like that's kind of, and this is just me saying like, look, what is the market doing today? What is the kind of the vibe that it's showing you? If it does it once, if it does it twice, maybe it could do it again. So that'd be my only opinion. But again, guys, take with a grain of salt. Not really a futures trader here. I'm just kind of using these very basic levels that I see. I don't even know if these are like significant levels. I'm just using the intraday levels of where it kind of set the range. So it's like the very, very basics. Yeah, froom. And JJW saying, Luca, what advice do you have for holders of SIVB puts right now? So I actually don't have any advice. I never have advice. I don't provide advice. I just basically sit back and say, what is the market doing? This is kind of what I think I'm going to do. And then I just kind of take bets and see what happens. So again, I'm not sitting here giving advice. I tell you guys all the time, trade your own book. I joke around saying like, look, guys, I don't know what I'm doing, right? So, but I say that in a joking manner, but at the same time, like literally, like I don't know what I'm doing. So yeah, don't take advice from a guy who wears a Cookie Monster outfit. I'll say that much. But in terms of your puts, let me just say briefly that I don't know where this thing's going to open, right? I don't know where it's going to open. I don't know what's going to happen next. But I just feel like to state the obvious, if you're short from like the top, right? So, who's short from the top besides that one guy who bought $7,500 worth of puts and clipped like 2-3 million right over there. But if you're short from the top, I mean, if there's a buyout, if somebody acquires them, what was Brendan saying from before too on it? Because I was like loosely listening and then my shorts were paying, so I was like not really noticing. But essentially, wherever it opens, I mean, I don't know where it's going to go next. It just kind of fell all the way down. So I would just say it doesn't hurt to pay yourself, I guess, if you're in the money, but it's halted. I don't know if it's going to open. There's so many like questions, so I actually have no idea. I got like no idea what to think, so I can't really like provide any value. I mean, the only thing I could say is from a technical standpoint, look at FRC, right? So this is a whole different scenario, but like to give you an idea, it's like this thing went all the way down and it went all the way back up, right? So when it was going down, like when it was doing this, like I was like, oh, this thing's going to 0. Like that's what I thought. I'm like, this thing is literally going to 20. We're going to see like 19 today. And then it just like turned around and like not only did it go back to like where it started the move, it went even higher. It went to 95. So like I would say like, taking that into account and now looking at this thing, SIVB or whatever, it's, what's going on here? Looking at SIVB over here, it's like this thing, and again, it's not like the same, right? So it's not really the same. So like it's not like a comparable kind of thing. But yeah, it's just kind of all the way down. Like, I mean, is there going to be a bounce when it opens? I'm not really too sure. I know Neil's saying over $1 since Brendan brought the news. Yeah, obviously, we're basically trading markets. We're coming in live with the news. It's obviously it pays to listen. Like things, news drops and things kind of come through right away. So yeah, as a day trader, it really pays to kind of be all over these moves and stuff like that. But again, I'm not really too sure. Yeah, John D. Pietro, regulators have taken control of the bank. So I don't even know what that means, honestly. Like I have no idea like what that means for the price, right? So I would say best of luck if you're in that trade. And hopefully you clip a couple million if that's even possible.
Yeah, I hope all the best for you there if you guys kill that. I mean, if you guys do something we didn't, obviously. and we're able to front run that, but it kind of blindsided me yesterday. I really wasn't expecting it. It kind of actually had me change the entire layout here of my setup now to always have the top percentage losers up on my board, in addition to top percentage gainers, something that I've been really wanting to do and not pulling the trigger on for whatever reason.
Your mic.
UVX, sorry about that, guys. I'm talking about, what was I saying right now? Yeah, UVXY, I was about to say that. UVXY is at day's highs right now, guys. $6.08. This is the 1.5 times correspondence to the S&P 500 short. Basically, they call it the VIX short-term futures index, right? UVXY. That's up 17.8%. Huh? Pardon me?
So I just tell you what I'm in. I'm short Microsoft 251.
Sean is short Microsoft 251.
Short Apple 150.
He's short Apple 150. So those are the trades coming from the big kahuna to my right. He's updating you guys on that. We intend on having eventually your trades like up all day, right? Like we're trying to get that on the board. Are we trying to do that? We're figuring it out. Okay. Yeah, because always people want to know what the big kahunas are trading. And so when we're on for 3 hours, Seeker of Truths.
Seeker
The
of
Seeker of
underscore.
Truths. I like that name by default. Thank you very much for the $20 super chat. It will definitely be put into the degeneracy fund today for the after the fund. No, I'm kidding, of course.
Come on.
Tongue in cheek. Next Generation Network will have a seat. Yep. Thank you for that very much for your ad there, and everybody is there to see it for you. All right, guys. Still, I'm nursing this trade. Not much else I can say other than we are looking at the futures low here coming up on the ES March contract. Have a look at this. Here it is. We're looking to test that 37.87 again. How many times are we going to bounce off this exact level? I mean, on this occasion, we broke it by a 1.5 or so, but then immediately retraced above. How many times are we going to get touches at this level? Here's how I see it, guys. The more times we get touches to the downside and you get lower highs, the more inclined you are to flush and break down. So this trade that I've got in Apple here is on a very short leash. I don't really believe in this market having a positive catalyst, enough so to kind of propel us off the lows here. So even though we may not break down on this particular retracement, I feel like we will on subsequent ones, unless really some sort of winds of change catalyst comes in here and starts propelling us. But that being said, we haven't reached those levels yet, and I feel we may have some support left in us at those levels. By those levels, I'm talking about 38.87 again. So given based what my cost basis is on Apple, I'll be looking to kind of dollar cost average into there and find some sort of a bounce. That's going to be my play to kind of try to get out of trouble there. These have this was a quarter position. This is 10%, 10%. So I'm in a 45% position, and it's a losing position currently on Apple, but I'm looking for support again on the futures at 87s. If we can get down there, I'll be looking to kind of find a bit of a bounce here on my friend Apple. We're hanging out in the 40s. I've got some in the 70s, meaning that I'm 30 pennies out of the money. All right, guys. Run continues to, you got it, run down since Brendo sent us that little news item there with respect. What was the catalyst again on run? Talk about so much. Here it is. Haskett analysis saying company has large exposure to SIVB. That's the news on run. That's at day's low, okay? 2033, that's day's low. We're at that level right now. So it's been one stair step after another. You got to wonder where you find bottom, where you may find some support. Let's go to the 4 hour. Let's start out with the 4 hour here. We are by all these levels already on the 4 hour. There is nothing to look at here. We got to go to the daily to figure out where the support level is. And you got to go back to the October lows for anything here. The October low brings us to 19. There is a very interesting area at 19. You can play this one or two ways. Smash short in anticipation of a 19 touch, or wait for that 19 touch and then smash long off that. So that's how I would play it.
I think that this is an interesting one. It presents itself. It's not really a fast mover. So, I don't know. I don't want to say you don't need fast decision-making skills. That's probably the wrong way to put it. But, probably can take your time a little bit more with this one. Not as aggressive. Here we go again at the futures. We're at that level that we bounced off numerous times. So here's my opportunity to smash long into Apple. I'll add there for a possible bounce back up. But here's the deal, guys. We break decisively and close below that 87, and I'm out. So I will take that loss on Apple for that. But I'm looking for a possible bounce here as we are at an inflection point on the futures. But again, every time you touch that level, it becomes more likely that you're going to flush it to the downside. And this is, I don't know, the umpteen time we are coming down to this 87 level, despite the fact that I think the better level for a really good area of support is 80, because that's where a lot of the price action was. 78s, oh baby, there it goes. 78s are technically the low of day, 78.50. We get that flush on the futures, and all of a sudden, here we go, baby. Microsoft, Sean's saying Microsoft short, he's short 251s. We're at 50s now, so about $1 in the money on that. Here go the futures, baby. That 87 giving way for now. Let's see what goes down. Apple now back into 149. That's not good for me, but I'm going to take this opportunity to add a little bit here, Luca.
Yeah, guys. Let's see what happens here next, man. This is things are going down just a little bit. This market is now down into that lower end of the range. So yeah, I'm sure Microsoft is well in front of this 250 here. Let's see if this breaks and where it wants to go from there. I'm still in the Tesla short. It's going down. It's finally breaking down there, so it's looking pretty good. I'm still holding. I think I'm going to throw a random bid out at like 171. If I can get that, I think that's kind of like my my best out. So I'll just throw a bid there at 171 in case it does wick down and I get that fill. That'll be awesome. And yeah, nice short there on Microsoft, Sean, at 251. Pretty good. This thing probably going to 249.50 at least, and maybe even 249 bottom. Kind of dip. Now breaking down. We could actually maybe go down to 248, especially if this market wants to continue there to the downside. So yeah, keep an eye on your positions, watch what happens next on this one, and go from there, ladies and gentlemen. Somebody's saying, who told Luca fishing gear? Oh yeah, man. Somebody's saying check Amazon. No comment on that one.
What a
check Amazon
comment.
is oh man, Amazon flushing here as well.
Everything's flushing, bro.
Yeah, man, Amazon flushing here as well
Short
to the downside.
Sean is short Amazon 92.50. Just covered some right now.
Yeah,
Go
that's
ahead,
awesome.
Luca.
Yeah, no, that's awesome. I think you get the whole down move, you get the whole up move. Like this is the pre-market high on Amazon. Could have justified a kind of that area, and this thing parabolic all the way back to the downside. Is Nvidia down? No, Nvidia's not below 230. Is it? No, it's not below 230. Yeah, Nvidia. Let's see if it gets to 230. I'm still gonna try that bounce, but I'm not really. I don't know really what's gonna happen next on that one. Just basically nursing what I got here on board. The GE long. I didn't end up stopping myself out. I decided, you know what? Let me just instead of stopping myself out, let me add to this, and then it kind of dipped even lower, but not breaking the 92.50. So let's see if this thing can get back to VWAP. Essentially, not looking good. Basically 20 cents out of the money, but all good, man. Trade Alliance saying, Luca, AMD, quick $600 scalp. Thanks, man. Can I pay by Payoneer? I don't know what that is, but I don't know. Is that like to send? Just like send super chats if you want. And let's look at AMD. Yeah, AMD was. You know what's funny? I was gonna cover. This was like a scalp trade, like I mentioned. But what a fade, man. I should have held that maybe. I mean, the thing is, I'm still like, I just find other trades, right? Like I'm still short Tesla, light size, but whatever. Microsoft is like breaking down here. Let's see if this thing wants to keep going to the downside. And well, just eyeing some covers in these random areas as it wants to sort of go lower. Let's see if this can continue to go to the downside. And this market is fading off here, man.
Yeah, you can take it. I'm still just trying to change the settings.
Yeah, sure. This market is, we are fading to the downside. Ladies and gentlemen, I feel like, let's see where this goes. Let's see where like these moves go. Let's see where these go here. Yeah.
Okay?
Oh, sorry. Yeah, no, sorry. I got,
Right. All right.
GE going back to the
take it-
upside. Okay.
I can take it. Yeah, UVXY, guys, is a print factory at the moment. 622. It keeps stair-stepping up incrementally. People yelling at me in the chat, get at Apple, get at Apple. Yeah, you know, we are at an inflection point on the market, and we're holding. So if I end up losing, I end up losing on it. I've made money on JPM, so I can afford to give a bit of money back. Hey, if you don't risk anything, you don't get anything. No risk, no Rari, as Pradley likes to say. But here we are. I'm long 47. So if we hold on these futures, at least at this 38.80, 38.78, that's the area we've been talking about, then we'll see. We'll see. I ain't doing it, but we'll see what happens there. Now, like almost only 20 pennies out of the money. I'll leave this one. I don't have to keep staring at it. What else is happening here? FRC also looks like it's double topped and looks like it wants to khwadunk. Here we go. This is what we're looking at here. We're seeing a top, a flush, a retracement into the 50, a rejection, another retracement into the 50, another rejection. Do we see this 70 break eventually? I'm going to posit that we may. If we do get that 70 rejection or 70 take to the downside, I want to be all part of that. So let's go ahead and set up that trade, possibly here. There we go, FRC. So let me just look real quick here. FRC obviously is going to be short sale restricted, so I will have to get in on the uptake. That makes it a little bit harder. I don't know how I want to approach this trade exactly. I'll be honest with you.
Gee, look at this
I'm
move.
looking for a bottom break. 1 second, Luca.
Sorry.
I'm looking for a flat bottom break, possibly maybe through 72. If you could come back to my chart, please. Through 72 is kind of what I'm looking at there. If we get a decisive break of 72, I want that. But we'll see. We'll see. I don't want to jump the gun. I'm still about $1.50 away. It's super spready, this name, and super risky. Already down 25% on the day. So obviously what I'm saying here, you know, if you're going to follow it, make sure you size in accordingly and know how to distribute your risk. Looks like we're holding for the moment at 80s on the futures. So we'll see. We'll see what happens. We'll see what happens there. I'm looking for a retracement back into possibly 90s or a VWAP if we do get any reprieve here on the futures. 3,900, you got to assume we'll probably find some resistance at, and then definitely at VWAP like we did last time at 39.06. Let me just show you guys real quick here what I'm talking about there. Here is where we're at. Thinking 3,900. Definitely there'll be resistance there, and then VWAP. Look at that. How many times we kind of bounced off VWAP, rejecting there off 39.06. Respecting VWAP a lot today. Like, look at this. The retracements back into VWAP, finally break it, retrace back into VWAP. VWAP being a very important level today on the ES. Sometimes it's not like that, to be honest with you. So, yeah, we're stuck in some of these trades that we'd rather maybe not be in. These longs are risky. There's no question about it, but we'll weather them.
Yeah, you know what? Sometimes, you know what? Okay, yeah. Not market related, just kind of my own thing. Okay, whatever. So yeah, I'm chilling now. I'm chilling, ladies and gentlemen. Not a worry in the world here. And what to do next? Yeah, I think I'm holding Tesla. I'm just gonna hold it forever. Like, let's just see where that one goes. And GE, what a thing. I thought this was possible. And I was playing off 9250. The only problem is I didn't add more as it kind of went back up. But I just said, whatever. Like, I was already trading Microsoft. I kind of smashed that short. Taking some off as we go back above VWAP. I think like, you know, if you're looking at GE, this is like let me just, anytime that I get the opportunity to draw something, I feel like I always want to. So let me just use visuals here. This is my opinion of what potentially is happening on GE. So it sort of already gave you the VWAP bounce, the move to the high, the double top reversal, the breakdown, the VWAP bounce, right? The dip. Then I think if it's going to be strong, like we could do that, right? And not to say that we are going to go all the way to the highs, But essentially, if this is like the sort of the VWAP bamboozlement, like the long is still kind of good type thing, like this overall market's selling off, and like what's really selling off is tech as opposed to G as an example. And so like if we like dip down, what I would say is that's a very important level. Because if this was the bamboozlement, we should not break the 92.50. If we do, then it's like, yeah, maybe we're going to go to 92. So we can even dip here, but I would watch that 92.50, and it could easily go back down to here. But as long as it doesn't break that 92.50, maybe like it could, you know, like curl back up. And like even if it does something like that, I mean, if you're playing like the 92.50 below VWAP long into over VWAP, kind of covering here, covering here, covering here, like this is essentially what I'm doing, right? So like I'm essentially kind of like, you know, like long, taking the money, taking off some, because if we go lower, adding back VWAP, watching it go down, missing the ad, scalping it out again. If we do that, I'm going to continue to cover as we pop to the upside. So yeah, my average is 92.83. I'm basically at flat right now. I can weather the storm. If we go through 92.50, like at this point now, like I don't want it. So yeah, we break 92.50 on that one. I'll be officially out of that one, and that's it. Miranda, that's a beautiful name. Luca, can you explain how that guy allegedly made $2.5 million on the puts? I can't wrap my head around it. So do you understand how put options work is the first question that I have for you. And I'm going to assume the answer is no because you're asking the question. So essentially, let me just give a little brief kind of like overview. Calls and puts are basically option contracts. And so what that means is they are bets on the stock, and they are used to speculate and hedge. And so one contract is based on 100 shares. And so I'll use a very simple example, and let's use Palantir as this example because it's a very simple price here. So Palantir, one call option on Palantir at $7 means the person purchasing the call option has the option to buy 100 shares from the seller of that option at $7 a share if the price is above. So for example, the price is at $7.40. They have the call to exercise at 7. That means they can buy 100 shares from this person who has to deliver them shares at 7. It's 100 shares, right? So obviously, if you're above 7, that person loses, you win. It is a direct what's the word I'm looking for? It is a direct zero-sum game. Your win is their direct loss, and that is how options work. So if you're purchasing options, whether they're call or puts, you don't have unlimited liability because you just can lose what you put into them. If you sell options, on the other hand, meaning if you write options, then boy, you are unlimitedly liable. And what I mean by that is if you sell calls, right, and the stock goes up to infinity, like you have to deliver those shares to somebody who has the option to buy them. So if they had the option to buy them at 7 and this goes to 1,000 and you didn't buy the shares, meaning you're unhedged, then you have to go buy them for 1,000 and sell them for 7. That's your loss. That's their win. So again, based on 100. So now let's go to SIVB just very quickly. The person who did this bought $7,500 worth of those puts. So I'm going to pull up the tweet as I kind of look at this here. It's from this guy. You can look at it, MANZ or not, Mr. Manzel. That's kind of funny. Yesterday, a trader bought SIV March 200 puts for 0.25 per contract. So that's $25 per contract. They spent $7,500 on the position. So this guy obviously like did the math. So let's just go with this. So let's go 7,500 divided by $25. They bought 300 put contracts at 200. Okay. So if the price is let's say it's at 50, that means that this person net the spread of 150 points, right, per contract. So times 300 times 100 shares per contract. So that's so yesterday it was 2.1 million when it was down there. But if it's at 50, I mean the thing's at, where is it at right now? It's at like 60. So let's just say it's at 50. The difference between that, as you see what I just did there on the math, is 4.5 million. So that's basically how they did it. So these things, I mean 200 puts on SIVB, the reason why they were so cheap is because look at this thing, it was at 290. So like, I mean, if you look at the daily, it's like, yeah, it's going down, but like, why would, like it's at 266, like 200 has not broken, right? 200 was support. So it breaks 200, it's now at like 50, let's say, it's at 50, that's $150 difference. So again, just to kind of repeat that very quickly, you know, you buy $7,500 of something and it's $25 a piece, you have 300 contracts, right? That's times 100. So you're basically 30,000 shares worth times the spread, which is $150, 4.5 million. So that is how that person made 4.5 million. The contracts will be worth divided by 150. The contracts will be worth 30,000. So essentially, it's like now the contracts are worth 30,000. Yesterday they were worth 25. So they had a gain of 1,200x on that trade. So obviously it's an insider trade. Like obviously, like nobody just randomly does that, and then the next day it happens. Like this person's going to jail. So unless somebody is hedging along. So they have a long and they're hedging their position. But even then, to buy it the day before it collapses is obviously insider information. You know, the SEC is, I'm sure they're backed up. But like when they get around to this, it's very obvious. Like they know who did it. They look into it. They ask why. They probably get them, whether it takes a year, 6 months, whatever, right to jail right away, ladies and gentlemen, right away. So yeah, don't trade on insider information, because even if you make, I mean, you know, he made $4 million. Okay, great. Like assuming this is like a trader who did this, you made $4 million. Now you got to like flee the country and never come back. Yeah, best of luck to that trader out there. What if they just got lucky? It doesn't work like that though. Like it doesn't work like that. Like you're telling me SIVB, somebody randomly is like, let's put 10 grand into this. Like it doesn't make any sense. If it's a hedge, nobody would like they would see it coming maybe, but like you can't tell me the day before. Like you would just be already hedged. You would already be hedged. So I'm going to stick with my kind of right to jail right away. And yeah, man, it's Nicole Harris saying probably will get a $3,000 fine. Well, it just depends who it was. If it was Nancy Pelosi, she usually gets away free with that one. But yeah, no, it's don't trade on insider information. I'll say that much. Okay, back to the markets here.
All right.
We
talk a little bit here to take some time off you, or you got something?
Yeah, sure. Let me just. I'm going to cover GE, so it's breaking down. So I'm out of that trade, so I'm losing on the last piece, but still up on the name. Not too bad. So win. Finally taking the L. Moving on from that one.
All right, guys, let's get into some fitness stuff now. It's 1:10. We're slowing down. Here's what I'm going to do today. So I'm trying to kind of phase my workouts out a little bit from exclusively strength training and hypertrophy, whatever you want to say, into more of like, you know, that HIIT stuff, more functional stuff. So here's what I'm going to do. These are alternating kettlebell snatches with a Russian kettlebell swings. So this is what I'm going to do today. So this is 24 kilos. This is up. Yeah, I won't say which gym this is, where the location is. So basically the idea here is to really use your hips. It's kind of hard to tell from my angle, but I'm actually thrusting with using my glutes to kind of get that in. So I just want to repeat that again. The idea is really to not use your arms and not use your legs, but to kind of use your hips to throw that up. So you're trying to get it above your head, hands together, and then bring it up halfway, and then one single arm bringing it up all the way. And then this one is I'm going to throw this one too. These are cleans and push-ups, deficit push-ups using the kettlebells. So we'll do 135 cleans. We'll do from like a 10-12 banger, right? You guys have to learn how to do this, obviously, because it's not a natural movement. And then right into deficit push-ups. So you get a full body workout. You're working your legs, your lower back, your core, and then in your chest in this instance. So want to show that again. Set up a bar. Get a couple of kettlebells. No reason whatsoever to go heavy here, guys. It's all about technique and keeping your heart rate high, and including some strength training along the way if you want to do that. So that's my look for today, and I hope you give that a try. And then, you know, we'll be showing you more of these every day. What do you do for legs? Can you help me with my cycling and skiing? You know what, D-Loaf? The more you do in terms of strength training for your legs, the more you'll reap the benefit of that in cycling or anything endurance related, right? Especially if you incorporate higher rep strength training into your routine and not just, you know, that 6 to 8 rep range. You're looking for something a little bit. So yes, Keon, Johnny. Okay, I'm not gonna even bother answering that. Man. Let's keep it nice and friendly in the chat, ladies and gentlemen. Let's be cool. So that's the look for there. Let's go back to our friend Apple, because we're still holding that 149 area. So I've accumulated at this 149. It's not a good look. We're still holding technically that 80 level above 38.78 on the futures. We're printing lower highs though, guys. That's the thing. So I feel like this might be a continuation south. If that's the case, we'll take Apple for a loser. For breaks 149, no biggie. Otherwise, we get to defend this level, especially into a more liquid time of day. all of a sudden we're pumping to the high side and maybe we're looking 149.75, maybe even 150 in the face there. That's happened on a number of occasions. So I like how Apple's accumulating at this level. It's kind of looking like a possible double bottom, but the futures have to cooperate. I don't think Appular. I was going to say secular.
Word of the day.
I was going to say secular,
Boom.
and I mixed app and secular together. Appular. I don't think Apple can be a secular movement. I think it's going to be kind of dependent on here on the ES and the NQ. Fat Finger saying Sharif NFTs coming soon. They would be worth 0 pretty quickly, my friend. How do I prevent my portfolio from entering hypertrophy? Yeah, no, but you want your portfolio to enter hypertrophy because hypertrophy means big or getting larger or growing. So I assume you want it to grow unless obviously you're short, in which case you would want hypertrophy anyway because your portfolio would get bigger. Anyway, Steph saying Pilates all the way. Hey man, I'm not gonna disrespect Pilates. I know it can be quite tough. My sister does that. Shout out to her. Apple's now flushing down, guys. 149. The big Kahuna is talking about Microsoft. Here we go. Apple 149. We're gonna break this level. We're at 03s. If we break this level, I'm out, guys. There's no point giving this any more room. The futures have now made newer lows. Apple's about to break 149, and there it is. It breaks. 38.74 technically here is the low of day on these futures. It is one big huadunk to the downside, and I'm getting the alerts that Apple's huadunking. Yes, I can see that, computer. Thank you very much. We're printing much, much lower here on the futures. Yeesh, not a good look. So we'll see what happens here. Yeah, thankfully I'm not too heavily into this, but yeah, we'll see what happens here, guys. Big move down through that 38.81 to the downside. Now technically 38.73.5, down 45 points, almost 1.1%. Yeah, 1.15% on the day. Now we've retraced. Big boy moves, Luca.
Yep, big boy moves, huadunking in every which way possible there. I'm only short Tesla right now. Like, I'm short Tesla here, and I am never covering. That is the logic on this one. I'm never. NVIDIA still didn't bounce, eh? NVIDIA still didn't tap 230. So I just feel like that 230 level, maybe I'm going to be wrong on this, but that 230 level, it's just the market is selling off. Everything is going down. NVIDIA, if we get to 230, we're getting a bounce. So I'm sticking to my guns. I'm going long NVIDIA 230. And if we bounce like 40 cents instantly, I'm offing that position just because that's kind of the plan here. So let's see if we can get that, and let's see where it wants to go. Yeah, things have been interesting today for sure. Definitely an interesting Friday. Lots of fun, and still 45 minutes to go here on the show. So if you guys do have questions, feel free to send them my way. I think it was somebody, Jeff, in the chat. I don't know, Jeff, if you're still watching, but I know you're saying from before, you're like, oh, you can't comment on, like, you know, trading your own account versus trading at a prop firm. It's not the same of trading your hard-earned money. The thing is this, right? If you plan to trade at a prop firm, you know, if you lose, you're losing your future income, right? So yeah, you could, you know, it's a little different, but at the same time, whether you're trading your own money, somebody else's money, every trader will tell you this. You should remove trading, you should remove money and look at it as points. You just want to trade what's in front of you. You want to take good trades, and you want to kind of you know, work with it, right? So, you know, I've traded my own account. I've traded options. I've swing trade. I invest. I day trade. I've been around the block, man. I've been around the block. So I just want to say that, like, eventually you reach a point that none of that matters at all. It doesn't matter at all. Like, you just want to take good trades. If you plan to be a day trader or a swing trader or an investor, and you want to just stick to the plan, you just want to do it. Obviously, if you're trading, you know, there's pros and cons to kind of both situations, and I completely understand. But I would just say, you know, I've been around the block, and eventually you just get to a point where you just take good trades, right? Just take good trades, and just build off that. So I'll just kind of leave it there. Trading is about winning, exactly. Full-time, part-time picker. Trading is about winning. Lucas spewing rubbish again. Capitals. Oh, come on, man, not all the time. Maybe 10% of the time, a little bit of rubbish, but to fill the time, you know, why not? And Yeah, no, it's. I know you're saying it's not the same. The fills are definitely not the same, but it's you know, just take good trades. Just take good trades. That's what I'll say there. Anyways, yeah, guys, waiting patiently for this NVIDIA bounce to come into play. Let's see if it wants the bounce here. Not really too sure. Yeah, waiting patiently to see. And SU around the block, how many times? Many times. Many times around the block. In all types of ways, shapes, and form. Yeah, when I was in university, I was like smashing options, and yeah, I honestly thought, I was like, yeah, well, you know what? Have fun staying poor, everyone, because I'm gonna be a day trader and I'm gonna make like $17 million in like 3 years. Yeah, no, it didn't happen. So yeah, trading is definitely a grind. It's a process. You gotta stick to it if it's something that interests you, but it's definitely very stressful. So I would say, you know, everything's different. Swing trading, day trading, investing, obviously all different types of trading and stuff. But the one thing that I would say is, as a day trader, it really opens up your eyes how levels react. So for example, you get down to a key level and you're like watching this level from a day trading perspective. You're watching like size come in. You know, you can take a day trade on it, but your brain should eventually realize, like, wait a second, this is a super key level. Like, I should be shorting this level for a swing trade. So like, let's use Tesla as this example, and let's just kind of go back just a little bit. Let me pull up a 5-minute here. I think Tesla, the breakdown, I think that, you know, so first and foremost, let's pull up the daily just to quickly talk about this. It was channeling, it started to break down. When it starts to break down, and now this is this day right here, like breaking down 95, and then kind of opening below, popping, fading into 185, and then cue the sell-off day, going into that 183. This is a key level, showing you that it can't get back above the 184. I was talking about this from before. Like, the brain, if you're a day trader and a swing trader, and you're day trading this, the brain should start to say, like, this is a key level. We're breaking down. The market is having a difficult time going up. This could probably go lower. Like, I will day trade this, but I will also swing trade this. And if you held through the pain of yesterday, because it went up just a little bit higher, it didn't actually break the level of 185 to 190, which was that resistance. So day tradable, but also swing tradable. And if you hold that swing trade, I mean, you know, yesterday 185 to 170, crazy. Today topping 169. And I just feel like, I mean, this thing, as long as it doesn't go back above 180, 185, 190, which is like a wide stop, but obviously from a swing trade perspective, like this thing is going to 150 probably. And then if it breaks 150, if the market sells off, you know, maybe we see 100 again, right? So as fast as Tesla goes in one direction, it could literally do the same thing in the other direction. So I would just say, you know, as a day trader, just make sure not to forget the swing trading side of things, if that's like what your interest is. And this thing, I mean, why not, right? Like, it went all the way up, why not all the way down? And then down again. So it really depends, you know, what the fundamentals say. And in my opinion, I'm obviously usually favoring the shorts on things for whatever reason, but there's longs to be had across the board as well. So I just think, like, again, going back to what I was saying here, if you are a day trader, don't forget the potential of swing trading, you know, opportunities on both sides. And then, you know, as an investor, the long can't be wrong. Buy the dip and never sell. That's if it keeps on dipping, you know, there's other problems there. So yeah, find good levels to play off of, hedge accordingly, or just you know, yeah, just go from there. So yeah, that's my thoughts on that one. And hit the like button. Exactly, Igor. Thank you so much. I know you hit the like button. Thank you so much for hitting the like button on that one.
Like, subscribe, and share the show that takes you into the heart of the market every day.
Okay, I can say like one more question here. So Tom is asking, Luca, can you explain how you notice size coming in? So that's a good question. Yeah, that's a great question. So the thing is this, and I'll use Tesla because I was actually in this trade and I remember it very vividly, and I think it was a great example. So this is the day that it started to fade and it broke the 183. So as soon as we broke the 183 and flushed, I think every day trader was like, okay, it's on. Like, Tesla is now breaking down and who knows how low this thing can go. And so as soon as we got back to VWAP, in this one instance, and this is why I say record your screen, because me talking about this right now doesn't really do anything for people that weren't trading Tesla on that day. And do people have the kind of photogenic memory the way that I do? Like, not really. Like, or maybe if you do, that's great. But essentially, running into this VWAP level, there wasn't actually size like coming in. Like, there was nobody offering a lot of size. There was nobody, you know, like on the offer slamming the bids, but it had a feel to it. It went into this level and it was dark pools galore. Like, it could not, it like went here, it spent like a minute there, you know, not even, and it just transacted so much size at that level, and it just would not break above 184. or sorry, it would not break above, I think it was like 183. So it went 183.01, trigger the stops back down, and then it never went above like the 183, the 183 like 10-ish area. And to me, that was the tell. And so size wasn't really coming in, but like as a trader looking at this level and saying like, we finally broke down, we're getting the VWAP test. There's probably gonna be people that are selling VWAP for the next leg down. Because I mean, you know, it didn't break 180 on this day. I mean, my opinion, call it manipulation, honestly. But I think a lot of people expected, like on this particular day, down, up, down. Like that's what a lot of people, that's what a lot of traders probably expected on this particular day. It just didn't do it because, like, you know, like it was just held for whatever reason. And then if you want to talk, get into like, oh, let's I say put, you know, people say put the tin hat on, like, no, like it actually happens like that. But they open it down here, then rip it up, then the fade. So this whole process, this like kind of, you know, it's not like clean, like for a specific reason, because it's obviously digital warfare there. But essentially, yeah, I would say, you know, in the example, you kind of see it in the tape, you're watching the tape. Sometimes you'll see the size on the book, sometimes you won't. You just have to understand where the key levels are, what other traders are thinking and looking at, and then you watch the tape to see, is it doing what you think it's doing? So are people selling? Is there a lot of red? Are people hitting the bids? Where are the dark pools trading? Are people sending big offers in and out on the lit gateway? So there's just multiple things, and I can't like give you like a clean answer to that. I can't say like ABC, so take it and go. It's more of like, you know, record your screen over and over again, wait for the key levels, watch them, do it 1,000 times, and then your brain will recognize the patterns, and then you'll be able to build on that.
All right, what else is going on? I'm making actually a Treasuries watch list here. I'm looking at the 2-year and the 10-year, something that I actually haven't done before, so I'm kind of getting into that. It doesn't trade like equities, by the way, so very sparsely traded, at least on my platform here. This is the continuous contract, meaning that there is no separation. You know how, like, you know, we're using the March ES contract for the futures here on the ES. This one is a continuous contract. So if you are using this, it's kind of just, you get the choice of what loads up when you click futures, and then you get the infinity sign. It's called the continuous contract, or you have the March or the April, and it shows you the levels next to them. The reason I use a continuous is so that I can kind of get the idea of where we were historically, whereas the other ones you're not going to see too much historically because it's going to be very lightly traded and the levels are not as good. So that's my step into the world of yields. Now, technically, the yields are kind of still going down, to be honest with you, even though the market is absolutely flushing to the downside. Brendo, do we have a reason why the market's moving down at the moment? Is there any catalyst? Because it's big boy rejection off 3,900. Now we're down at 3,865. So that's a big move. So we'll look into that to see what's up. Let's also look for some other trades. Let's set up some trades. This is Microsoft. This is, sorry, the VWAP scanner that Michael Noss set up. I was going to say Microsoft. VWAP scanner that Michael Noss set up for me. This is basically looking for anything that's rallying to VWAP from the downside or pulling back to VWAP. From the high side, I like these ones. These are more safer trades, I think, like Wells Fargo. Look at that retracement right into VWAP. So the program says that this would be an interesting area to get in at the moment if you're looking for a VWAP bounce. 40, I want to say 42 and 42.35 high. And right now we're at 41. So an interesting inflection point here on WFC. But yeah, we'll see. We're continuing to print to the sell side here on the ES. So it doesn't look like anything stopping this from going down south. Nothing that I'm seeing here coming in on the futures or on my news blotter to account for this big move down. But wow, what a move. Oil prices rise after buoyant U.S. payrolls. Okay, that's not interested in that. Stocks extend fall as Dow Jones heads to the south side, 1%. Yep, that makes more sense to me. Not really seeing anything else, guys. Still, you know, in this trade, that's not a good trade at the moment, but too stubborn to flip. But holding small size, so not really affecting me all that much.
Yeah, man, that's the beauty of it. Small size, you chill. Big size, you panic. You got to find the right size. And this is the thing, man. NVIDIA market was going down. I'm like, okay, let's go 230 bounce, add. I go, you know what? Doesn't look good. Let me just off this. So I off it. We get the pump. I think like, I maybe should have waited. I should have waited like a little bit more, but that was just like, I don't know. I felt like the right idea. So yeah, taking the L on that one. I just don't want to get long again because, I mean, if we go up, we go up from here. But yeah, if that bounces, I mean, it still is going down. So I guess like it should have, if it was going to be a great bounce, I would have just kind of had it already. So yeah, man, we are no problem with that one. No problemo with that one. What else do we got here? I don't even know. Oh, Microsoft. Yeah, Microsoft down to 249 on that one. And this is the thing, guys. Look at this, okay? Short, scalp, 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 scalp. It goes back up. I go, whatever. Like, is this a dip and rip? And are we going back up? I have no idea. So I cover, but then it like goes up and then it still goes down. So like, if the NVIDIA bounce, like, I mean, I could be wrong, right? I'm talking about this in real time, but if the NVIDIA bounce was going to be like really good, it probably would have like ripped back up already. So even though I kind of take the L, I mean, we could be at 229, if not 228, like 60, like very, very quickly. So I wasn't going to hold for that anyways. So yeah, I just basically punch out and it is what it is, and move on from there. Somebody was asking, I think it was Euthanasia, if I'm not mistaken, was like, when is Sesame Street Day? Rewind the tape. We did it for the first hour. I was sweating. It was a lot of fun. I had the big head on the whole time. It was like really heavy, and like I was like, you know, like I don't have the neck muscles like Sharif does. So I was kind of like, oh, dude, I'm getting dizzy over here. So yeah, we did the first hour. It was great. It was a sauna in there. But yeah, moving on from that, it was a lot of fun. Rewatch the tape. Send it to your friends and family. It was a good laugh. Thank you so much again for everybody sending the super chats that came through. Again, lots of fun, lots of excitement, always a pleasure. And yeah, Tesla is still going to the downside, $3 and almost $4 in the money from that short. So guys, the 178 short, like that's a banger. And like the thing is, I mean, I cover, like I'm gonna do that every single time because why didn't this just go back to the upside, right? So you kind of hold a piece for the move, but I wanna sit here and just say like, if I could just hold the size for the move down, like the full size, and just say to myself, like, that's it. I have the short, I'm never covering. And then if it, like, that would be awesome. That would be awesome. But yeah, it just doesn't work like that. So it is what it is. But yeah, we're gonna go to Brendan at the big desk for the energy update.
Hey guys, yeah, it continues to be a pretty red afternoon here right across the entire landscape as far as equities are concerned. However, there is a bright spot or a little bit of positivity anyways coming from not only energy stocks but oil prices in general. With this data that we got this morning at 8:30, remember non-farm payrolls comes out still higher than expected on the number itself, but unemployment rate ticks to the upside, suggesting that we might be seeing a little bit of cooling in the underlying economy. Everyone had been worried for the past couple of weeks that continued hot inflation would lead to higher interest rates, possibly a recession, less spending at the end of the day for energy products. Here's the board right now. Everything pretty much green on here. That's actually the Dow, that red number. Bitcoin down as well. But all of the different energy contracts to the upside to the tune of 1+%, including NYMEX, a full 1.07. Brent crude as well, 1.2 to the upside. There's gold having a nice day, as I mentioned, 1.8 in positive territory. Now, it was all about the payrolls number this morning that was lifting energy markets today. So a nice look to wrap up the week here. We started the morning here to the downside in the red and have done nothing but just climb higher. You can see on that 830 number, we got a nice move up through 76. And it has never looked back. 1.2 right now on the J contract there, guys, for crude oil. Back over to you.
Yep. Lots of fun. I'm seeing some of the comments come through. I'm not going to, like, repeat them, but, yeah, you guys are making me laugh. Someone's saying, Luca, what's your target on Tesla? $4 in the money and continuing to ride? Yeah, basically, I might just close this at the end of the, like, if whatever comes first, I guess the end of the day, or, so the market's selling off here. Like, we're going lower. And I just feel like it's giving me the feel that, like, we're not going to bounce at all. Like, we're just going to keep selling off. And let me actually just quickly change this background color. Or no, I should change the, yeah, let me go, like, a little, like, darker. Is that better? Yeah, there we go. I think, like, I think we just keep going down. Like, we could, maybe we get a gap down on Monday. I don't know. Maybe we get like some type of gap down, but like, yeah, this area here, like 3,800 is on watch. It feels like we're headed there. Whether you use the other contracts or these contracts, it's basically showing you that like this is like the level. So whatever it is, it is. But yeah, we are just kind of fading into the abyss here. And so I'm sort of sitting here with this Tesla short saying to myself, like, yeah, why not just hold it and see, like, if we just keep getting that flush. And yesterday was interesting in the sense that, like, yesterday, like, you know, it was kind of like holding. It looked like it was like, you know, it was like, oh, it was kind of selling off. And then look at this. It just like all the way down. So I just feel like, why not again? You know what I mean? It's like it gave you the little bounce. It showed you that 178 was the resistance. And now, I mean, where's my drawing thing? Let me draw a little thing here. Like, why not just like all the way down to like 168, right? So the close is essentially here. So like, why not like 168 by the end of the day? So it's like light size, so it's like nothing to write home about. I'm just trying to kind of like, you know, like good habits, whatever. I'll like just hold this. But essentially, yeah, $4 in the money. This is the thing, when you are trading and you want to size accordingly, if you have, like from my own experience, if you're too light on the size, you sort of don't care. So you want to have like enough that you care to like, you know, build good habits and do the right thing. But essentially, yeah, I'm just like holding to see now. Like I already like took my scalps. Like this was like my real trade, my real kind of like, this is like the Luca trade type thing. And now this is like the, okay, whatever. Like Tesla could just keep going down. You know, part of me is like, yeah, maybe 150 today, like somehow. But like, no, I'm like, no, most likely not.
4 hour here. I couldn't even discern any important levels on the 4 hour. Come to my screen, please. I'm looking at that 3,800 as the next level of support. 3,800 seems to be the level here. This is the daily. I looked at the 4 hour. The 4 hours showed me absolutely nothing. So this bottom area of the... Guys, my mic. All right. The bottom area of the consolidation, 3,800 or so, that's where I see, you know, the possible level of support. That's like 56 points away. 38, 56 and a half is the low of day there. And you got to assume there's going to be a resistance level at 39 and a quarter, right? That's the up area, the high area of this consolidation zone. It's actually the breakdown point. Like, look at that. All right, this is great. This is great support and resistance stuff here. And this is a clear, decisive trend in the other way. But we talked about seeing October lows, okay? Like there's a lot of these podcasts I listen to, they always reference with whether or not things will get better or worse based upon whether we reach October lows. So far, if we want to like consider October the lowest point possible. So October is the lowest, and then we descended a little bit towards the end of January. That was the lowest, and now we're coming back in again, but not quite to the lows of January. Should we make a lower low on the ES here? So by that I'm saying break 38 and close below it. That changes completely the trend that we were on. So far, we're still a higher low than the end of December lows, right? And if right here we made a higher high. So in, you know, late January, we had that pop. That was like the best time of the year so far. We got up to 4,200. That was better than what we did in late November when we got up to 4,150. I mean, that wick doesn't mean much, right? And besides, we broke that wick anyway. So a continued move lower, below 3,800, I think is an interesting move on the whole macroeconomic picture here, and that probably will happen if we do get a lighter than normal, a heavier than expected print on the CPI. That comes to us, I want to say Tuesday, right? So yeah, it's a precarious situation to say the least with some of these equities, and I don't think it was helped by this whole bank debacle that all of a sudden came in really unexpectedly out of nowhere. So the market is decidedly red. We were looking at some small cap earlier. EUDAs doing nothing. CZO. Let's bring in the scanner for you guys to look at here. Eek. All right, I got to be able to figure out how to lock everything into place here on Trade Ideas because it ends up bamboozling me. There we go. That's what I need. Okay, so we get that fixed. CZOO is moving nicely. Now this is up 54% on the day. Stair stepping up. It looks like we started the day off at that $2 area. The volume only really came in, I want to say a little bit before lunchtime. 12 o'clock, we see a lot of volume coming in, about 100,000 shares there on that 1 minute candle. And we've been stair stepping up, holding view up, holding the 50 period quite well for the majority of the morning. Now we're looking to test day's high. Day's high is at 314 on the small cap crapper.
Don't know too much about it. Kazoo Group. Let's look at the flow, first of all. 26 million shares, not too bad. Not seeing a catalyst on it right here for today. Among midday movers, no reason on it. Is it a multi-day runner? We go to the daily, and no. So today is a secular move. So something's coming in on this, having done over 3 million shares now, and I don't know what it is. So my thing not showing me here. Kazoo Retail, this is on the 7th, so that's 3 days ago. That ain't it. None of the tickers I'm getting right now are showing me, so I'm not sure what this one's all about, but it's moving. So if you're into that kind of thing, if you're into the small cap crappers, here we go. We got one cooking here. CZOO, that trades on, I'll tell you the exchange in 1 second. That's a NYSE stock. So let's go ahead and take SIVB off. I think Brendo probably said that best, that we would probably not see this one trade again until Monday, as it's still shuttered for the moment. They're not trading at the moment. Here's CZOO, basically at day's highs. I want to say 314 again is the day high. Where should you get in on this one? I don't know. Look for maybe a 50 period, a near 50 period retracement here on the 1 minute. Let's see the 3 quick. Let's see if we can glean anything off the 3. No, the 3 not looking that good for retracements. Yeah, this one's a toughie. Ideally, you want to see 3 hold, but it's not, right? Right here, broke through 3 several times. So let's see if this is just, you know, a consolidation area above 3 and then a run maybe to the $0.25 to the $0.50. The daily not really helping you out in terms of levels here. A bit of a crowded space. I want to say maybe 3.25. 3.25 seems the most likely of the levels at the moment. But we'll continue to watch that. CZOO, small cap crapper moving.
Yeah, yep. I am watching Tesla just go into the abyss. Lower and lower and lower, very robotically. Feels like there's just no bids. I'd probably get that 171. Michelle saying, Luca, long NVIDIA at 229. Michelle, I was long. I don't know if you were watching from before when I was just doing the long. I was doing the 230 long, but it's like I was wrong. But yeah, maybe 229 is like the better level. You know what? Okay, let's try it. I'll go small size on this one. Let me see if I can get some here. Okay, there we go. So yeah, let's see if this one wants to bounce from here. I'm gonna play off of the low of 228.50. So we break 228.50, then so be it. I'll just be out of this trade. Not gonna put a stop in, but I do know I could slip 30 cents and not even notice it. But essentially, yeah, let's see if this general low wants to hold and if we bounce. I mean, if we keep going down, then whatever. I'll just like take the L, but small size, not really too worried. Sarada, hopefully I'm pronouncing that one correctly. Couldn't whale have 500 shares in 201. Well, at least, okay, sorry, I can't even, I'm like, what's going on? Am I having a stroke or am I just like not being able to read this right now? Yeah, Amazon, Google to the 80s. Dude, it's down 15. Are you going long? You're nuts, dude. Okay, I shouldn't be reading all these comments here. I need to read comments of value. So yeah, let's see where this long goes. I mean, it looks like it's going lower, so I might just be wrong on that. But it's all good, man. Size accordingly, so not really too worried. Yeah, the thing is we went all the way to the upside. We went all the way back to the downside. Like eventually, like we're gonna get some type of bounce. So I want to like be in something for a bounce. I'm just not too sure what to be in per se. Let's have a look here. Where's Apple? Apple's just kind of going to the downside. You know what? Yeah, let's go bounce play here on Apple. Let's take a long here, and let's see what else do we got. I think I kind of like AMD, kind of. Just looking at this, AMD. Yeah, let's go AMD lighter, way lighter size here, because it's not really at the region that I really want it. Closer to 82 would be a little bit better on that one. And yeah, Meta all the way to the lows and breaking the lows. So yeah, let's not look at Meta at all.
I will be. I'm gonna add it.
Oh, you're gonna add into it?
Oh yeah, for sure.
Yeah. Okay.
I got a nice add into 180 today, and 181, excuse me.
Okay.
And I'm gonna set up another one at 175, and then I'll set up like every $5 to buy those dips. Long 133s. So I was really disappointed that I didn't add on the last time around. Into the high 160s there, so I'm definitely going to be looking to add. Luca, tip needed. What do you do when you have a winning play and your stop loss is often top wick? Then the move goes in your favor. What would you do in that scenario?
I would grab the keyboard, smash it over your head, and then storm out and complain to everybody around you that the market is rigged and it's all
That
BS.
happens a lot more than you know, and that's not just with him. I'm talking about everybody on the floor. That's what happens, and that's what's nice about trading on a prop firm. You have a lot of receptive ears that you can complain to who know what you're going through.
It's BS, man. It's BS, man.
Yes.
The thing is okay, I'm out of this NVIDIA trade. The thing is that if you put a stop in, like they see your stop. So if your stop is close to the price,
Level 3, baby.
like they will just trigger your stop. So you can't trade with stops. Like you can't. People tell you need to trade with stops because it's going to protect blah 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 this and that. Like you know what stop's going to do? It's going to guarantee that you lose. Honestly, that's what it's going to do. So you need to find a workaround. Maybe that workaround is just building the confidence to actually punch out when it gets to the level. But it means that you're gonna experience slippage. So for example, right now I don't have a stop on Apple. Okay, I bought this ahead of 148. It bounced a little bit. It went to like 148.08. If I put a stop at 99s, like it would have got me out at 99. So I would have been out of this trade at 99s. And now I'm in this trade and it's like going against me here. Now this was part of the plan, so I'm not like panicking or anything. But basically, when it's if it breaks the level, like, and you want to punch out, just like punch out. You might get 95s, you might get 94s, you might get 97s, as opposed to 99s. But at least like you're watching the tape, and you're only going to be wrong in that case scenario. You're only going to be wrong if like you are actually wrong on the idea. So like by using stops, you're going to be top wick. Like the reason you're the wick is because you're putting your stop where everybody else is putting their stop, most likely. And the market is just going to go trigger those stops, take the shares, and then zoom it in the other direction. So the thing is this: look, Apple's at 148 right now. It could keep going down, but I honestly don't think that this is not going to trade above 148. Like I think we're going back above 148 at some point, even for 9 cents. And if we do, I'm going to be out of this trade. That's basically my scalp trade. But essentially, the logic is this, and even with AMD, it's like this whole move down, like we're going to get some type of bounce. So if right now I put a stop like at like 82.14, like yeah, it's going to just go there. It's going to just trigger 14s. It's going to take my stop, but it doesn't mean the bounce is not valid. Like realistically, if I want to put a stop in this case scenario, and I don't want it to be like a manipulation stop out, like it has to be like 181.59 because that's the low of day and it's far away. So the market is not going to run to 81.49 or 59, whatever I said, to like trigger that and then bounce back. Like that is like a whole different set of liquidity. You have the 82s as protection, meaning that like these even dollar levels where options are traded, more volume comes in. You know, a bot can't like run that even dollar just to stop out your 100 shares or whatever. But like the bot can run the level 1 cent, 4 cents to stop out your 100 shares, even if you have like 50 shares. And you're just like, oh, like there's no way it's running my stop for 50 shares. Like it is, because they can. It's literally like taking candy from a baby. So like literally think of it that way, and then you'll kind of reevaluate how you put your stops in. So just keep that in mind, right? So that's why a lot of the times in the middle of the day, I'm trying to like play the opposite. So I'm trying to like get long, because people are like, maybe they're long here, or maybe they want to short it through there. So like let those stops trigger, let me get my shares, and if it keeps going down, I'll just punch out. But if it rips back, I have a good little bit of a bounce play there. So yeah, we're getting this 148, and look at this kind of setup on the 1 minute. Again, 1 minute, take with a grain of salt, but look how it's like dip, pop, dip, pop, dip, pop. So yeah, 148 is like this kind of like, it's gonna stay here for as long as it can to collect as many shares as it can, then it's gonna go in the direction of choice. So I don't know if we're going down or up. I mean, we've been going down. The trend is your friend, but I'm just basically saying, okay, 148, we're at like 151. We went all the way to 148. Like, do we get a reversal? Where's the market? It's at 38.50-ish, give or take. I mean, maybe we do get a bounce a little bit, and if we do, I'll just be out of that trade. So that's essentially what I'm doing. But yeah, to go back to your question of like, where do you kind of put your stops? If you're actually going to route a stop order, I mean, do whatever you want. That's what I'll preface this to say, do whatever you want. Like, don't just listen to me. I'm just like one guy. But like, your stop has to be in an area where like they cannot just run your stop easily.
Yeah.
So like right now, if I put my stop at like 87, they will literally go to 87 and get my shares.
Have you seen the formula for basing your stop on an ATR calculation? I was looking at that. That was in the CMT materials, and it was not random because it's based on the average true range. So it's not just a random percentage. You know, some people say, oh, put 3%. You know, but that's just a random percentage. Why are you putting 3%? What's so good about 3% away from about the breakout point? You know what I mean? Like,
yeah, like the thing is you want to like, the ATR, it's just like ATR is just basically what is the average range that a stock does, right? Obviously, everybody knows this. So let's say this is the ATR. I mean, 152 to 148, like that is ATR on Apple, if I had to guess, right? So I don't even know, but that's what I have to guess. So like, you could be playing let's say a long in front of 149, and you can be like, okay, so based on the ATR, my stop is going to be 147.50 because it's outside of the ATR. If it gets there, that's like a wider than average move. But I would just say use like key levels, understand ATR, like use all these things in Confluence, like use them all to your advantage, and then understand what the right side of the move is on. So obviously Apple's going down, I'm on the wrong side of this move. Like guys, I am on the wrong side of the move. So the bid is soft and the offers are heavy. So to get the fills on this pop is gonna be tough. And so all things considered, I'm lighter on the size for these reasons. So I still do think we pop, but how many times do you guys see me playing these like long below the level, cover above, and then it's like the day continues and it's the end of the day, Apple's at like 147. So I'm obviously not in that trade anymore. I'm just kind of like, because I think it stays here and prints here, prints here, prints here, prints here, then decides, like that's kind of my like scalp trade ideology on that one. Yeah, Tesla is at below 172 now. Okay, Tesla is below 172. So again, if you guys are playing a long bounce on Tesla, I'll preface this by saying do whatever you want. Don't listen to me, I'm just one guy. But technically speaking, this was the low. So 168.50 is the low. Like if you're getting anywhere involved over here, you can't put a stop. Like there's no liquidity. They'll just like run and trigger your shares. Like especially in the middle of the day, maybe in the afternoon, like more volume comes through, so it's more valid. The move is more kind of directional. You see the volume coming in, you know. But just that's what I would say. So yeah, if you're top wick, it's probably because you're like shorting like here, and then you're like, okay, stop like right here. And like I've been there. Like you guys see me in those trades every single day, where like I just get wicked out and then it goes back down. Like sometimes I hit it back. But I would say like, yeah, like the market will literally, as soon as you throw that stop, especially if it's sizable, if it's sizable, like if you have like, if you're doing shorting Tesla with like 500 shares and you put a stop like 178, like 31, and you short it right here, like it'll just go back and get your shares. Like it's right there. It's like right there. It's literally, they could just like reverse it. The only thing is if real selling is coming in at this particular instant, they can't do it. Like they can't fight all that selling. But look at this, man. There's no volume. There's literally no volume. So they could just stop it, turn it around, get your shares, then go back down, like cheaper shares for them, right? So yeah, just keep that in mind. Your stop should be like in an area where fresh liquidity is, far away from price. I mean, yesterday I was short Tesla. It was like 88 cents in the money. I threw my stop out, not in the correct spot, but in like $1 like away, and I was like, you know, I don't think it's going to go, but it could. And as soon as I entered the stop, it just went to get the shares, and like that was the top wick, and then it like faded into the abyss. So that was 954 wick, like I was that wick. So like essentially, like yeah, like the market reversed off my specific order to go get my shares. It's nothing new. It was this wick right here. It's because who's doing that? Who's throwing a sizable stop for that? It's only me. Like nobody else is that dumb. So just keep that in mind. Like it's just going to frustrate you if you keep doing the same thing over and over again, and it's never going to change because that is the market. It is just, they see your orders, right? So they'll just do it over and over again. So yeah, I would say to that, just, you know, find a workaround, put the stops in the right spot, take less size, don't put stops, watch your positions. Every real trader will tell you that.
BTC is also having a tough day. I want to say a bunch of these, a bunch of things are having a tough day, obviously, but I'm looking here. Big cap hasn't been really beat up as badly as some of these microchips, some of these EV, some of these cryptocurrency plays. Let's have a look at the watch list real quick here. Here's what I'm talking about. Big tech, you know, you're seeing Tesla only down 0.5%. Microsoft 1.6. Netflix has really been taking it on the chin, though. So glad I got out of that. Yeah, I will look at Netflix in a sec, but the point I'm trying to make is here, microchips really taking it on the chin. Big tech faring a bit better than, you know, crypto. Look at these crypto names. BITO's down 9. MicroStrategies is down 9%. Crypto, I mean, BTC itself down 1.5%. Mara, 6.25%. SI, a cool 19%, and only 31 since the bell opened. So lots of interesting stuff happening there. EVs as well, getting absolutely huadunked. BE, Bloom Energy, Rivian, Plug, Lucid, Fisker, they're all getting beat up.
The Chinese ADRs are a bit of a mixed bag. We haven't looked at all at these guys today. Looks like
Okay,
Baidu is
MD.
actually green on the day. So is
Give me
PBB. What's going on there, Luca?
Yeah, guys, we're getting a little spike there. Sorry to cut you off. I didn't mean
No,
that,
it's
but
okay.
I just kind of
No
wanted to
problem,
say, yeah, baby. AMD,
getting
nice
a
move up. That was a
pat?
mistake. I got a bad price on that one, but whatever. Taking the win. I added more here in front of 82 like I planned. Then we got like that super spike up. So I wouldn't be surprised if we get back down there. Maybe I'll add a little bit more. But yeah, Apple, same thing. Basically, didn't add. Little bit of a dip, right? So it shows you the bottom, 89. People probably have a stop at the low. It stops, rips back to the upside. So you're not going to get this explosive move up without the stop out bottom. Kind of as I mentioned over and over again, it's just a phenomena in the market. It happens all the time. Still long Apple. I'm going to hold to see if this one can actually get back to like 40s. But yeah, basically taking 09s, taking 14s or 15s, one of those. And now I wait and see, like, can we, keep going to the upside and get more of those up there.
All right, yeah. We want to talk about Netflix. Look at this Netflix trade. My goodness. This is a bad boy trade. Very bad. No good. We get all the way up to 380. And guys, we just printed 289s today. When we got up to 380, that was about a month ago, February. So $100 down south side in a month. This is the trend line that I drew initially when I got into this stock, and I got out here. So I got out almost break even on this stock. I think I made like $4 or $5 a share. I got out through the break of the trend line. That 322 is when I sold. I had a nice dip trade initially at 318. Yeah, so I made like $4 a share on this. That's after watching, obviously, that retracement for 380. I didn't sell, nor did I add, nor am I going to add on Netflix. I think that the better level, if for my swing, is around this 275 level. I've earmarked that level as a key area of support. We shall see, though. We shall see what I think. 275 will be my initial add, and then I'm definitely looking for that 250. Look at that 250 going back to August. It was tested here in November, and it hasn't been tested since. Former area of support. Resistance, current area of support. So that's what I'll be looking to do for my long term on Netflix. But Apple, we're only 10 pennies now out of the money on Apple. Yeah, this was a no good trade, but we are finding a bit of a bottom. I was able to average in as a result of having small size, so we'll see. Not really obviously going to take, I could take profits and get out of it here. Not profits, but I could cut losses and get out of it here. But just call me stubborn. I'm stubborn, all right? Yeah. You're not into horoscopes, or not horoscopes, you're into zodiacs and stuff like that. I know you're a Scorpio.
Yeah, what do you mean?
You're not into that whole thing about like identifying characteristics based on that, right? Like I'm not really into it either, but I'm told some stuff here and there about
I feel like that's like a girl thing.
Yeah, it's always girls telling me this stuff.
Yeah.
Funny enough, you should say that. Yeah.
It's funny because I'm like, yeah, I'm not into horoscopes. Then you read it one day, you're like, wait a minute.
Not horoscopes. Horoscopes are different. Horoscopes try to predict your future. The zodiac thing kind of tells you about your characteristics.
There's
Chad's laughing at us anyway.
Yeah, like so. I love that. Derek saying canceled. Yeah, canceled. Go ahead.
Yeah, we're canceled.
But don't be soft. That's my answer. It's funny because my friend, when I go for drinks, I'll like say something and I'll like be like blah 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 ABC whatever, and she'll be like, that's because you're a Scorpio. And I'll be
you're like, it's because my name is Luca.
Yeah, I'm like, okay, yeah, of course, exactly, of course, he's a Scorpio. Like, all right, whatever.
I know.
It just kind of makes me laugh there. Shout out to her. She's not watching right now for sure, but shout out to her for that one.
Yeah.
Nicole Harris, thank you for the super chat. Hey guys, can you look at SoFi and Western Alliance? Thank you so much. Have a good weekend for yourself as well. Sure, I'll take the first one, and Sharif, you can take the next one if you want.
Is there another one?
Well, WAL and SOFI. So I'll look at SoFi first.
Oh my goodness.
And this thing's down 14%. This is a big down day for this name. And big oof on this one. Fading down. I would watch 5 as a psychological level. It doesn't, maybe it was a level on the daily, but let me just quickly look on this one. Like maybe 5 to like 480, like being like that first level for like not a bounce play, but like some type of support level. And even here, like notice how it like wicked down, it stopped right at like 480 and then reversed. Then it held in front of 5. Then it kind of held that general area. Then like broke down, it was resistance, and then back above. Maybe like see like this down day, how it was like very aggressively down and then stopped. I would say like maybe it's going to be like very aggressively down and then stop there again. So not to say that it will, but just based on the way that it did it before, it showed you once, it showed you kind of the pattern of how it kind of looked around that area. And then I would obviously draw like the low over there, like the 525, the 50 period up there at 6. So yeah, these are my kind of generalized levels. 5 to 480 is like that first area of support, then low of day 425. If it breaks that, I have no idea what happens next to this thing.
Yes. Okay. WAL. Nice call, Nicole. Not a bad look here. Pumping back to the high side. Western Alliance Bank Corporation is a bank holding company. This is WAL, guys. Maximize the chart here so you guys can see it. The company provides a range of customized loans, deposit, and treasury management capabilities, including blockchain-based offerings through its wholly owned banking subsidiary, Western Alliance Bank. All right, so it's a bank. We know what happened with SIVB, and we know the sympathy plays. We watched that yesterday, and we saw the retracement today on JPM. You saw me trade it, yada, yada, yada. You guys get it. Now, what's the price action on this look like? Let's zoom out first, and let's look at the 5-minute. So immediately yesterday, you can see here, news of SIVB bringing this down from a fairly uneventful intraday trade from $71. We closed the day off at 62. This is a stock that has a very tight ATR. Today doesn't fare any better. We start the day off at 62.25. We boom all the way down to 38. We even boom more down to 30. We hold 30 though, and now we're tracing back up into the high 30s, 37. This was an absolute halt fest. Let's look at the 1-minute chart. You'll see the halts over here. Let's move. Okay, so look at this. Starting the day off, here's 9:30, down halt, down halt, down halt, up halt, up halt, down halt, down halt, up halt, down halt, down halt, up halt. You guys get it. I'm done calling out the halts, but the idea is this one is really volatile. And not one that's thickly traded at all historically. When you look at the price action on the daily, look at the standout. I mean, over here, you guys can't see it because of the bar. Let me bring it up a little bit so you can see it. Hold up, hold up, hold up. I'm absolutely printing here on Apple. I'll get to that in a second. Very happy about this. Finally, look at this. This is the daily chart on WAL. 12.5 million shares done today. I want to say about 4 million done yesterday. And then look at the volume beside it. There we go. Now you guys can see it. Look at this over here, relative. This is the daily candle, guys. There's no volume on this, but all of a sudden, people are interested in it because of some obscure bank. Let's go ahead and take out some shareage here on...
Shareage is carriage.
Did I notice? It's over 2 o'clock, dude.
It's over 2 o'clock.
But we're printing shareage here on Apple.
Apple to the upside, baby. Like, guys, lastly, Apple long. Not too shabby. I'm covering the rest of this one right now. Nice move to the upside on that one. And, we'll see where Tesla goes. Hopefully you guys enjoyed the show, had a great time. Cookie Monster for the first hour, Big Bird for the first hour. Was a pleasure, man. Lots of fun. And, stay tuned. We're going to the rest of the show. Yeah, Tiffany Zhang, we are going to do pizza next week. I have 100 hats on, so I couldn't make it happen. Obviously, if I could clone myself and get it all at the same time, I would, right? But sometimes it's not possible.
We're not getting beers?
Well, I'm getting beers for sure. We're getting beers. But, we'll do that next Friday, guys. Stay tuned. Pizza and beers will be coming through next Friday. But always a pleasure, and thank you so much. Enjoy the rest of the show.
If you're enjoying this video, please take a second and hit the like and subscribe on this channel. And never forget, do not put pineapple on your pizza.
Hey guys, welcome back in. 2 o'clock on a pretty red Friday afternoon developing here. A couple hours to go until we get to the weekend. And put this to rest because it's been a very, very negative, not only day, but it's going to end up being a very negative week for all three U.S. markets. I looked in the pre-market this morning and thought, what would have to happen for this to be a positive week? And trust me, it's not going to. So we'll add 1.7 to the S&P currently, 1.28. about 1.7 there for the NASDAQ as well. The plunge is accelerating at this point.